paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight, with me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight, with me tonight, with me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be. Gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was
Deadlight, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
you're up to the top.
Anything that you can do, I can do what you do. Top 260. Heart been swiped, blew too hard like a nigga got 4 iron suit. That's it. Got me talk money talking, I'm always in the loop. Never mind me, y'all little boss. I'ma walk around the way because you know if I do it better. Wow. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back once again to the WRL-A. I'm G10 coming at you. With me as Interlude here once again for another hot day of Wild Rift action, even though it's getting a little bit colder in the world. How you doing, Interlude?
I'm doing great. It's the festive season, right? It's the holiday
Yes, it is.
season. I'm seeing you in red, and I am reminded that it's it's the season for us to be happy, to be jolly, to be energetic, and this is just going to be a series of games that we will explain every intricate details about it. It's definitely going to be very exciting, and we'll be witnessing two APAC teams go at it against CN teams that are pretty much in need of wins.
Yeah, not just two APAC teams, two Filipino teams. Two teams that we are very intimately familiar with, we respect quite a bit, but they have quite the challenge ahead of them for today, as well as our last series, which is going to be once again a CN conference team versus CN conference match that will have some implications for the playoffs placing for these teams. So it is going to be a little bit of a heavy day in terms of leaderboard spots, I believe.
Exactly. And again, what is at stake is the elusive playoff positioning for the CN teams specifically, right? Like in APAC, we already have our top 4. It's all about seeding. It's all about who, gets the advantage come playoffs, who gets to select their opponents and whatnot. But for CN, the race is not yet over. And this really, intensifies everything. We look into, of course, the standings here of the CN conference. And would you believe it, G10? We do have a 4-way tie at the bottom of our standings. My God, 6 wins, 6 losses.
Yes, we do. But that tie will be broken later on today. So just you guys wait for that. We also have a little bit of a 2-way tie between Nova and Keep Best Gaming. That could be broken as well today, depending on how the matches go. But, if Nova and KBG also win their matches, they could still, they could also just like tie it up once again. Of course, if KBG get, that upper hand a little bit more, then they can definitely tie it up, even with the game differential there. But from our games yesterday, Thunder Talk and Trace Esports very, very close, but Trace Esports did get the upper hand on Thunder Talk.
I was looking at that game, and I had it marked down into my calendar because I know the Thunder Talk and Trace Esports is a very good teaser of what is to come playoffs, right? Like,
Oh,
one
yeah.
would say it could be the finals, it could be the CN finals. I would say teaser, right?
Yeah.
But I'm kind of disappointed that Thunder Talk did not play their starting five, right? That's my only gripe about it. It was a competitive game, but SMY would have made a lot of difference there. So I would put that win by Crazy Sports with a giant asterisk beside
Yeah.
it. I can't wait for them to meet up in the CN playoffs because definitely that's going to be a banger.
100% a banger, especially since yesterday was also a little bit of a banger. If you guys
Right.
saw that, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. But for the APAC scene, the APAC conference, yeah, you're right. Our 4 playoffs contenders are locked in, but there is still a little bit of uncertainty as to the seeding, which very, very important, especially when it comes to getting that favorable playoff spot here. Of course, now it's Esports and KT Rolster Y on the top, but if G2 Blacklist can actually win their rematch against KBG today, then they can actually put themselves in contention for that top spot.
Exactly. That's the goal, right? Also, last season, G2 Blacklist did not really end up their group standings or group season on a favorable note. They were the number 4 team for APAC. It didn't really matter. Still, though, that's going to be the goal for G2 Blacklist. It's so exciting to see them in action later against KBG. Again, that's the rematch of the grand finals that we saw going to the side of KBG in a very dominating fashion in Season 1. Now, the first game will be
4-0.
between... I was just reminded of that scar, but yes, it was a 4-0. Penal is going against J Team, and then at the end of it all will be JDG versus Nova. And again, you look at the CN teams that we have for everyone today: J Team, KBG, JDG, and Nova. None of them are safe, right? One would say that Nova and KBG does have at least the upper hand when it comes to the playoff race, but it's not yet, I would say, confirmed that they are part of the playoffs. So they still have to handle their business. If they get their wins today, for sure, yeah, it should be enough for them to secure the playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of things can still happen when it comes to the standings, especially in the CN conference. Nobody is really safe yet, other than, say, Thunder Talk, Face Esports, maybe EDG and FPX. But other than that, there is still a lot that is in question for these teams. But especially for our first match, where Fennel, they are looking to kind of make their mark before they have to leave. They have had a couple of really, really good wins against their fellow APAC teams in Naus and Team Flash lately.
Exactly. It's all about momentum. I really believe that Wild Rift is a confidence game and is a meta game as well. And now that the meta is shifting towards carry junglers, now Chaz is able to really put his fingerprint all throughout the games that they were able to win. Of course, that pairing with Helios is always going to be legendary. And, the only question I do have right now here, Jitin, is why just now? Right? Like,
Yeah, they could have done this at the start of the season.
Exactly. And that's the same thing that Coach Kaigu did say to me. Because yesterday I was chatting with him. I was asking him a couple of things heading into this matchup. And he said the same thing, right? Like, had it been that they played the same way since the beginning of the season, it could have been an easy playoffs for them. But, it is what it is.
It is what it is. But on the other side, J Team, they're also kind of fighting for their playoff spot here. CF17, like, speaking of jungler performances, he has been very, very good on the kind of support jungler a lot of the time, or more of the engaged jungler than really the carry jungler role. We see a lot of Shan, Vi, stuff like that. He has played some Kha'Zix, some Aatrox in there, but by and large, he likes to set up for his team more than he likes to carry. But yeah, if they lose this match against Battle, they could be in danger of not getting to that playoff spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big pinch because you look at their standings right now. Even one game that Fennel will win will have a very big implication towards their chances of advancing on towards the playoffs. As we look into the head-to-head between Chaz and CF17, I love that you brought out the point of CF17 playing for his team, because for me, J Team when they revamp their roster and have 4 new members altogether, it's been Soldier and X1 that's been stealing the show. And of course, you know, if you have a very reliable carries onto your Dragon lane and on your mid lane, CF17 will be the key to making it work. And CF17 has done a good job. Now is going to face against Chaz. This is going to be the last time that we will be seeing Fennel in action in the year 2023. So it's going to be a very exciting game overall.
100%, because Chaz, we know him, and a lot of the Filipino fans know him as one of those junglers that really can shine when it is that carry jungler meta.
Yeah.
And as it is now, has been kind of shining for the past couple of matches. But CF17 still has that CN conference playstyle DNA in him. He does really love to set off for his carries, as you said. Soldier, X1, they have been shining mainly because CF17 has been able to really give them the setup that they need. And if J-Team can, play like a team, like a full fist instead of just 5 separate fingers, then Fennel could be in a lot of trouble.
Exactly. And again, you look at the history of Fennel for WRL-A2, they have yet to win against a CN team. Dating back to last season, I don't think that they have ever won against a CN team. Yeah, sure, they were able to take a game, but not the whole series. So again, against J-Team, at least, going out with a bang is of course going to be the goal for Fennel. Ending your year on a bright, positive point will definitely be the goal for this guys. I feel, regardless of their situation, regardless of this not having any implications towards their position right now, because they have just secured the number 5 spot, it's not going to stop them to show what they're made of. In fact, it's just knowing the personality of this guys, I feel that they will perform even better with nothing, with nothing at stake.
Yeah, and let's go to the stage to introduce our teams.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优吼。今天是第8周的第2个比赛日，接下来将由 Manila Fennel 对阵 J-Team。FL 的收官之战，面对强敌，他们会如何应对？我们接下来把时间交给赛场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Manila Fennel versus J-Team. How would FL perform facing against J-Team? Let's see. 首先，让我们有请 J-Team 战队登场，有请单人路选手 in the solo lane SZY。
One of the more consistent Baron laners as well, SZY. Always flashy once his pure.
下面有请打野选手 in the jungle CF17.
The focal point on the top side, especially against Spelts. Now CF17, as you did mention, is going to be the key to unlocking his carry.
接下来让我们有請中路選手 in the mid lane Soldier.
Of Soldier and X1 are while they aren't gated by CF17, it really helps. And
接下来让我们有請射手選手 in the dual lane X1.
But yeah, if these carries want a chance to get up, oh wow, that wind up. X1 is ready.
最后有請輔助選手 and the support DY.
That's been one of the reasons why I'm starting to fall in love with this group of guys. X1, very energetic. Every game he brings the trash talk to a whole another level, right? The banter. Exactly, his energy is just out of this world. And the fact remains, he's like that
Manila
outside of the game, and then when
in the
it comes
solo
to
lane
inside of the game, the killers
in the jungle Chess,
will definitely
in
be
the
up
mid
there.
lane
In fact,
Helios,
dare
in the
say
dual
it,
lane Danny,
outside of
and
Soil,
support
I feel
Horizon.
like he's the best Dragon laner.
调度队伍现在已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入
right?
召唤峡谷。 All the
especially
players
inside.
getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
I feel like that there is a case to be made for X1. Being up there in the top echelons of that just laning prowess.
Exactly.
As you said, Saya, very, very good champion right now, but also he plays it incredibly well. Just he knows when to be safe and knows when to be aggressive, especially depending on his support. And DY as well has been really good at being an enabler for X1 as well. He's been playing Thresh, and you know, some of the kind of less conventional picks, like we saw Janna in the last game that they had against JDG come out, which, you know, in chatter support's not really a thing other than Sona at the moment. So it's something that this duo lane can bring out some surprises for Fennel.
Exactly. And Sona is definitely going to be the big pick all throughout the week. Right, so I think that you will be casting up until tomorrow, G10, and you'll be seeing a lot of bans on Sona. We were talking about it, right? Like just the fact that in CNRGs, in the rank games in CN servers, it's reaching, or it's peaking at 60% win rate. That just says one thing, dude.
That just says that she's gonna get nerfed next patch. But,
hopefully, right? Okay, so what if she doesn't?
What if they don't? What if it's intended? Well, then you just have a really strong enchanter support when you're up in a meta where, you know, engaged supports are all the rage, and that kind of throws a wrench in a lot of teams' plans when they're trying to ban out certain compositions, certain types of, you know, game plans. You really have to consider, is Sona going to fit into what my opponent is trying to play?
I'm waiting for the Sona Seraphine bot lane.
Yeah,
there's something about it I feel is going to be brought out, especially by the APAC. Invade maybe already have that as one of their potential cheese picks, because there's nothing to lose for them, right? Like they've been on a very long slump as we head over, I believe, on towards the ARM game, which is all about the Fiver side.
Sona, oh man, Sona on Earth. So now traditionally Sona has just been really insane in Aram, and now with Sputzo getting caught out immediately and just assassinated down. I don't think he was ready for that.
Yep, not it's definitely not ready for that. What do you call that again? It's not Undertow, right? It's Bone Skewer?
Bone Skewer, Undertow is his stun, his little dash, but Helios, speaking of, he did get Undertow, but now on the backside is SZY. He's going to get shock, command attack, not shockwave, but still a back and forth here. Fennel coming out on top so far, but with this snowball, that can change. DY trying to do something right there. As with his Undertow, really good, but Chaz, he's trying to get that one last auto attack onto X1. Helios will at least finish him off, but Danny's going to be the sacrificial lamb right there. J-Team coming out on top.
Hey G10, I'm going to reveal your League of Legends age. Remember the terms that is often used when it comes to the Yasuo combos? You know, the Keyblades. You still have it, remember?
Oh god.
That was a long time ago.
That is the ancient magics, my guy.
Wow, what a combo.
Oh wow, the triple last breath there from Helios, but unfortunately it wasn't really enough to change the outcome of this fight. Chaz being very aggressive. As we can see, oh my god, the flash dunk onto the Orianna, the Noxian Guillotine. Helios trying at least to get
another one.
But the double dunk coming in. I remember actually one time I was playing Aram, I got a almost a penta dunk. I got 4, but then my brother stole my last kill, so very unlucky. Arisen, though, he was hit by the snowball, but because he is Sona, he's gonna be able to heal up. Back up.
Yeah, and then there's that, I don't know what to call it, right? It's so off-putting, you know, calling it crescendo, that big disco ball that is coming out from Sona. But, you know, for the information of everybody, just now, in the most recent patch, there is a remake on towards Sona, specifically on crescendo. It's no longer that yellow wave that we often saw since Season 1 or Season 2 of League of Legends PC. It now looks like, you know, it looks like a Lux, Lux thing. And by the way, speaking of Lux,
yeah, the final spark getting at least 1 kill, but that is a lot of damage being laid down by Soldier, and then the ultimate from the Yumi setting up this team fight for, oh my god, a triple last breath once again, but Helios does not have enough damage at the moment, and Chaz was really at the backside of that fight, so Danny's going to get run down and spun on by SZY. Once again, the team fighting prowess of the CN Conference is showing.
Yep. Resets also. They have 2 champions that relies heavily on reset. In the Pike and the Darius. Exactly, plus the assassin. But again, the longer this ARAM game goes, it's going to be very beneficial towards Fennel. They're feeling it right now. Like, they just have the challenge and basically defend this tower. And the longer this game goes, again, it's going to be very beneficial, especially towards Sona, one of the best scaling supports that we have in the game right now.
Yeah, and also really, really good in ARAM just historically.
Exactly.
Ooh, Shockwave swing and a miss, but that's because they was already dead. DY trying to come in there. He's
That's
going
the
to get light
crescendo.
binding and immediately take it out. Yep, the crescendo doing a lot to save the team, so that will be a 2-for-1 special.
That's a
because
quadra.
CF17 was over there.
Oh!
Quadra, wasn't it? Ooh,
It's now a
pentakill!
penta. It's now a
It
penta,
was
and
a
I was,
pentakill.
I was waiting for the hexa.
That could have been a
could have been
hexakill, but
hexa.
Soldier was just a little bit too healthy, and now he's healthily taking down the team members of Battle one by one. Helios coming in on the back. Arisen will get dunked on once again. There is the exhaust last breath. No, not the last auto attack. Soldier will live with just a sliver of health.
Yeah. I don't think Chaz will be able to defend this tower. Calling. And of course, the Final Spark. Alright.
He at least gets Soldier with his culling, so he actually a successful defense on that tower by Chaz as well as Fells. But will this stasis actually save him? Yes, it will, because he's able to dash right out, get back to the healing spot, and this is the one of the reasons why Sona is really, really good, because she can just constantly heal the entire team in ARAM, just even without the use of the health font, so they can actually sustain even after losing quite a bit of health in these fights.
Exactly, and one of the bigger problems of Sona is mana, right? Like her mana pool is not really the best, and basically she spends a lot of mana whenever she does the piano thing.
Yep.
But it's not going to be a problem really in ARAM games.
Yeah, because there is that health font, but there is the dunk coming in. Already 3 members down for Fennel. Daddy is getting chased down. There's the bone skewer by DY. Great timing there, great aim from the Pike. Unfortunately, Danny will be able to get out. Not quite, because the arrest coming in from SZY to bring him all the way back. Now Helios at least trying to get this one kill. But look at that damage onto Chaz. As DY tries to go for an assassination, won't happen. But that is a lot of damage onto that second turret.
Double kill, Helios. That's a level 9 Yasuo, by the way, facing against a level 11 Zed. Not really a fair fight, especially with CF17 just attached onto the Zed, and wisely, Helios just backs away. I'm quite surprised that Soldier is already level 11 to the level 10 of Helios.
Speaking of Soldier, he's once again back in the fight. Oh, unfortunately, Daddy just shockwaved himself, but Soldier was already out of there. Look at the fancy feet on that Zed. Almost like, the legendary Faker outplay versus Ryu back in the day, back in like 2013. 10 years ago was when that legendary clip happened.
Really?
It was 10 or 11 years ago. Oh man, but unfortunately, DY just kind of setting himself up for failure there, dashing right into the light binder.
Right, okay, and then the defense continues for Fennel. They will be successful in doing so. X1 is here to provide some pokes. But yeah, just going back to that historic Faker versus Ryu. Did you know that there was a meme created in Korea? They say that Ryu dies every 5 seconds. Because of the amount of times that it has been replayed all throughout, the entire world.
What was that?
Exactly.
What was that? CF17, what an aggressive
good
push in
stasis.
with Soldier, as they do get 3 kills for themselves. Chaz, one more hit will do, as CF17 helps secure that. Well, he is just running around in cat form. He's not even attached to anybody, but that will be the ace there for J-Team. And with 6 seconds left on Danny, they can just wail on the turret. I think it's over. I think it's going to be J-Team picking the side.
Did not even reach the point where we saw the, we could have seen the full potential of the Sona being unlocked. Yeah, so again, Sona is going to be a very big topic that we will have moving forward for all throughout the day, and not just the day, right, but all throughout the week. If it gets selected, then we'll take the chance of trying to dissect Sona in a nutshell. And new graphics altogether, passive. We know the old passive where you have to select the chord that you will be playing to know the effect, and that's not going to be that's not going to be the case anymore because it was simplified to a point that just as long as you press 3 buttons in a row or three skills in a row, you will have that mini stun for your Sona. So it's definitely going to be a very exciting time to see all those enchanters, especially for Fennel. They still have Orthros, one of the best utility supports that we have in the country right now, but I'm not sure if he's going to see any playtime because Arisen has basically stolen his spot after 5 or 6 games heading into this season.
Yeah, and Horizon has really been doing well for Fennel so far. Although he is not really too much of a zone player from what we've seen, he really loves those engaged supports with a lot of Orin, a lot of Nautilus, and Gragas as well. Just Gragas being meta is a big thing for Fennel. They just love having that that bit of a setup and also the possibility of a disengage from the later phases of the game on Arisen. But on the other side, it's pretty much the same thing with J Team, especially with DY, although he does like to play those hook supports. Thresh, Nautilus, just really aggressive, getting a good position and towards the front of the fight, and then trying to get unengaged with just his hook.
Exactly, because one way to counter all these enchanters, right, is to get those hooks in. Right? Blitzcrank, Thresh.
Blitzcrank, please.
Okay, I'll check the stats and see if Blitzcrank has yet to be picked all throughout season 2. In season 1, there was a player that really loves this Blitzcrank. That was
Yami.
We saw a few Blitzcrank for season 2 already.
No, we saw a few back in season 1.
Season 1, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then season 2, we're about to see it for sure. Especially with Sona being prevalent, that's one way to counter the Sona for sure.
I hope so, because that is just a very fun champ to watch. But unfortunately, like without his hook, he's kind of just like a glorified minion, so we haven't really seen him all too much, I think at all, during season 2. So it still will be a focus on some of those engaged supports here, especially in the ban side. J-Team taking out Ornn, but because the red side is where Fennel will be starting, they have to start out banning those two very scary junglers. Three junglers.
So in the first pick, not gonna happen. It's DY. Still going over to his favorite pick. In fact, last season DY had a streak of 10 straight games of winning when using Gragas. So that's definitely one of his favorite champions. And it's not going to be a surprise if he locks it in, or J-Team locks it in for him. On the other side though, for Fennel, they do have the luxury to still hold off in picking the Sona. They will most likely go for the Camille, which is our most picked champion, by the way. After checking the stats that is presented, of course, by Liquipedia. They had the stats there, and yeah, you're seeing right now that 27% with 68% pick rate. That's 100, I think, close to 100% relevance, right? Like,
I think it's like 98.
98? Yeah.
98% for Camille. But yeah, very, very prevalent champion here. Going to be paired up with the Vlad. So we have a very high damage solo lane setup for Fennel. Camille definitely can duel even against a Renekton.
Xayah.
Yeah, the Xayah once again for X1 is one of those champions that he really, really likes. Very, very comfortable on this champion, especially because he knows exactly where to go in and he knows exactly how to get out of sticky situations.
Exactly, and often gets banned against him. It's a case of him being too good that he warrants a ban from the other teams that we've seen facing against him. In fact, it's all the CN teams really respects his Xayah by a whole lot, and that's because he has this history of winning the lane so hard to a point that there's no coming back, right? Like, I remember the first time I saw this guy, it was against G2 Blacklist, and there was at one point they had a 5-0 kill lead in the bot lane, and at that point it's Jover, right? Like, there's nothing that you can do at that point.
Did you know that the It's Jover meme? I actually didn't know where it came from, but it came from a picture of Joe Biden. So there's
really?
So yeah. So there's the meme where it's over, it's so over, we're so back. It was it's Jover, we're so Barack, and I was just like, oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do follow a lot of Western influencers, especially on the TFT scene, and
Yeah,
that's often
I love soju.
exactly. K3 soju is like my spirit animal. In fact, if he ever visits the Philippines, I will pay a good amount of money to see the guy. I don't know why.
Just to hang out with a guy. Yeah, dude, I feel you. I'm the same way with like I think Box. I
Really?
love Box way back
Oh.
when he was a
Riven,
player. I
one
was trying to
trick?
get into Riven.
Yeah.
But now he's a TFT streamer, and I'm like, my boy. But getting back to where we are now, man, CF17 on the Lee Sin, that is a scary proposition.
Exactly.
And I think Chaz being left out to be the last pick here is a pretty good
Yeah.
tactic by Fennel so that they can,
Wow.
pick up something that can go up against the Lee Sin, which
Riven.
if he picks up Riven, we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
But if he picks up Riven in the jungle, you know that Chaz has something up his sleeve.
It's all about carrying the team, willing the team into a victory. Now, the more surprising factor in all the drafts here by Fennel is the Jhin. Right? Like,
Oh yeah.
is this? Wait, I will be checking the records and see if this is going to be the
This
first
might
time.
be.
Pretty sure if it's not the first time, it will only be you can easily count it by hand. The number of times that Jhin gets picked up, and the main reason why I
Well-
love Jhin for Fennel is because one of their primary shot callers is Danny, and one way to signal a team fight that will begin or that is about to start is by using the curtain call. I really
Yeah,
think
just
that
opening up.
exactly right. Like it signals the fight. All right, it's ready, get set, go. I guess or how do you call it again in FGC? Ready, fight.
Depends on the game. Depends on the game.
Project L. If
for Project
if you
L,
are to guess,
dude,
if you are to guess.
That'd be something crazy, like I don't know, red champions ready or something, and then fight. But
yeah.
I feel like looking at what we've seen in the season, Jhin has only been picked 3 times.
Wow.
This is the 4th time Jhin has been picked up. 4.
Wow.
And for the only other time he's been picked by somebody else was by you in. I think it was EDG versus who was that?
Wow.
EDG versus OMG. So that's the only other person who's ever picked him. The other 2 times that Jhin has been picked has been by Danny. So this man does love his Jhin.
Exactly, and one way to really maximize Jhin as a champion is if you go for early trades. It's one of those champions that has a decent amount of burst, as well as having that crowd control coming in from the Deadly Flourish. That was a very interesting trade-off in the mid lane. That was sacrificing his very own tempo just to make sure that Helios will have the advantage here in the early stages, but it's not that big of an advantage. I feel that momentum or that tempo being lost on Chaz will definitely benefit CF17, especially that he's on the Lee Sin. Exactly. Yeah, we'll have to closely monitor how this Corki is going to progress. But you look at CF17, he's here already.
Oh, speaking of being here already, Arisen is going to get brought down to the ground, and they're looking for another
Helios.
kill onto Chaz. Maybe he's trying to get out.
Oh!
He will be able to get out of there as Helios is doing the damage onto the front line with his transfusions, with his I don't think I've seen him sanguine pool yet. But J-Team with a very aggressive push into the jungle, getting that first blood. But at least it was a one.
And Chaz also channeling his inner box, right? Doing a very quick wall hop just to escape death in general. And this is what we were talking about, right? Like that tempo delay, because of Chaz helping, it allowed CF17 to play aggressive, especially on the Lee Sin. But Fennel did sacrifice a couple of their minions on towards their laners to really help out and make sure that this blue buff will not be stolen. And it ended as a 1-for-1, so no one is really at a big advantage. One thing that I would definitely point out is that's an overall still a positive for Fennel because that's them helping out their carry in the ribbon.
Yeah, because Chaz definitely is going to try to be the carry right here.
Right.
But CF17, he is going to be as annoying as
Exactly.
possible. Look at that. Not even killing the final Raptor. He's just like, you know what? That's yours. I'm going to be as annoying as
Okay.
possible. But yeah, and getting the vision of Chaz there in that bush as well is
Right.
pretty good for JP just to have that little bit of information. Soldier
Possible
looking
dive.
for the gank here. The dive is going to happen. Danny is defenseless and he will get recalled right there. Soldier gets well no, it was actually grab that second. Wow, my god. They just bursted him down. Helios, no chance there whatsoever. 3 kills for 1 for JT.
That's the best possible combo to do against the Vladimir, making sure that he doesn't have any chance to react. And this is mainly the reason why J-Team is pretty much a team that is super confident in picking up the Xayah for X1. Because when he gets his hands on towards the Xayah, the win lane, win game, win condition will definitely be there for J-Team.
Yep.
And you look at the lead that they were able to get here in the bot side, we have to remember that, during that early skirmish around the blue buff, there are some minions that was basically denied by J-Team. And yeah, this is why you have to respect X1. His play, especially during the laning phase, is one of the best right now in the tournament.
He definitely is, and with the tools that he has and the advantages that he has
Another one.
been given now. Oh god, CF17 trying to go for the gank there. He tried to go for the Sonic Wave,
Wow.
the Dragon's Rage, but Helios, the Sanguine Pool
Wow.
at the exact right moment will be keeping him safe. But that does mean the J-Team can aggress here because they know that Helios won't be able to respond. So you can see Chaz already getting picked on in his own jungle. They're trying to steal his blue buff.
Oh no. And you hate to see this if you're Chaz or if you're a fan of Fennel in general, but I did not know it was possible. Did you see that interaction about, wait, hang on, curtain call, and that's going to delay DY?
Yeah, but it's not going to actually result in all too much because CF17 is just going to back in that Dragon Pit, or he's just going to go start the... This is really risky for him. He gets flash and then depth charge dredge
Jungler
line.
down.
They found the jungler, they found the greed on CF17 and they will punish it. That means this should be a pretty free dragon, but J-Team, they are still going to try to fight with. They have a lot of poke from Soldier, from X1.
Wow.
There's a Feather Storm just to dodge out of the dredge line, but the package has been delivered now. Chaz getting very low. He's not actually even able to smite the dragon. J-Team steals it and takes the life, and now SDY and DY are here. They're going to wreak havoc. Arisen nowhere to go, but back to base. The expedited back there. 2 more kills for J-Team, and they're able to secure that objective. They're going for the Rift Herald now.
Yeah, the power of Corki immediately magnified and immediately felt here by the Fennel members. Just one package was able to at least get that objective over towards them, and that's a 2-for-2 special in the first 5 minutes of this game. We'll look into that replay once again. I'm not 100% sure as to what happened here. It is the damage over time coming in from the package. How is that even possible? It's... oh, man. Like, okay, that's very unfortunate. But then again, you still have to give credit towards the members of J-Team. They know what to do at the exact moment. Throwing that explosive cast basically bursted down Chaz, and that means that there is no smite to really convert or to really execute that dragon. And again, with a very well-placed Valkyrie / package, it was a converted objective towards the side of J-Team.
Man, I feel like, Chaz might not have had smite available there because that dragon got really, really low before, he got explosive charge, or explosive cast. And he wasn't able to smite it down, so that was kind of a big loopy if he did have smite up. So I'm thinking he didn't have it up. But good on J-Team for recognizing that, even without their jungler, they could still fight. They were still in a very powerful position. Speaking of a powerful position, they are going to aggress once again. Arisen has been caught out. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb here. Another kill for the Caps of J-Team, and they are going to extend their lead. 6,500 now.
And starting to really be worse and worse for Fennel. You look at J-Team now. They have opened up map especially with the Infernal map, it's a lot easier to really check all those possible entry points on towards the jungle. Now J-Team has basically owned the blue quadrant of Fennel. That's like 3 times in a row that they did go for the dive. Now J-Team on the top side this time.
They could look for the dive, but there are 3 members. They could also just try to go for the scene. Danny is going to be coming up. He's going to have Curtain Call available. So that could be a way to stop this from happening. But J-Team, you can see with the lead that they have, they are just putting insane pressure on Fennel. And Fennel cannot do anything but react.
Is this just for wave clearing purposes? And you look at DY's IQ, dude, like he just body blocked all those bullets.
Yeah, and he had damage reduction on while he was doing it, and because of that, you know, Fennel had to defend that top lane turret. You saw a CF17 just in the jungle stealing resources once again, just making sure that Chaz doesn't get anything for free.
That's a big gap. That's a big gap all across the board. You look at a 2k gap for X1, 1.7k gap for the Lee Sin. And you know, whenever you see this big of a lead at 8 minutes and 30, one would say it's already a GG go next angle, but
it's over.
It's over indeed. But we'll have to wait. You know, Fennel is known to be that team that will not go down without a fight, especially with Helios and Chaz's connection. Those AoE skills, once they perfectly combine their skills onto towards a team fight, and the keyword there is, of course, perfectly, they will have a good chance.
They might have gotten a perfect catch here onto SCY, except Soldier was there to keep him safe and do a lot of damage. That is a huge Lee Sin or Dragon's Rage to deliver Danny to the hands of his team. And on the backside, look at that exhaust onto Spells. Chaz is able to get away, but just narrowly. Spells will not be able to, though. And even though SCY went down, look at where Helios is now, has to flash out just to be safe. X1 incredibly huge on this Saya.
They initiated the pickoff and ended it all with a 2 basically body down to the side of Fennel, and this is the power of the rotations coming in from J-Team. Plus the items advantage that they have. They do have the luxury of, you know, having enough time. By the way, CF17 is just how should we call it? TikToking right now? Because he's really putting on a highlight reel. He's jumping,
he's harvesting those clips, man.
Exactly.
He's clip farming right now for his TikTok or whatever social media that he has. He's like, oh, look at this insane play that I just pulled off. I traveled like 500 miles with the W and with the safeguard and then the Sonic Wave to get an insane Dragon's Rage. Just Lee Sin clips, man, and that is absolutely insane that he can do that without any repercussions here.
Yeah, something that I wish I can do as well. I haven't had a chance to really compile my own clips, especially, you know, with my special hands, I guess, special fingers.
Special fingers. Come on, man, you're not giving yourself enough credit. I'm sure you have like, you know, you definitely have some clips that you're like, oh man, that
on the Garen for sure.
I think, yes, spin a win, baby.
This is definitely going to be a very big hole that Fennel will have to climb back from. That's 10k already. That's almost 1k per minute, and that's definitely not a good sign. SCY, good exhaust coming in from Danny.
Yeah, but Danny, he does not have a lot of mobility. Arisen on the backside tried to, you know, look for something here to disrupt from the back, but I think he's just going to once again be a sacrificial lamb, beating X1 once again. It is not looking all too good for Fennel, especially in the bot lane side. Danny and Arisen have just been gapped so hard again and again. And now Soldier in a 1v1, mid laner versus mid laner, he just absolutely demolishes Helios, even through the transfusions, even through the Hemo Plague. DY trying to get him, but it will be X1 to finish him off. Just being there at the right place at the right time to clean things up.
Yeah, that's 2 kills in a row. The X1 did have the last hit against the opponent. I wonder what his score line is right now, because you're looking at Soldier. He's currently nursing a 0 kill Corki, but has the 10 assists, right? Like, that's the thing.
0 kills.
Zero kills. This is what happens, right? To the best of us, you know. Our team is rolling, and then you look at the scoreboard, and hey, I wonder what happened.
I'm not doing too well, but at least somebody's carrying, and X1 is just 100% carrying. If
Right.
I don't think anybody can 1v1 this Saya at the moment.
4-0
or
and 3.
even 2v1. 4-0 and 3. Actually, the kills are dispersed pretty well across the team of J Team. I thought it would be like a lot more focused on X1.
Yeah, the kill participation is definitely not there. At least the highest kill participation guy, of course, as expected, is going to be DY on the Gragas with 8 of the kills out of the 11. Being present for the Gragas as a score sheet. But yeah, all things considered, it's pretty much a walk in the park for J Team right now. Like the only thing that they have to do is to secure objectives left and right. If it comes down to a final team fight, I believe that this amount of lead is close to insurmountable. They cannot even kill SZY, right? Like they went for a pincer movement on towards this Renekton, and the Renekton just basically showed them his boss.
But speaking of the Renekton, he will get Hextech ultimatum. Will
No
go
follow-up.
golden into the stasis, but the follow-up, it really isn't there. It's just Arisen. Spells does not have enough damage by a long shot. And that just means that J Team will start a Baron. They saw 2 members down there. They're like, alright, let's do this. And they're going to kick Helios out. He's just gone
X1 is dead.
immediately. Oh, X1's down actually. So this could be an opening for
Wait.
Final. Chaz comes in. Can he seal it? No, he won't. Because CF17 at least is able to secure that. But this could be a big mistake for J Team as they get cleaned up. 3 kills already. DY on the backside. He's going to have to flash out of there. But Fennel, even though they didn't secure the Baron, were able to get 3 kills for themselves.
Yeah, nice try still for Chaz and trying to steal away that Baron. Then again, we are already playing in a patch in where all those kills on towards all the members that does have the Baron buff will still respawn with it intact. So it's not really going to be a big punishment altogether. One would say that, at least with all those kills, Fennel was able to minimize the goal lead. But if you look at the goal chart right now, it's still 9k. It's still very much favoring J Team. And again, the Baron being present to all members of J Team will allow them to pressure all lanes possible and get the soul.
Yeah, it is just Ocean Soul now for J Team for free. That dragon just melted. X1, he's incredibly fed and just demolished that Drake. And now, with all the buffs on their side, I don't think J Team has actually missed a single objective yet. Fennel, they have to kind of just stay in the base. They have to defend from there, and that is not really a wave clear AD carry. So Jin just cannot handle this all too much. So they have to risk a lot just trying to clear those waves, and you can see how much damage they're taking just from the poke from Soldier and X1.
And they also have the perfect soul available, with it being the Infernal Soul, actually, not the Ocean. Yeah, I know it's confusing because it's basically so different from League of Legends.
Yeah,
PC.
I've got League of Legends PC brain right now.
I know.
I've been playing quite a bit of it.
It's fine. It's also good time to explain to our viewers that basically the soul is dependent on what map it is. Currently in the Wild Rift, and if you're seeing the Infernal map, yeah, it is the Infernal Soul, and you will see lots of explosive damage coming in from J Team. With the amount of lead that they have, it's basically a done deal right now. Like J Team, they cannot penetrate through. Yeah, you would have to tip your hat over to Fennel and putting up a very good defense, but this lead, it's not going to dwindle down. This 10k gold lead that J Team is nursing right now is just even be more magnified by the fact that they have the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, 10.9, 10.8. J Team just crossing their T's, dotting their I's, looking for the perfect way to end this game, because Fennel definitely are punching. They're punching up right now. If they win a fight, it's because J Team made a mistake, and not because Fennel are actually, competitive in that fight. It's because J Team would make a mistake, but speaking of mistakes being made by J Team, SEY getting caught out here could be one. They have to dive from under turrets. So many resources invested onto that 1 kill, but now DY is here with explosive cast onto 3. They at least get that tower, and now they're gonna focus onto DY. But CF17 comes in with a great Dragon's Rage, but the stasis was there, as
Is
you
this a
said.
penta?
And now X1 can get into the fray, and he's going to Feather Storm in. He's going to to look for more kills. But he's going to get shut down, actually.
Wait.
That might have been the mistake that the Fennel needed. Helios got that kill, got that shutdown. But now they're on to Soldier. And Soldier is still incredibly scary. He's still a quirky, so he does a lot of damage. It is going to still be an ace for J-Team.
That's a lot closer than I expected, but yeah, sure, right. Like J-Team was technically late to the party, and had it been that, you know, the goal lead is not as big, Fennel really did the right play there. And I remember there was a game that they were able to win a skirmish in the bot lane, and I think the J-Team will just basically end this game right here, right now.
Yeah, I think that's it's a done deal. There's not enough time.
No minions.
Oh yeah, that's no minions. I thought they would sacrifice some of the Gragas health on DY to keep the minions alive for another few seconds or so, because that definitely could have been the win if they kept those minions alive. But that's fine, because Elder Drake and Baron are both up, and J-Team, they could just go for these final objectives.
Yeah. And you did say about, you know, Fennel winning only if J-Team commits a grave mistake. I feel that they will also be able to win this if God is with them, I guess. You know, because Miracle is definitely a need right now as EY.
Yeah, once again, he's caught out alone, but can they...
Wait!
Yeah, they actually finish him off. Helios is starting to scale up. He's doing a lot of damage, but on the backside, Danny's dead, and so is Arisen. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 4 in this Dragon Dance. I think J-Team is just going to start it up. They have X1 and Soldier to melt it down along with CF17. Chaz has to pull off a ridiculous miracle steal to be able to, you know, claw this back. So let's see if he's able to do it. Oh, that's a little bit too early, buddy. And now he's going to be the target here. Has to get out of that pit, and he's trying to get back in. But look at the control by J-Team on this Dragon Pit. They don't want Chaz anywhere near it. They're just going to secure it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, it's so easy to secure it, especially with the damage threat coming in from Exxon. And this is just all for formality. The Elder Dragon Execute will join the parade here of J-Team, and that should do it. By the way, that was that was still a very, I would say, close fight altogether, right? Like,
It was
exactly right. Like Fennel is finding this fights that I thought was not possible, right? And you still have to give it up credit.
Oh, that is a great pick. An amazing explosive cast to isolate Arisen. Unfortunately, he had status and the flash, so you're going to get out of there. But Fennel, they're still putting up a little bit of a fight here. They, unfortunately, will not be able to fight for all too long as the Nexus goes down. That's going to be the first game for J-Team.
Yep. J-Team, again, with one mission in mind, and that is to get themselves onto the playoffs. Right? Like, with all the changes in their roster, all things considered, they are still the number 2 team in the CN conference last season, and the goal is for them to have a repeat performance of that. And the only way for them to do that is to get themselves on towards the playoffs. And you know, getting that 1 win against Fennel, at least they're 1 win away, in at least having a separation against the other 3 that they're tied with.
Yeah, and with that being said, that is a really good start for J-Team if they want to keep their playoffs hopes alive. Because, well, that was such a convincing game. Basically, from the first few minutes, they already had the lead, and they just kind of ran away with it. There really wasn't a lot of fight that Fennel put up, except in those later phases when they were starting to scale up. They were starting to, you know, try to pick off SZY again and again. But then when they were trying to do that, the rest of J-Team just kind of went to the other parts of the map and picked off the other members of Fennel.
And again, regardless of how good you are when it comes to team fighting, late game team fighting, yada yada yada, there is still what we call resources, right?
Yeah.
Basically, the amount of resource gap that the team had at that point, you know, Fennel was facing at that point was too big of a gap that even if they play it perfectly, they might still end up losing. And that's what happened there. That's what happened there, right? Like, they played those late game team fights in a way, in a manner that I thought was not possible. They were making Miracle work, doing a very good job in controlling all those late game team fights. But at the end of the day, all things considered, numbers are numbers, and numbers don't lie. Basically, they have, you know, you look at the top left-hand side of the screen, G10. Do you see all those drawings in there? That's a lot of the objectives.
That is all the objectives. Herald, 4 Drakes, actually technically 5 because they did they only got 1 Elder Drake, my bad. So 4 Drakes and the Baron. Did they get the Baron twice? No, I think they just got the Elder Drake and then ended. So every objective in this game was secured by J-Team. They did take a little bit longer to finish off the game, but they really wanted to make sure that Fennel, didn't capitalize on any of their mistakes. So they didn't risk going for an early end when they knew that they had full control of the game and they could just bring it to its natural conclusion.
It's a good indication of J-Team remaining disciplined and, being reminded of what is at stake in this particular game. Although they are against one of the lower end teams from the APAC region, the goal remains the same, and that is for them to be part of the playoffs. X1, very good on the Zaya, as we did say. It's very well documented that his Zaya is definitely one of the favorite picks. But unlocking it all and making sure that Soldier and X1 would enjoy the advantages that they were able to get early game, it's CF17 on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, he will be the MVP because of the way that he basically gimped Chaz from pretty much the first few minutes, stealing resources away any moment that he could, and of course setting up those big plays for his laners, for X1 to get big, for Soldier to get a lot of damage. So, big props to CF17 for seeing that Riven pick and saying, you know what, I'm not gonna make me useless for the rest of the game.
Exactly, but that's just game number 1. We are going to enter a very short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Alright, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. After a convincing game 1, it's now J Team that are at match point. Can they secure this, or will Fennel bring something out and bring us to game number 3? Let's see as we get into the next stage of this match.
Yeah, it's Fennel with nothing to lose, and J Team with pretty much everything on the line. You know, the desperation will definitely kick in, and we saw how methodical J Team played that game number 1. They basically made it a point that Fennel will stand no chance. Especially you look at that early game, that performance in the bot lane by J Team was out of this world, and immediately that gets respected here by Coach Kaigu from Fennel, banning away the Xayah of X1.
I mean, they should have done that from the first game, I think, because I feel
So
like they were
good,
just.
yeah.
He's really good. It's one of his comfort picks, and you really do have to put some respect on that lane. But they were a little bit too intimidated by the possibility of CF17 picking up that Aatrox that they really over prioritized that ban, I feel.
The only concern I do have is, okay, fine, he banned away the Xayah, but how about the Lucian? Or like Tristana, I can live with. At least, Tristana is not a champion that will dominate at the early stages of the laning phase. But if J Team gets their hands on towards the Lucian, that's going to be a big problem. Another thing that they got here in the banning phase for Fennel is to take away the Gragas of DY, and immediately by picking the Ornn, at least that's one half of the power supports that we do have here in the bot lane. But is it the time for J Team to unlock the Sona is the question.
I feel like if there was ever a game to do it, now would be the time for J Team, just because number 1, Sona's really strong. Number 2, they don't really have a lot of I don't think they have games on Sona yet, so this would be a good, not quite a practice round, but a great way to kind of see how
Exactly.
she fits within their team when they are up 1-0. But they will be picking up once again the Renekton for SDY and the Corki for Soldier here. Meanwhile, Aatrox this time for Chaz and a Zoe for Helios will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's one of the ways to at least still be flexible. They can put Danny on the Zoe and have Helios play the Corki. Sorry, play the Lucian against the Corki, because that's one way to do it. Now the Lee Sin is going to be locked in here for CF17, and immediately they are taking away the Lucian, which is one of the marksmen that you can still play in the mid lane, just trying to take away the flexibility overall here by Fennel, and takes also another marksman that you can play in the mid lane. So now it's pretty much a done deal that Danny has to play a marksman here in the bot lane. Only question is, what will be that marksman? Because I feel that if you're a J Team, you can put X1 on a Tristana and never go punished.
Yeah, I feel like Tristana would be a really good scaling pick here for X1, especially with a Rakan.
Oh wow.
I feel like a Rakan just kind of enables that aggressive playstyle a little bit more and gives Tristana a lot more leeway in the early game. But it remains to be seen, because it does seem like they're leaving that final AD's Dragon Laner pick for the last. And they want to see first what Fennel are going to pick up.
Perfect.
And a Sivir is really good here for Danny.
This is a perfect composition if you are to ask me for Fennel. Right? Like, they have 3 power picks in the Sivir, Ornn, and Aatrox. Whenever they decide to have a team fight, if all their ultimates are available, it's so easy for them to execute and rush them down, basically. That's the goal. And they are going to top it all off with a Chazix. Wow, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So this is going to be Fennel saying that, hey, you know what, we are to use all our best picks possible against J Team. That if ever that this will be the last game of Fennel for the year 2023, at least they were able to use all their quote-unquote trademark picks. Now Irelia is going to be the surprise pick here by J Team.
So Irelia in the mid lane, most likely. Yeah, against a Zoe. Now, that can lead to some problems for Soldier in the early game, but if he's able to, call CF17 over, get that gank over onto Helios, gap him a little bit, that, it really becomes very scary as the game goes on.
Exactly. One of the champions that, if allowed to scale well into the late game, will have very big potential. One of the champions that does have an AoE stun, the Equilibrium Strike basically, or the Flawless Duet. Equilibrium Strike is from long ago. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's called Flawless Duet now, guys. So that's the old.
Now you're showing your age.
Yeah, because I used to main the old WRL-A. There was one time in my life that in the span of like 2 consecutive weeks that I'm playing just one champion, and that was the WRL-A back in the day.
Hey man.
Yeah, but
I played like one champion for how long? For 5 straight years.
and that is
That was Udyr. Just straight up an
Oh,
Udyr
Gates.
main for like D Gates, man. I'm still sad that he's not in Wild Rift yet, but when he does get in there, you know that I'm gonna be spamming that in rank, no matter how good he is.
I think he's going to be very strong, similar to how Hecarim is here in Wild Rift. That I feel that Wild Rift is technically built for the Hecarim. Enough mobility, does have AoE damage, and is also very tanky. All those bruiser builds. It's definitely going to benefit. All the fast champions that we have in the game. So Udyr is definitely going to be a very big champion to see. If that ever shows up by the year of 2024.
Fingers crossed, right? Please. I would love it, personally. But yeah, bring Gates to Wild Rift. But right now, we can see J-Team, they are having a little bit of a slightly rough time against Danny, because Sivir just does a lot of very safe poke from a distance. And Arisen being really aggressive with that headbutt, going right in, but DY says, you know what, I'm going to go entrance here, and we're going to actually get the first blood onto Danny. The target focus from J-Team is impeccable, and they did not respect the Corki burst that can come even from level 2.
J-Team is really a very strong team, especially here in the bottom lane, right? They know what to do at any given moment. Now Spells is going to get dove here by CF17.
Yep, and one after the other, the table seem to turn here for the side of J-Team. They are just giving everything that they got, but DY may have stayed a little bit too long there. At least there's a little bit of a revenge kill for Fennel. Great catch there by Arisen and Danny.
The top side is pretty much a disaster at this point. Arisen, can they do it against X1?
Yeah, they will go for it. Chaz trying to get the kill for himself, but it will be given over to Danny. And they perfectly juggle the aggro so that Arisen doesn't die, Chaz doesn't die, and they're able to get some plates here. A great start of a comeback here in the bot lane for Fennel.
Exactly, and unlocking the first kill on towards the Kha'Zix is definitely going to be a positive point. So it's a tale of two, I would say, two sides. Because we look into this engage by Fennel, last possible second, DY got interrupted, and basically that's the worst possible way to exit, or to the worst thing that could happen to you as a Rakan. There's no one to battle dance to, and basically still very squishy at that point. CF17 level 5.
He's looking for at least one Dragon's Rage here. He's going to be going on to Risen, but no, he actually is able to get out of the way, but not quite fast enough because Soldier was there. A 4-man dive onto the bot lane turret will net them 1 kill, and Fennel was not fast enough to actually respond.
Yeah, but that's just 1 kill, no tower plate whatsoever. They can still do it though. However, Sivir is one of the best, if not the best marksman when it comes to wave here.
CF17? Almost got caught by Chaz. The isolation from Kha'Zix, incredibly strong. Lots of damage. There's Sleepy Trouble Bubble to kind of a little bit. CF17 just hang on for dear
Yeah.
life by that boomerang blade, but at least Danny was able to get that kill. Here's
Wait.
Call of Force got swing and a miss. Arisen was not able to actually finish that off. Chaz, can he at least smite him down? No, it will be Danny who gets that
flash
kill.
for
Another
Chaz.
kill for Danny, and now the Sivir is getting pretty fed. Soldier will take Chaz down there, but Danny is alive and unharmed.
That's 2 ganks in a row here in the bottom lane. They really want to play around Danny.
No,
Wow.
he's gonna get harmed as the exhaust comes out. Soldier just trying to delay that back, tried to get that kill, but Danny was a little bit too quick on the trigger there.
Yeah, especially, by the way, just saving his life right then and there. And we'll look into this replay once again. Now that caught off. By the way, this is what really is confusing. Oh, okay, that's Horizon just missing his mark. But I don't think, that was really a big problem because he was still able to take the aggro for himself. The positive point for JT is a shutdown kill on towards the Kha'Zix was handed over to the Irelia, which is Soldier, which is definitely one of the win conditions by J-Team as well. We did talk about, Irelia as being one of the best late game champions in the game. And so far, so good for her.
So far, so good so far for Soldier. And, having Soldier perform as well, Helios really hasn't been able to be part of these kills. Is really going to benefit J-Team as the game goes on because he's going to be able to dive in onto those squishier targets. Danny and Helios have to be very wary of where that Irelia is and their positioning in regarding her. Maybe even pop the on the hunt to get away from the Irelia diving in.
Yeah, are you seeing this, G10? 4-1-1 for Danny. He is above in gold against one of the best dragon laners that we have from the CN conference. X1 does have the package though.
He does have the package, and it's going to be a dragon fight here. Arisen might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew there. He's the one who's going to get a rat entrance, and he's the one who's going to be focused on. There's no full Call of Forge God available now for Fennel, and they're one man down. So, can they actually fight this Drake, or will Chaz just try to jump in and steal it? They're actually gonna go on to Soldier, but the stun off to Chaz. That's going to be a bug that's stomped on right there. The cockroach has been eliminated.
Spells!
But Spells coming in real clutch there. Gets one kill. He's in the world ender mode, but so is SEY. He's in dominance, and he's gonna go on to Daddy. Daddy has to flash out, and he will live, but just barely. At least that drag has been stopped. Soldier very low, has to back out. Helios now trying to get a little bit of getting into this fight as he does get a sleeping trouble. Bubble misses the Battlestar though. Spells is in there like swimwear. He's in the mix, but he's going to get taken out of the mix by X1.
Right, okay, that's a wide miss by Helios, and that may have just won it for JT, but it's not yet over, DY.
It really isn't, because DY is back in the fight and he's going to find Arisen once again. The Ornn cannot do anything when he's CC chained like that. And they're still going to go on to SCY there. Okay, at least the Kha'Zix W was able to secure that, but it really looked dicey there, but it's going to look even dicier because DY has found a catch once again onto Helios. Danny now in a lot of danger as Soldier just shreds his health bar, uses the ultimate to finish him off, but Spells and Chaz are there as well. Can Chaz actually get out of here? He jumps out. He's going to use the blast code to get at least a little bit of distance. Can he actually evade J-Team? They know he's there, and the Rift Herald is going to be there. This is just a non-stop fight. There's a Call of the Forge God once again, and it will at least be the Rift Herald secured by J-Team. And whew, that was just like a minute of non-stop fighting.
Yeah, it was a very long skirmish between the two teams, but in the end, J-Team was still able to bag whatever they wanted in this Wild Rift map. You're seeing, two objectives heading over to them. Breaks of the game, I would say, and again, just being able to recognize what to do at any given moment. You have to give credit on towards their support. DY has been on a tear in making things happen for J-Team regardless of the advantage that Danny and company was able to get in the bot lane.
Yeah, because DY, whenever he gets back into lane, he just immediately goes for that grand entrance. Even if he has a quickness, goes for the quickness, trying to pick off anybody. But speaking of getting picked off, there is a Dominus in CF17 with the Dragon's Rage. Spells will not be able to take all of that damage as he falls to another dive there in the top lane.
Yeah, it's the best and easiest to execute combo, two-man combo on the top side, rather, especially if you are the Renekton. You only have to do one thing, and that's to lock down the opponent, and the Lee Sin will do the rest. Now here in the bottom lane, Chaz and Danny won't be able to find the kill against X1. Meanwhile, on the top side, the first tower has been broken here by J-Team, and that's another advantage to them.
Oh, X1 once again getting picked on by Danny. At this point, the Sivir is going to be the saving grace for Fennel. As you know, he's just got incredibly fed, especially against X1, who did pick up that 40, which we really thought was going to be going into the mid lane, but it does seem like he's not having a good time here.
Yeah, it's not his best champion. It's not his best performance so far. And again, one of the things that you have to consider when playing the 40 is, yeah, sure, your package is a very big tool to use when it comes to team fighting, but you also put yourself in a very bad position. Now, X1, by the way, this is Chaz just showing that his senses is just out of this world. He had no vision, so he had zero reason to do what he did. Like, he used his Void Assault to go into the bush, but that's his genius, that's his mechanics on the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, he was not in, but unfortunately his mechanics and his instincts will not be able to save him from 3 men just laying on the burst, because at the end of the day, Kha'Zix is still a very squishy champion.
Got splatted, and now DY? Oh no!
Yeah, DY a little bit more, I think, could have been done there by Fennel, but CF17 will be exhausted. Danny's able to get out of there. Soldier's now in the mix. He will be able to get the stun out to the Arisen, but they are just trying to put a lot of pressure so they can take that tower. Helios has not really been present in these fights. He's always been a little bit late, and that Zoe really needs to step up to try to get into those fights. But speaking of fights, once again, Feltz onto SCY.
No
this time Chaz is trying to make his way downtown, as Feltz and SCY are still duking it out. Actually, SCY just running away, just straight up running away from Spelts.
And SCY did not even bother flashing in return of the flash that was invested by Spelts. Just recognizing that there is no way that this Aatrox will be able to kill the Renekton, especially without the Umbral Chains that will pull him back. And yeah, what a statement here by J Team. They're still in the lead, even though X1 is not, you know, up to par or up to his standards. By the way, ZY is going to get aggressed on here, but again, having that flash earlier did save his life.
It really did. But speaking of life saving, I feel like Fennel can use a little bit of life saving on their own. They're trying to do the same thing that J Team was doing in the bot lane and putting a lot of pressure onto this top lane right now. SCY gonna be the first one to go in there, but as soon as they see DY, it's a retreat. They had to pop on the hunt to get out of there safely as X1 and DY are trying to go for them. Oh god, from the backside, Helios actually once again a little bit late to the fight, and he will be picked off immediately, but CF17 was picked off by Chaz there as well. Now Soldier going crazy onto the members of Fennel, already gotten a couple of kills himself, so that'll be a 3-for-1 exchange in favor of JT.
That was so quick, and again, Helios did have zero contribution. He got caught out of position by Soldier, and I believe that was CF17 as well, helping Soldier getting that assassination on towards the mid laner. And now another positive point for J Team. They're setting their sights over towards the Infernal Dragon, and Chess is here though, so there's still a potential contest. Can he do it?
Not quite a contest, as he's a little bit too far in X1 DY. They're just guarding that blast cone. They did go for the Void Assault, but he's facing a lot of damage just trying to get into that pit with, you know, all the poke that X1 is laying down.
Oh, okay.
But that dive once again. What will be... Actually, that wasn't a dive. He's just trying to take the tower. And Danny Spelts were there to deny that tower.
Are they going for a Baron? Okay, so this is a 12-minute Baron, and immediately got scouted here by CF17. If they get ahead of CF17, sure, this Dragon, or this Baron could be on the Fennel side. Oh!
Speaking of CF17, he gets knocked up, has to flash out, call the Forge God coming in, and won't even be reaching the horn. He was running too far away, Arisen was, and the Spells has to run away as well. On the Hunt has been popped, and they will get out of there safely. But J-Team, you can see how aggressive they are. They're going to go for that 12-minute Baron right now. Can Fennel actually go for the big contest? Yes, they're trying to. With Spells and already in there. They've taken out CF17. Can they get Chaz in there? Can they get the smite? Who's actually got it? The kill onto...
Fennel got it!
It was Daddy! Let's go! Fennel got it! They did have the big capitalization. The greed from J-Team to go for that Baron.
Yeah, they saw Chaz on the bot lane, and immediately their response was to basically take down the Baron, but they did not respect the Zoe. You cannot do that against the Zoe. And, you know, one immediate burst now, Fennel is in the lead, and they're taking down towers one by one.
Oh, let's go. Fennel have turned this game quite around.
Wait,
SCY
Danny!
with his dominance coming in. Danny got caught out very hard there. And now Helios should be targeted. But Chaz going for the assassination onto X1. Now onto DY. Can't get the isolation damage when SCY is right next to him. And that means that the bug will be squashed. But at least he takes the Rakan down with him. And that is still at least an inhibitor turret for Fennel.
And now is a 5k goal lead in the favor of Fennel. Now Fennel can slow things down, can deny the ISOL to join the members of J Team. And again, we have to remind everybody, if there is a team that has something to lose, it is J Team. If they end up losing at least one game against Fennel, it's not going to help their cause in securing the playoffs. And again, this is Jazz in his element, right? Like, how many times have we seen this guy pop off over and over again on the Kazakhs? And now that Helios tag team is always a delight to see. Now Fennel, with the Baron buff expiring, at least that was something big for them. You look at that swing, the goal difference just basically went to the side of Fennel.
Yeah, what a huge swing.
SCY.
Now, Spell's going to go aggress onto SCY, ball on the backside. Danny immediately taken out of the fight. Now Helios as well gets taken down by the soldier. He's just going rat-tat-tat. But can Spelt and Chaz actually make something out of this? A triple knockup onto the members of Fennel. But will it be enough? It's not, because CF17, it just goes down along with Soldier. Now DY, last man standing, running away from the Aatrox. They could just go for the end here against DY. They have Chaz, they have Arisen, and Spelt is going to be coming in along with that minion wave. DY has to pull off something amazing to be able to defend, because the death timers are very long still. They're just going to go on to DY. Chaz actually jumps over him, just focuses on that Nexus, focus on getting the W here, and that's going to be game number 3 where we're going. Fennel take the game, second game.
Wow, Fennel playing spoilers today, G10, and has decided that, hey, you know what, J Team, you cannot disrespect us like that. You cannot start Baron, even if the jungler of Fennel was a million miles away. It does not help them, in taking down the Baron. The amount of damage the Baron does have at that point in the game, and of course the amount of poke damage coming in from the Zoe, was basically the reason why they were able to turn around that team fight. And one Baron buff was enough for Fennel to get their momentum heading into another team fight win here in the mid lane for a very juicy victory.
Absolutely, and really, J-Team didn't have to go for that Baron, but they really wanted to put some kind of pressure onto Fennel, and that backfired really, really badly for them. It became the big mistake that lost them this entire game. You can trace this loss all the way to that Baron fight, because before that, they were doing so well, right? They had the gold lead. They were consistently winning skirmishes left and right, and they were, while they weren't outright winning them, it was like 3 for 2, 2 for 1, something like that. But when that Baron did come up and they tried to force it, Fennel were just ready to go, even with Chaz on the bot lane. They were like, you know what, we can fight this, and we're going to focus on fighting it instead of fighting the Baron. And the J-Team got decimated, and their downfall was just apparent from that point on.
And that's not where you want to be in, right? Like, all those ricochets, boomerang blades also coming in from Danny, which, by the way, was the lone bright spot for Fennel at that point, right? We have to remember that almost all advantage that Fennel was able to get at the early stages of that game was funneled on towards their dragon laner. And although Chazix was, doing highlight plays here and there, I can't help but feel that, that game was still Danny's doing. Like, the captain of Fennel willing his team and being, the spoiler that the CN teams, I don't know if they want this to happen, because if you are a J Team, right, like, you do have your own fan base, but there is like 3 other fan bases that is basically enjoying this win by Fennel right now.
Definitely, and Fennel, they are, as you said, playing spoiler. This puts a very huge pin, a very huge asterisk on the chances of J-Team to actually make it to the playoffs at this point.
Right.
Even if they do win this match itself, having that game differential is not going to do them any favors.
It's just a +1 instead of +3, right? Like, and that's where, that potential +2 will make a big difference when you look at the other teams that is also trying to secure the top 8 finish. We'll look into, again, the head-to-head And you're seeing here Soldier, he's doing the best that he can. He did the best that he can to carry that game for J-Team. Exactly. And he was poised to really have a very good game, right? You know, we talked about Irelia as one of the champions that can really impact the game late. But he was not given the freedom to do so because of that very big collapse right around the Baron area. And it's still Chaz that will be bagging the MVP here. Chaz Zix with his 4th MVP is still the star player of Fennel.
There's a reason why, you know, his name is attached to that champion because he performs just like that. And, you know, even though Soldier really did a lot, I mean, in that last fight, he basically split the carries away. He took out Danny, he took out Helios. It still wasn't enough because Chaz was in the back doing the damage that he needed to. But can he do that consistently for another game in a row? We'll see you guys back for game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
All right, welcome back, guys. It is a little bit more explosive of a first match here as Fennel managed to turn around a losing game and bring us to game number 3. Let's see if they can do that again. Let's go right to the picks and bets.
Can't help but smile. For Fennel, okay, regardless of what happens here, they remain at 5th place. So it's just going out with a bang. And ending their lose streak against CN teams is like early Christmas for Fennel, right? Like especially for their fan base. Have to also remind everyone that this will be the last game or last time that we'll be seeing Fennel for WRL-A2, which means that if for Fennel, the earliest that we'll be seeing them will be next year, WRL-A3, right?
Yeah, that would be a very exciting time to see if Fennel can, bounce back. And that would be a good note to go out on if they actually win this versus J Team. But based on their picks, man, they want Chaz to keep carrying. So they're going to put him on that Aatrox again. And they're going to put Danny most likely on the Zeri. But definitely can be flexed over to Helios if they really needed to. And of course, Lucian got to be picked up to counter wherever the Zeri is going to be going.
And plus, this is what we were discussing off screen, right? Like G10. We thought, or we were saying that, see X1 in the Dragon lane and basically be the focal point of your offense, right? Like, win lane, win game. And you basically give him something dominant, such as the Xayah, such as the Lucian, and he can make it work. And earlier, in game number 2, his quirky was basically a shadow of his performance in game number 1. It just got demolished by the members of Fennel.
Yeah.
And you know what? This Aatrox is not going to the hands of Chaz because Chaz6 is back on the menu here, G10.
That actually throws us for a loop because Aatrox more has been seen in the jungle lately rather than in the top. But, if Speltz can make a good case for the Aatrox here, especially against SDY, who loves going on that Renekton, a little bit of a comfort pick in this match. He is, it will be a good thing for Speltz to, scale up and be a lot more competitive in the later stages of the game.
And they're also targeting, Fennel is also targeting the junglers of CF17. They're taking away the Lee Sin and the Vi, which brings
Shen
me to
is
the...
open though.
Yeah, true, but it's not the same early game champion that can go toe-to-toe against the Kha'Zix. Now, this is the curveball by Fennel. They're bringing out the boss as their support, which is something very surprising, right? I know and I understand there's heavy targeting on towards Horizon. Nautilus and Galio was banned away, and so they are defaulting back to the set. So curious to see as to how he will be performing on this unorthodox support champion.
Interesting, because there are still supports that are meta and still available. For example, Alistar, Sona, even if you wanted to go that route. We were talking quite a lot about Sona earlier on in the day, and to see her not come out yet is a tiny bit of a surprise, but these teams really do like that engaged support a lot more. But I did say Shen was still open, and Shen will be the pick here for CF17. Really wants to keep that utility and global ganking power available for his team.
And Danny will be defaulting back to a skill shot champion in the Ezreal. I've scouted this guy for like 2 consecutive years now, and I really think that Danny is at his best when playing the Corki or the Ezreal. 2 of the champions that I feel you need to have godly accuracy when it comes to skill shots. So that's something that he has. And as the Ezreal, it's not going to be easy to really dominate the lane here in the bottom lane. You do have the Arcade Shift. I heard you discussing this with Infinity yesterday, that Ezreal is one of the best picks possible in the bottom lane when facing against aggressive laners such as the Lucian.
Yeah, that is a very safe champion to pick up, especially when you're having a little bit of difficulty competing against that kind of more aggressive playstyle. So not only that, you can also shift that Ezreal into a little bit more of an aggressive early game if you kind of want to with the set. So that can be a route for Danny to take if he wants to compete against X1. You know, they will try to... I feel like they want to be a little bit more aggressive in that early game from level 2 to 3 once those 2 or 3 skills are unlocked here in the bot lane.
It's been so long since I've seen the boss in the bottom lane that I feel, I've lost track as to who should win this bottom lane when it comes to, dueling potential. We know for a fact that Azrael's numbers is one of the best right now, especially with the buffs that he received. And by the way, this is a very cheeky start coming in from J Team, but Spelts will be able to at least, give his team very good information. CF17 will be spotting this ward, but can't do a thing as the sweeper lenses will be expiring. So that's definitely going to be a positive towards the side of Fennel.
Oh yeah, Fennel really needs a little bit of information. They need every advantage they can get, and if they can find out how the jungle route is going to go, especially before the level 5. And ooh, DY, what is that? 27 seconds of crowd control on that Rakan. He was just I get that. I understand that, because he was just, whenever he got back into the fight, boom, grand entrance, boom, quickness, every single time, just pulling the trigger again and again.
But shouldn't the stat be, featuring Fennel's members? Wait.
Well, maybe because he did the most crowd control, but Danny, he's all just going to miss that last auto attack. We'll get exhausted and we'll get first blooded by X1. He tried to greed for DY, but the honey fruit was just there, coming in clutch to keep DY out of danger.
Yeah, this is the level 2. By the way, Horizon doing a very good job in getting all potential damage, but that last second exhaust on towards Danny was pretty much what was needed by DY to survive that last auto attack coming in from the Azrael. And this is going to be massive, because we talked about X1 and his rich history of winning the lane here in the bottom lane. You gift him this advantage at the first few minutes of the game, and he does have all the skills needed to snowball it out of control. SZY, by the way, is also winning the top side as expected against Spelts on the 8-box.
Yup, and as expected, DY actually going to go for a little bit of a visit here to make sure that his mid laner is a little bit more safe. But Spelts trying to chase down SZY there, not going to really amount to all too much, but it does look like DY trying to set up for a dive here, and it will be successful as Spelts gets taken out. Unfortunately, the kill will be going to DY, but that's still a kill for J Team.
Chaz is also trying to do the same thing on the other side of the map, and I believe they will be successful in doing so. X1 though does have flash, I believe.
Yep, and they will still just be left on it there, even with the stand united. There's too much burst coming in, and it's actually Arisen who gets that with the Haymaker, and that is just another kill. Unfortunately, DY was not there to keep his buddy safe.
Wait, I don't think he has enough damage, right? He is technically, quote unquote, still a support, right?
He's a support. He's 100% a support. So,
oh man, but yeah, that also throws off the tempo of Danny. So all things considered, it still is a positive play for DY. And one thing that you expect from the veterans is even with that play, they were able to get all those small advantages, which is basically a key to success for them over and over again. Now finally, Danny shows himself up here in the mid lane, and yeah, you can see the pressure being being put on Danny, because he was level 4 at that point. At least some ways at some point Fennel was able to alleviate some of that. Here in the bottom lane, care of Chaz visiting.
Yeah, at least a little bit of alleviation there, because they do need to kind of give a little bit more, but Helios is just going to get dove on, taunted by CF17 for the kill. Arisen not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other foot, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now Danny is trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for J Team. Things have just fallen apart for Fennel.
A Godzilla moment coming in from the Renekton, and that was big. That basically may have decided the early stages of this game. Turning a disaster onto a very big positive point for J Team. That was a 3-man dive, by the way, that they did. Chaz, Spells, and Dan not hitting all those skill shots that they needed. And again, that last second called the meet by SZY coming in clutch. And of course, give credit where it's due. Soldier, once again, first to rotate and is able to help his team when it comes to his rotation. Similar to what he's been doing in game number 2.
Exactly. It just has been Soldier being a little bit more proactive, a little bit faster on these rotates than Helios consistently. But now that the Drake is up, it will be contested here. They're kind of hesitant to pull the trigger, or who's going to go in first. As Arisen goes for the showstopper, the face break, and the haymaker. Everything is coming up as Helios comes in. He grabs 1 kill. Arisen is going to get finished off there, at least by Soldier. But now Soldier, he's going to get Sand United as Sanguine Pool saves his life. But Helios does give his life up for that. Chaz was not able to get in that fight almost at all. But now the Spells is here. This is going to be a 3 versus 4. But can they actually fight this with the stun onto that Aatrox? He goes for the World Ender just now. The Dominant still active. Danny raining down missing shots left and right. But the steal will not be available. Chaz tried to jump in, tried to get smite, but had to flash out. J-Team gets that Drake.
The MVP all throughout that small skirmish in that Dragon is that ward. That vision that was able to spot out Chaz, because J-Team knew that he was there, and you know they're being confident, and although Helios started it off so well alongside Horizon and getting that kill, it did not stop JT's members to get that 2-for-1 advantage. And again, you know, the longer this team fight goes, the value of that ward just exemplifies. Okay. All right. Anyway, so that's another double objective to the side of J-Team at the first 5 minutes of this game, G10.
Yeah, they just have been really consistent with these double objectives starts in these matches, in these games. All 3 games, I think, they've had the double objective start. So good on J-Team for really prioritizing that, and they are going to extend their goal lead a little bit with Shelly charging down in the mid lane, taking that turret down. And yeah, Fennel now once again playing from behind.
Super good for J-Team, because whenever they're this Shen pickup, oftentimes, you know, its impact not going to be felt early, right? Although there is a Stand United that can make him, you know, rotate on, you know, either side of the map. It's not as strong as the late game Shen, in where all those 2v1s can happen. By the way, DY.
Yeah, DY once again is looking for a little bit more. He's always on front side of the fight, but J-Team are just taking every advantage they can. They're gapping Fennel from every point possible, taking every resource, even in the jungle.
This is what we were talking about, right? Oftentimes, you know, a Kazakhs versus Shen, it's almost always going to the side of Kazakhs. Especially during the early stages of the game, right? You know, better clear overall, better damage overall. But J-Team was able to, again, find other ways to win this game. First off, getting that massive first blood here in the bottom lane, and again, you know, getting team fight wins altogether. Now, J-Team is going to get collapsed on here by the members of Fennel, but they are pretty much under-leveled.
Yeah, under-leveled, and they are still going to once again try to pick off SZY with 3 members, and then the showstopper. They will be successful there, at least giving that over to Spells. But that is a lot of resources and a lot of time invested onto just 1 kill. But now they are going to be going on to DY. Great catch by Horizon, but unfortunately will not convert into anything so far, as DY is a little bit too tanky. Still 4 members of them. They're going to get explosive cast. The aggression from J-Team, even when with the man disadvantage, cannot be understated. That
Here comes Soldier.
A lot of damage, and Soldier is going to be coming into the fight, just pressuring the members of Fennel away from that tower.
Yeah, imagine that play, right? Fennel investing 4 people to get that pick on the top side, but it still ended up as a positive for J-Team. Fennel's tower got destroyed, and in return, you know, to add insult onto the injury, J-Team was able to defend their own tower on the top side. Now Soldier might get collapsed on.
Yeah, because he is the one that was left there. Unfortunately, the Sand United will stop any further aggression onto him. So that is a great start. Well, you know, the great save, by his jungler, CF17.
Yeah, I feel that, you know, had it been that he did not use the flash, he could have had a 2v4 moment right then and there, because you're seeing, you know, all those members from Fennel. Yeah, sure, they're pretty much complete in attendance, but they're definitely gapped, right? Like, it's not just the gold that we're looking at, it's also the level. You know, level 9 Kha'Zix, level 9 Ezreal as well, right? Like, all those levels, level advantage towards the side of JT is also equivalent to stats advantage, right? Overall, and it's something that you still have to consider, especially in a Wild Rift game, which is very fast paced. If you are under leveled, surely it's not going to be a very good team fight overall.
Yeah, it is not going to be a great time if you don't have the resources in terms of levels, in terms of combat efficiency to fight it. So that does mean that J Team, they have the onus here. They're going to start this Drake, and I don't think there's much that Fennel can do about it. See, CF17 is just soloing it, and the rest of J Team are just zoning Fennel out from even attempting or dreaming of a steal, even with a Mystic Shot. Oh man, why would you jump in right there? Chaz is just going to get ganged up on with the taunt and taken out once again.
All throughout that entire fight, by the way, that's a very good mechanics from Horizon.
SCY, but they send United onto another side of the map, actually. He will at least get taken down, so SZY was the target there, but in exchange for a tower, I would say that's worth it for J Team.
Super worth it, especially knowing that they are in the position to take another one here on the top side. Then again, I just want to emphasize one big point in that Dragon takedown by J Team. All throughout the entire duration, in where, you know, the attempt by Chaz to steal that objective, he was under vision, right? Like, this is so crazy that, you know, whatever Fennel tries to do, they are pretty much covered by all the wards planted by J Team ahead of time, and this is, you know, one of the reasons why it's always a treat to watch CN teams, because this is one of the things to unpack when watching them. It's not just their micro, it's also their macro.
Yeah, that's something that I feel like a lot of CN teams have really put a lot of focus on, is their macro play, and that's why, you know, the APAC teams, who a lot of the time are really kind of micro focused a lot more, they kind of fall apart when it comes time to, you know, really play the map like the CN conference teams do. So really have to give it to the CN teams for having that presence of mind, that really drilled in sense of macro.
Exactly. Unlike in League of Legends PC, where, you know, CN teams really want Fiesta, here in Wild Rift they are very methodical to a point, you know, it's starting to become a little bit boring, I guess.
Yeah, but it still is going to be a very big hit here onto Arisen, almost, as he has to flash out to get away from that. So you're doing a lot of damage, and with the Sad United, he can stay inside, but not quite, because Danny does snipe him out. The Mystic Shot will at least get one kill there for Fennel, but that is not as big of a mistake as JT made in the earlier game.
Exactly. It's still something very surprising here and there. Fennel really knows their team fights, right? Like, especially at the later stages of the game. Now, Chaz.
Ooh, Chaz maybe going for a pick here. X1 getting taken down very low. Two-shot barrage, swinging a miss. But Chaz still is able to make his way over and get the assassination onto that one player. But he does sacrifice himself for it. The rest of them will be sacrificed for it too, because Danny does get taken out as SZY comes in from the side, and Spouts has to run away. Arisen, this may not be the best spot for you, as CF17 dashes through and just taps him a little bit to say, hey, get out of there.
Have they learned their lesson? Helios is still here. It's not a Zoe though, so it's the Zeri, but they will be spotted here. SCY is here to play guard. Barons being started, half out onto it.
Yeah, but Chaz is nowhere to be seen. He's still to respawn.
There you go.
Arisen, can he do it with all of it? Nope, he is going to get taken down. This might will not be stolen. Helios stuck inside the pit. Spelts, the last man standing, was not able to contest that. Oh, Trush Barrage onto nobody. It just fails to get the kill.
Not enough damage.
90 more damage.
Exactly. And yeah, it was a bit of exciting because Helios had the proper thing in mind, right? At this point, like there is just no way that you will be able to seal this. It's about making making use of the Baron debuff to its maximum potential in trying to shred them down. But Fennel again at that point had the numbers disadvantage, and J Team was quick to their feet. Securing that Baron for themselves may have just done it, especially knowing that they may just secure this dragon along the way. It will be the Infernal Soul once again, and it's going to be the second time I will be seeing the Infernal Soul visit us here today, G10. So yeah.
Oh god, Chaz just immediately got blown up there. X1 does a lot of damage. I was caught off guard there. He just disappeared so quickly, but that is kind of what Kha'Zix does. Kind of a feast or famine champion. And right now, Chaz is in famine. 2 inhibitors down, looking for the third one here. CF17 on that top side turret. Will be able to take it down, gets it out onto Spelts, and now they're gonna aggressively. Aatrox has been defeated. Danny and Helios are going to be the alliance of defense here along with Arisen. But look at that burst onto Danny. Immediately has to back away. We'll get explosive cast, and they're funneled into their fountain while the Nexus falls. J Team win the match 2-1.
Yeah, it's a 2-1 victory to J Team, which ultimately should at least give them a benefit in securing themselves a playoff possession. Not the best way to win it though. They wanted that +3, right, in game differential. But win is a win, and for Fennel, it's going to be the last time that we'll be seeing them. It will be their last game, and we will be seeing them again next year. It was still very entertaining up until the end, right? Like Fennel's team fighting come later stages is definitely something to highlight moving forward. But again, the cracks in their armor has something to do with their early game decision making to a point. All the CN teams is still able to capitalize off of those big mistakes.
Yeah, agreed. And you did see some of those mistakes being exposed here by Fennel. Even though they didn't win, there were still some decent moments there, I would say, for Fennel. It just was not a game where they could really shine, I feel, from the onset. I mean, they really tried to get Danny ahead once again, like they did in the previous game that they did win, but it just was not in the cards for them this time somehow. And I feel like that kind of was from that big blunder of a dive, the 3-man dive up in the top lane, where they just got caught out, and that just spiraled from there.
Exactly, right? Like that's the reverse snowball, as one would put it, right? Like it's a big meltdown at that point. Diving as 3 on the top side and trying to take down SZY on the Renekton that does not really have the best mobility in the game. Ending up a 0-3 trade was a big blunder, as we would say. And you still have to give credit towards SZY. Like SZY, that I believe is the play of the game, right? Like him surviving that all in and Soldier being there as well to back him up, basically have tilted the early game into the favor of J Team. And the journey of J Team is not yet over. They will still be facing another team, and I wonder what that is. I will be checking the records, but again, it's going to be a must win if they want to secure their playoff positioning.
Yeah, especially since even with their win right now, they only, as we were mentioning, only got a +1 to their game differential here, because of the win that Fennel had in the second game. So they, even though they have broken that tiebreaker, they are still kind of in danger right now. But you can see the difference between CF17 and Chaz. Chaz really attempted quite a lot to get his team ahead, but the support from the Shen, the utility was just too much.
Exactly, which is something to also take note heading into their last match of the group stages. Their last match, by the way, is going to happen on Saturday, and DY needs to show up in that day, similar to how he showed up today, because that will be against Keep Best Gaming. So like J Team, I'm pretty sure that one game that they lost to Fennel will really haunt them moving forward, G10, because that's against KBG, dude.
Yep. Speaking of KBG, you know who we're going to be coming up next on themselves. KBG versus G2 Blacklist, the rematch from last season's finals. That's going to be coming up next after this short break. We will be right back.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
欢迎各位收看赛后采访环节，我是优厚。那我们也是请到了 J Team 的下路选手插碗来到我们的赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 J Team 的 ADC 选手 X1。
非常有能量的一个打招呼啊。那首先想问一下插碗，因为在这个赛季，其实整体你们的风格是非常非常进攻的，然后你的数据也是非常豪华，你的总击杀，然后包括分均的输出都是来到了全联盟的第一。所以想问一下，就是为什么在你的诀窍啊，就是为什么在如此就是各种可能顺风也好、逆风也好的情况下，你都能够打出那么高的输出呢？
最重要的分2点，一点就是装备出那个全输出，还有一点就是打团用那个3指去滑屏，这样的话就很好打输出。
插碗选手也是非常贴心，可能给大家分享了一个自己在玩游戏的时候非常有心得的一种操作的模式。So the first question for him is like in this season you have the most kill and highest damage per minute in the whole league, and how did you manage to have such a great achievement? And his answer is like, well, actually as a dual laner I won't take keeping myself safe into my consideration, and the second is if you play this game with 3 your fingers, you will be great AD carry。那第二个问题想问一下，因为这个赛季的 J Team 的代名词已经是为大家所熟知了，就是进攻。那所以想问一下，就是你们队里面一般冲在最前面的那个人会是谁？
不是辅助冲在最前面，就是我 AD 冲在最前面。
AD 冲在最前面，就一般情况下，在你们队里要么是 DY， 要不然的话就是 AD 肉身开团是吗
？AD 去卖辅助拆火。
好的，也是非常有J Team 特色的一套打团的模式。So the second action for him is like you are really aggressive and really into attack and engage. Who is your engine? And his answer is like, well, actually sometimes it's DY and sometimes it's me. 那第三个问题想问一下，因为下一场就要面对上 KBG 了嘛，那在你的角度来看，赢下 KBG 的关键可能在哪呢？
关键在于第一个就是两边打野的前期节奏，还有一个就是两边打团 AD 的输出。
打野的前期节奏，然后以及是两边 AD 的输出，那下一局有没有信心呢？
他们就在后面，
有，好的，也是非常有自信，也是给后面的 KBG 的朋友们放了一个狠话。So the last question for him is, what's the key to win KBG in the next matchup? And his answer is like, well, actually, I think the key is our jungler and me, the dual laner. And I asked him, are you confident to win them? And his answer is, definitely, I have the confidence to win KBG. 那我们这一场的赛后采访就到此结束了，我们接下来稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来，
拜拜。
你小子懂得惊奇呀！
So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
deadlight, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
It's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Match number 2 here. It's G2 Blacklist versus Keep Best Gaming. This is actually a rematch from the grand finals that we saw of WRL-A Season 1.
Can I see the hands of all the G2B faithfuls in the comment section? Because pretty much, you know, there's still a lot of G2B hopefuls, faithfuls in the comment section. I'm seeing, you know, a lot of support in there. But they will be facing against Keep Best Gaming. My dudes, this is pretty much the nightmare of not just G2 Blacklist, but the whole of APAC team. No APAC team has won against KBG.
That is an insane stat to kind of mention right now.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know what? The entire region cannot win against this this team right now.
Crazy,
sure, the
right?
CN Conference has you know, had a lot more success against KBG than last season, but still the APAC teams are just they're at a loss for words when it comes to going up against Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, it was a clean 4-0 back in, when was the finals again? Matt, was it on September? September, July, June?
I think it was somewhere July or late June, early July, something like that.
Yeah.
Where I think it was early July where it was a 4-0 and Keep Best Gaming. There were some close moments in the games when you know, G2 Blacklist was still Enigma Galaxy, but at the end of the day, KBG at that time, they were just unstoppable. Only Nova really were able to get games off of them. But you know, we're still hoping for the best here for G2 Blacklist, because they are kind of the hometown heroes here for the Philippines, along with Naos Esports, and you know, they've already secured their playoff spot. They just want to get a little bit of revenge against KBG.
That, and of course, you know, being in a better position come playoffs, right? Like, it's all about seeding. For G2 Blacklist, they will be fielding the same 5 that they fielded during the grand finals. Wow, okay, exciting. I thought that they will be fielding Carl in the Baron lane, at least for game number 1, but Coach TG has decided it's time to go with the same starting 5. Now, this is going to be a head-to-head between Aaron and Anran9. Both A's in their name and both A's in their game.
Yep, definitely. Anran9 last season was one of the best mid laners in the world. Probably still is. He just had a little bit less success in this season because of, you know, how jungler centric it all has been. Aaron, a very, very good mid laner in his own right. The stats just are a lot more skewed towards Anran9 due to the fact that the games that KBG have had and the wins that they've had, Anran9 did perform really, really well. And I wouldn't say that Aaron is lackluster. It's just that, you know, the APAC teams are a little bit less good than the CN teams. But let's go to the stage.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优后。接下来将由 Keep Best Gaming 对阵奎松 City G2 Blacklist A1 总决赛的重演，谁能成为这次的赢家？让我们共同期待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming matchup will be Keep Best Gaming versus Quezon City G2 Blacklist. It's the replay of the final of last season. Who can win this time? Let's find out. 首先，让我们有请 KBG 战队登场，有请单人路选手 in the solo lane KG。
KG always a rock right in the Baron lane. There's been games that you can ask him to carry on.
下面有请打野选手 in the jungle DAT。
I kind of expect them to still go and prioritize it for KG because one thing that we all know for sure is that they will not take lightly.
接下来让我们有请中路选手 in the middle lane 安然 9。
They are still fighting for their playoff positioning. It's also about that rematch grand finals, right? Like it's about making
接下来让我们有请射手选手 in the dual lane 小马。
You know, the last time we saw you, it was a 4-0. This time, we want to make it a 2-0 so that the record will stand as out of a 6-0. That's
最后有请辅助选手 and support UU
KBG. But of course, G2 Blacklist, they have a lot more of a chance now to actually get that W against KBG because of the meta shift and because KBG have not been. I don't want to say they haven't been doing as well as the last season because they are still absolutely beasts in their own right.
接下来让我们欢迎奎松 G2B 战队 in the solo lane MA in the jungle Caddy in the mid lane
I also have
in the
noticed
dual lane
one
Golden Kite
very-
and the support Droll。
I don't know if this is an important thing, but
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players getting ready.
Did you
Let's start
see it?
into the wild.
You look at KG, he has an extra layer of clothing, and some of them are, feeling the. So maybe just maybe
They have hand warmers too.
Their performance will get affected by the extreme
Environment diff.
air conditioning. Exactly. Copium, I guess, for the G2B faithfuls.
Oh yeah, dude, we have to like and everything that we can mention, like every advantage that G2 Blacklist can have, even outside of the game, we have to take into account.
See?
And yeah, dude, he's bundled up there. That is a nice looking jacket though.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind.
Even with the logo being covered and everything, I wouldn't mind having that.
Yeah, really. One of the things that I wish that we have in the Philippines is a colder weather in general. Yeah.
I mean, it's December right now, and it's still a little bit warm.
Right. And if you
in the nights,
if you head outside, the heat will get into your head just because of the long traffic lines. Right?
oh yeah.
It's crazy to think. But hey, you know what? We are 4 days away from the festive season here in the Philippines, which we call Christmas. A couple of WRL-A days in preparation for the 25th of December is still a very good thing to enjoy.
That's right. We're gonna be going all the way up until Sunday, until the 24th. So, hopefully you guys that enjoy Wild Rift Esports will have a very nice Christmas with all of these action-packed matches that are gonna be heading your way. And of course, we 100% want to thank you guys for spending your time with us, even though a lot of you may be busier towards this holiday season. Whether it's a work or school, or if you're at school, you're probably out of school now. But still, we appreciate you taking the time to watch the stream, to watch these games play out. For the love of esports. So big thanks from our hearts to yours as we get into the fight for side.
Yeah, the only reason why we're here is because of you all, basically.
Absolutely.
By the way, this is going to be the fight for side, also known as the warm-up game. Oh, we're seeing a blitzcrank, by the way. So, is this?
All that.
Ooh. Wait, hang on, right? We talked up Sona as one of the champions that is pretty much something that we are to look forward to. And if anything, G2 Blacklist is that one team that is willing to try it out. So hopefully we see it later.
Yeah, speaking of G2 Blacklist, they just got that first blood. It was Draw who was able to secure it onto KG. But it is still skirmishes left and right here because it is Arab. Nobody is going to hold back.
Exactly.
And I love the Vigar pick here that has been brought out by Katie, but can they actually make it happen? Because Xiaoma does have that, he has that Samira, but he doesn't have the ult right now, even though he's got that S rank. But later on in the game, I've seen the Samiras and Aram, they can just take over an entire fight with that Inferno trigger.
Especially if you have the collector item. Basically lots of 9s going on as we see another engage coming in from G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, and another 4-man
Good
knockup
cage.
onto G2 Blacklist, but it won't result in any kills once right now as Deathon does go in. There is the death mark onto Iron 9. Will they secure
wow.
it? Not quite. He manages to get away with just a sliver of health, but he still manages to get away. And G2, the Blacklist, they still look like the ones who are
Good hope.
pretty much the favorites right now, but they will get the Blitzcrank taken out, and now that the Inferno Trigger has been unlocked, at least KG is going to go in now. But, well, the Inferno Trigger was
Featherstorm.
unlocked, and Shaoma did go down. Featherstorm there. Ooh, a Rock Pawn gets taken out by his Lady Love. Now, Yu, the last man standing, as he will get caught out by that Case Breaker. And yep, G2 Blacklist, they are the ones who come out on top, 8-3 so far.
That's the first clear win for G2 Blacklist. And again, their, positive usage of this cage coming in from the Vig or the Event Horizon, if I'm not mistaken, is pretty much being capitalized by Ime time and time again. Because even if you don't get hit at the first cast, what Ime does here is basically to pull you in on towards the cage, which is a very good thing to have. By the way, that's a miss by draw, but not too shabby, I guess. You miss all the shots that you don't take.
Yeah, so take as many shots as you can. That's the philosophy of it. But I've seen a lot of people who are like, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So just like, don't take shots and you won't miss any. But Draw did not miss that one as he just draws KG into the trap as Ime goes in. And, that big shield by the set, keeping him alive. There's the Inferno Trigger by Shaoma, but it doesn't do a lot of damage just yet. There's Showstopper right into their tower. Kind of a suicide dive there by Ime. But a catch here might be good, but unfortunately, the Ziggs was taken out by that last breath. He will be able to get at least that Shaoma on the Samira, but it doesn't look like G2 Blacklist are fighting a losing battle now. Draw and Aaron, the last man alive, as World Ender comes through, and KBG, they're now the ones who are aggressing onto that turret. Ime just gets into here. There's the knockups there, but Aaron is going to go down. Big knockup there to take the Yasuo down. That Han has been taken away from this fight. KG now, that was a flash that kept him alive.
Good gauge.
But this on the event of Horizon, he's still alive. Just barely will be taken out by the set now as Anran 9. He's going to go engage once again with a quickness, and now it's going to be Shaoma with the Inferno Trigger taking down at least one. But, oh god, the burst, the primordial burst coming in from KD to take Shaoma down.
Yeah, it's one of the most satisfying thing to do. Not just in an ARM game, right? But also in a Wild Rift or Summoner's Rift game. Being able to 100-0 an opponent using that combo coming in from the Veigar, as we see.
100-0!
This from Aaron.
Yeah, Yu just had no chance there. The death mark was just too powerful, too quick on the trigger there. You can see the big proficiency by Aaron on that Zed. So I hope you see a Zed in the games. But Anran 9. A little bit of a catch there, but that does mean that G2 has to get out of there as Aaron is a little bit too low to be competing here.
Megan Fernenbaum, just to threaten the members of G2 Blacklist, but they're really doing a very good job in clearing all the waves. Now Yu on this Ziggs is pretty much a genius in taking down towers, but no tower taken down as of yet. Finally, an engage.
Yeah, and a quickness onto Ime, but he keeps himself alive with that Haymaker so far. But he did go down at the very least. So there is one kill on the side of KBG. Their health bars are not doing all the best. Though, Draw, even though he is a little bit low, if he can land a Rocket Fist, not quite. Aaron is a bit too quick on the trigger there.
Yeah, you are the only guy using the rocket term for the Blitzcrank that I've casted it. Because oftentimes we just
want to say hook? Yeah, but Anran 9, he is going to get a hook there. And immediately taken out by his lover, Golden Kite. But I do love saying, Rodororada, as the set comes in. And he does at least get that, secure that stun onto KG. Another kill onto the Veigar, however, as KG is just so tanky. He has to be CC'd on their tower so they can actually finish that kill off. Ime tried to get that Haymaker going onto Deathon, but not quite. Deathon was able to sneak.
Oh no!
Oh, the wind wall! The wind wall to take that Rocket Fist. And unfortunately, it was still a 1-for-1. So it's back and forth here on the Howling This.
It's a 6-minute game, and no tower has been destroyed as of yet. Now, G2 Blacklist will most likely go for another engage here. That is, who's that? Okay. That's Aaron.
Yep. Oh, I love what he did. He shadow snowballed.
Exactly.
And then went back to Shadow. Great hustle there, but he went for the death mark on the Shalma. Did a little bit of damage. Tried to go for Yu there, but did not finish off the kill. Which is unfortunate, but it does look like G2 Black is there. The ones. Oh god, that's Han coming in without the support of his team. There's a Feather Storm. You're reading the recall. Get it? Yes, Eagle. As the Zed goes down, Aaron goes down, KB as well as Ime are down as well. Draw and Golden Kite last man standing. Golden Kite's not standing for long because KG has found the World Ender and he is going to come in really deep onto Draw. Chalma with him. And KG does take an quadra kill.
Yeah. That's a massive injection of gold for KG. Just something that exactly. Plus now G2 Blacklist is definitely on the back foot here. Blackfoot, because it's G2 Blacklist.
Oh, great showstopper there to bring KG into the hands of the Primordial Burst. Aaron finishing off Shaman there. Now they're going to find that ton. That was a very slick face breaker from Ime. Face breaker flash. I didn't know you could even buffer that.
Yeah, well, okay, so there's a thing that I was a bit of curious here in everything that happened. At least this is a very good warm-up for us as well. Apparently, here in Wild Rift, the feathers, if you use a Feather Storm against the wind wall, it's not going to at least generate the feathers on the floor, which is not the same interaction that we have in Summon and Chef PC.
Yeah, I guess that is a little bit more balanced for the case of Wild Rift, but Ime will get paced out there as he has to get out of there. But unfortunately, the Fed Storm will not save Golden Kite this time. KD goes down as well, and that was a very deep draw there. Now Aaron going to be the last man.
1v4.
In a 1v4, he can maybe get Aaron Rand 9 and then take Yu down with a death mark, but it's going to be a tall order. 1 versus 5 now with 6 more seconds to go on Ime. He's going to try to go for a play. He does get one. He's trying to get onto Yu, but is unsuccessful. Now Ime comes in. Can he actually get anything going here with Showstopper? They're just going to go onto that Nexus, and it's going to be KBG taking the fight for side.
That's a very good warm-up overall. Not just for KBG, but also for G2 Blacklist.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see KG was feeling it?
He was feeling it.
It's not just him. It's also Shama. Shama was happy that they, ended up winning that 5%. He was smiling all throughout. Oh man, every single one of them on, I would say, very thick, comforting jackets. So, aircon dip, I guess is
winter. Winter in.
Is it?
Winter in that area is very cold.
I haven't experienced a very cold winter.
Neither have I, because I've always just been in a tropical place for my entire life. But I can imagine.
Exactly.
I wonder if it's actually like in the negative degrees over there where KBG is, because that would explain a lot of a lot of teams are just in their winter jackets or winter coats trying to keep themselves warm.
Yeah, which is also something that we will closely monitor, because here in the Philippines we do have a saying, fingers blocking due to old age, I guess. But they're like this is it's because it's not because of the old age, it's because of the cold environment that they have. And talking about KBG, I'm seeing their coach right now, and their coach pretty much has changed from season 1 to season 2. EDG is now spearheaded by their old coach in Coach Lauba, and that mainly is I think is the reason why EDG has improved their play overall after 3 consecutive losses. And that also is a thing to consider when it comes to the overall performance here by KBG. That breakup, it's being felt here by KBG.
Oh yeah, coaching staff definitely is one of the factors to think of when you talk about a team's performance. I mean, in League of Legends PC, Kokomo was a huge part of why SKT was so dominant. In
He's back.
Yeah, and he is back now that they won. They're like, you know what, we can bring the boy back, get the belt.
Did you know the rumors? The rumors
No.
say that he's been helping all throughout the entire World's run.
I would not be surprised. I
Right.
wouldn't be surprised. Like, as an unofficial coach, I would not be very surprised because that, SKT is kind of in his DNA as well as Faker's. So, that's something that is a factor, especially here in
Right.
Wild Rift, where the games are a lot quicker, a lot more explosive, and for the CN teams specifically, a lot more macro focused.
Exactly, right? Like, I have had the joy of watching, again, the tournament, the World's tournament. And in that tournament, I remembered why I love Wild Rift Esports. Right? Like,
Yeah.
if my team
Go
is
for it.
losing, I don't have to wait 20 minutes of them losing. Like,
Yeah.
right? So that's not going to be a long, painful.
It's not a long, drawn-out suffering. You're just like,
Exactly.
you know what? It's over in 10 minutes. We can go next. But in League of Legends PC, you're like, oh, we're losing. We're stuck here for half an hour. Oh no.
And you can't do anything as a viewer as well, right? Like, there's no fast forward. All you can do is to, do something else or do something else and to try to pass time. And we have to call a spade, right? Like, as a viewer, you will have everyone will have the ability to really recognize who is in the lead. And here in Wild Rift, although there are some games that we call insurmountable, there are very big comebacks that we've seen in the entirety of the tournament. Yesterday was not a stranger. That was a 9K turnaround that did happen in that last game. And I was watching that game when you and Infinity were celebrating because of that out of the world comeback coming in from Trace.
Yeah. Because honestly, Trace Esports, they look really down. As you said, 9,000 gold deficit, and it was just building. But then suddenly, a series of events happened, some mistakes from Thunder Talk, and suddenly Trace Esports were able to come back. So it's never an insurmountable lead as long as you can find the avenue, find the mistake that the other team makes. But speaking of mistakes, this might be a mistake. Letting the Hecarim through for Daton.
Yeah, which is pretty much one of his best champions. Daton is not really a carry jungler, right? He's best when he's playing for his teammates, and that mainly is the reason why Coach DG has decided to target away the Vi, which is his best champion overall. The pickings are pretty fast. We have no chance to discuss it whatsoever, but all I can say is that if you look at G2 Blacklist, they had the Lee Sin for KD. They also have the Kali for Aaron. So overall, that with 3 picks alone, I feel that they actually have helped themselves get a net positive all throughout the draft phase.
I tend to agree. There is a lot of just setup here for G2 Blacklist for success on Aaron. On that Akali, you can definitely set things up with the Dragon's Rage of Lee Sin, the Explosive Cask, and with Ezreal being picked up here potentially for Golden Kite, there is a lot of safety for him to perform from the early game to the late game with these picks. So I'm excited to see what G2 Blacklist can pull out. I'm still a little bit cautious though when it comes to the Hecarim, because Daton, he is a very scary jungler when you put him on that Spectral Horse.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there was one game, KBG was behind 5K. Did not matter because his onslaught of shadows hitting multiple targets, which was pretty much the biggest difference maker in that game alone. And that's KBG in a nutshell, right? Like, no lead is safe against these guys, right? And so G2 Blacklist, they need to play perfectly, right? Or close to perfectly, just to get a game against KBG. We did say that no APAC team has won against KBG, and that remains true to this day. It will be on G2B side to find that winning formula. And they're going back to Ime, playing the Riven, which is basically his playoff pick. This was his champion all throughout that playoff stages. that was very beneficial towards then, or towards their, NGX run, quote unquote.
Yeah, now going back to that Ribbon pick, I feel he wants a little bit of redemption for how the finals turn out. The approval ratings, of course, are going to be on KBG's side, nearly 3-1, or more than 3-1. So a lot of people just have a lot of faith in KBG, especially with this draft. It's such an aggressive draft that does a lot of damage in a short amount of time, and has a lot of disruption potential with that onslaught of shadows, and of course the Galio with the hero's entrance to just make sure that a team fight is going to be very messy, very chaotic.
Exactly.
And that is where KBG kind of thrives.
Plus the fact that they have Anran 9 on the Vladimir, which is also not a single target champion, right? Like it's there to deal massive AoE damage with the Tides of Blood and Hemo Plague to boot. This is going to be the team fighting of KBG being put to test by the all-out aggression by G2 Blacklist. I want G2 Blacklist to really just, push the pedal to the metal, and with the Lee Sin pick for their jungler, KD, we could just have it, right? Like this is going to be a very, I would say, the onus is on G2 Blacklist side to keep on making plays.
I agree. I 100% agree, and I feel like KD is going to be a huge focus then of how that is. And one of the ways that I've seen lately with how to deal with a Hecarim, how to gap that kind of jungler is to invade really early on and either kill him or try to get him behind, take some resources away. And that's not something that G2 Blacklist want to risk, because they know if they make mistakes in early game, it's basically over. Because KBG, one of those teams that really knows how to run away with a small lead.
Exactly. If they get the lead, pretty much a done deal, right? Like just the amount of time that they were able to come back from deficit. It's so crazy to think that KBG is that team that, by the way, that's an Ignite being used just to delay the tempo of Aaron. But yeah, just going back, right? Like KBG is that team that if there is no, if given the lead, they will take care of it as if it's as if it's their treasure. And oftentimes, we see snowballs happen towards the side of KBG. But for G2B, it's all about KD, and he's now making a play out towards the bottom lane here.
But this play will be going on to draw. It will be a final auto attack coming in from Yu to secure that. But Golden Kite, he's on to Shalma. Unfortunately, he misses, but he still gets the auto attack. He gets, well, that was a trade actually. It wasn't that Ton who got that kill. It was a 2-for-1 in favor of KBG.
It's a 2-for-1, and the thing that I kind of expected here was G2 Blacklist just baiting it out, waiting for KD to join the party or to join this 2v2, but it ended up with KD focusing the Rift Scuttler, which is kind of surprising. Then again, G2 Blacklist is now on the back foot here in the bottom lane. Now it's a good early game advantage for KBG overall, securing a 2-for-1 advantage.
Yeah, unfortunately, KD just made a little bit of a tough decision there. He chose to prioritize that. But it does look like they're going to prioritize this dive onto Yu once again, even way behind their tower. KD just gets shredded out by Shama, however, and now Golden Kite is on the chopping block, and Anran 9 comes in with the Tides of Blood with the transfusion to get that kill, and now suddenly it is 4-1.
Dude, Yu is so crazy. That Justice Punch, right, to cancel out the damage being channeled from the resonating strike of the Lee Sin was pretty much the reason why they ended up getting that 2-for-0, right? Like another advantage overall for KBG, and them maximizing their quote-unquote micro plays to just pull ahead of G2 Blacklist this early. It's just the 3-minute mark of this game, and G2 Blacklist trying to make plays one after another, which is basically what we asked of them to do. But so far, all those plays that KBG was able to read did benefit them, right? Like, you can't do it, to them.
Yeah, it gets really difficult for G2 Blacklist from this point on, because now Shalma is fed. He's just straight up fed.
He is.
There is very few things that Azrael can now do in lane that will give him the advantage. It basically is now just trying to keep yourself safe and trying not to feed that Lucian anymore. And also, Anra9 getting a kill there is so detrimental to Aaron's laning now, because Aaron knows that he cannot just go toe-to-toe with Anra9. Even if he has all of his skills, even if he has the perfect execution, it's going to be so difficult to time that Vladimir to take him out of the second pool. And of course, the Hemo Plague healing him up. Man, it is going to be a nightmare now for Aaron.
And this is KBG pulling ahead with 0 impact from their jungler, right? You look at the stats here by the tone, 0, 0, and 0. So it's just them and their laners recognizing when to pounce, all here in the Dragon lane. Golden Kite and Draw just really much needs to be careful in all their engages against Yuyu and Xiaoma, because this is definitely not the position you want to be in. Now KBG is deciding that they want to set up for a potential Rift Herald takedown, and the tone taking that early vision or free vision is definitely going to be another positive for them.
Yep. Free vision is basically free. You'll take it where you can get it, but look at this pressure already onto that top lane. The Tan as well, taking resources away from the enemy jungler, and we can see where G2 Blacklist have chosen to put their attentions on. Actually, Aaron versus KG. This could be a catch onto that Jack, especially with Golden Kite there to lay down the damage even through that shield.
Tanky.
He is incredibly tanky. He did have to pop that ultimate for it, but it will still be the Infernal Drake going to G2 Blacklist at least.
KD, he's wanting himself to get executed here. Will he have enough time? Okay, alright.
Yes.
That's an execute. Alright, so no kill heading over to KBG, but KBG setting their sights over to the other objective.
Yep, the Rift Herald is going to be the easy objective here, unless that's going to be a very good catch onto Daton. Can they finish it out? Yes, they can. But Ime does trade his life for it. Now Xiaoma has been taken out. Yuyu versus 2. But Anra9 is going to be coming up very soon from the back, so they have to get out of there. That is 2 kills for G2 Blacklist, and they're able to turn the tides and bring KD over to this Rift Herald. They're going to get this double objective start.
Wow.
But KG's already in the fight. He's on to Golden Kite, and now he's on to Draw. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. But Draw is very, very low. There's a smite onto it, but they are bring KBG away from there. They take it off KG and chase away Anra9 and Yuyu drop Shelly down into the mid lane. And suddenly G2 Blacklist have found themselves in the lead. One more auto attack onto the tower. Not quite. 33 health left. Ooh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, G10, am I seeing this right? Like, this is a 2-4-2 special heading over towards a an APAC team, no less, against a CN team, against KBG. And this is basically the aftermath, right? Like them securing that objective, Dragon's Rage, being invested by KD for, basically for disengage Katon.
Oh, but the onslaught of shadows onto KD. We were just talking about him, and he immediately gets taken out. Great catch onto Draw as well. KBG just taking revenge for what happened there in the Rift Herald pit. They're like, alright, we're just gonna go there again, and then we're gonna get 2 of you. Aaron has to get out of here versus 3, so this tower will likely be falling to the side of KBG.
Which is really a tempo upswing for KBG's side this time, because G2 Blacklist, they had the potential first tower here in the mid lane, but 33 HP away in taking that one down. Now, if KBG gets to secure this tower on the top side, it'll definitely be a very good thing for them. Now, Aaron going for the perfect execution. Misses, and Daton is very good at running away.
Yeah, because he's a horse. All he has to do is press his 3rd skill, and he's out of there. You can't really catch him. Ime, though, getting a revenge tower in the bot lane versus KG. He's actually doing really well on this version versus the Jax. And now, G2 Blacklist, they have that, oh god, Aaron takes so much damage, half his health from a rotation of skills from Anra9. But yeah, G2 Blacklist keeping it very, very close. They actually have that very small lead. If they can make it to that mid lane tower, they can extend that a little bit more.
Yeah, a couple of hundred more for sure. Infernal Dragon joining them is definitely a positive point as well. And now G2 Blacklist is they just need to be careful of all potential rotations, but they do have good vision around the top side. They even have the free vision coming in from the scuttle. But Draw getting caught out of position once again. This is not the thing that you want to do against KBG.
Yeah, might not be the best thing, but KG is the one that was caught out of position here. KD and eBay trying to find him. There's a Sonic Wave, but he gets a counter strike, the double stun onto them. It's still going to be a very successful gank there as eBay and KD tag team. The Jags take him out of the fight. Now Aaron at the top lane fighting for his life. That's on with the charge with the Outside of Shadows, and Adran 9 with the Proto Belt to secure that kill onto the Akali.
Yeah, KBG is playing towards the top side. Mid lane opened. G2 Blacklist was able to get the tower here in the mid lane. But more interestingly, no one rotated on towards KG, not even Yu, which was a surprise. Like they gave up on KG here in the bottom area. Definitely not something that you see from KBG as a team.
That is something that we in the League of Legends PC community like to call top die.
Right, exactly. So I don't know if it was his call to really just read that there, but we're now seeing finally the stats, and you're seeing the concentration of gold. Aaron has been doing a very good job. Already has a Riftmaker, and now 2 items already completed for Golden Kite.
Yeah, but it is KBG who are on that ice break first, and unfortunately, there's really not much that G2 Blacklist can do. They're very late to the party, but they're still going to try to fight. Withdraw in there. He's got the close cast, but he has to get away. As Anrana is going to get chased down, going to get taken away by May. But there's the Outside of Shadows onto 4. What a huge fear there. But that may just be an exit strategy for KBG. But look at that perfect execution into KD coming in with a Sonic Wave, and everything is falling apart for KBG.
No way!
As KG trying to fight Ime now. He is going to get stunned up and auto attack. The stasis will not save you for long as Yu gets taken down by the Sonic Wave. Suddenly G2 Blacklist have an ace.
It's an ace for G2 Blacklist, and more resources for them overall. Getting a tower here in the mid lane. Another beautiful team fight coming in from G2 Blacklist. Their early game advantage, and Ime carrying the show so far. Now East on this Riven has been a delight to see. This is pretty much a progression that we've seen from G2 Blacklist for the entirety of the season. And although, that dragon went to the favor of KBG, no one can deny the fact that G2B is on a roll right now. They have a 3K advantage, 10-10 in scoreline. As we did say prior to this game starting, no lead is safe against KBG.
Yep, there is a lot of work still to be done here for the side of G2 Blacklist to secure this round, to secure this game, but it's a really decent start against a team just like KBG, who they had that early lead, but the conversion was not there into the the mid-game advantage that we usually see. So G2 Blacklist definitely turning things around quite a bit.
Exactly. This is pretty much the best possession that you can hope for as G2 Blacklist. This is definitely a delight to see, right? Like this is a back and forth between two teams, and a good and sizable lead in favor of G2 Blacklist. It's now a question of how do they convert this lead that they were able to get into a mid-game advantage and potentially to another big objective. Now they're basically putting all their eggs on towards the Baron basket. They're planting their vision around it. They're going to steal the blue buff, but Datone is going to spot Ime. I don't think that's a favorable trade for KBG at all, because I feel that Hecarim is not really the best 1v1 champion in the game.
He really isn't. He's really more of a team play, set things up for the team kind of guy, especially with the Outside of Shadows. But if you build him damage, he can 1v1. It's just not the way to play in a competitive environment. It's more of a ranked game, solo queue kind of thing. But even with G2 Blacklist having a pretty massive lead here, they have to be very aware that things can turn around on a dime. Just like Ime almost getting caught there, that could have turned out really badly, but he was able to escape. KBG, they are looking for any sort of opening they can, any mistake that G2 Blacklist are making.
And KBG is easily being denied here by G2 Blacklist. There's 1v1, but Ime and KG will favor KG in the short term, right? But Ime will still have enough HP to clear out and defend this tower here in the bottom lane. And he's now level 13. KD will be spotting 2 members of KBG. By the way, KBG is already setting their sights over to the Scuttle Vision here, ahead of the potential, the 3rd dragon of the game. 1 dragon apiece, meaning we don't have any soul to contest, so it's not, the worst. You give it away to the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's still Mountain Drake. It still does pack a punch. It's some tankiness, some extra survivability there across the whole team. So definitely still want to take that. But if you're risking your entire team for it, that's something to maybe think twice about if you're KBG.
True. Golden Cat also has the evolved Muramana as well. Plus the fact that he was able to get his third item here, which is an anti-heal item, anti-unrun 9 item, so to speak. Because he has the most sustain out of them all, as well as the Hecarim. So very good buy. 3 items completed for most of the members. You're seeing that Tone also has 3 items completed, but more importantly, we're seeing that Ime has enough items now to really threaten down the backline here of KBG.
Now, speaking of threatening, they are threatening this dragon already. KD is looking to get onto it. They just need to know where Datan is. They need a little bit of more information before coming to it super hard, because the rest of them are kind of baiting KBG around, but they know that they have to collapse in on that dragon, help KD out. Because that taunt is going to be coming in hot, and Yu actually coming in with a taunt onto Raw, but the dragon will be there. They're actually converging onto KG. He's incredibly low, but still that taunt is in the mix, and it still will be Datan who steals that dragon away. And now G2 Blacklist, their health bars are getting very low. Already Aaron is down. Ine has to run away. Golden Kite has to kite back as Draw with his shield is going to defend a little bit, at least keep the distraction going. But Golden Kite, he's playing with fire now, and he will get burned a little bit. Sliver of health left there as KBG claw their way back into this game.
How do they do this? Time and time again, KBG will find a favorable team fight that will open up the game in their favor. Now Yu does have the Warmonk's armor, which means that he can even tank this Baron takedown. KD is here though, and they will be able to deny this Baron takedown. Shama and company. Again, the tag team of Unrun 9 and Shama in that team fight alone, massive damage towards the members of G2 Blacklist. It's as if that they were not in the lead at all.
Yeah, it really seems like, KBG, they play like there is no lead. They do not care how far ahead you are, because they know that if you make a single mistake, they will capitalize even if they're behind. And this
they're going to flip it.
Yeah, this could be the mistake that they make. Going for this Baron really quick as Yu is there. Onslaught of Shadows to try to take Draw down, but he will finally get taken out by the
Aaron.
Ime is in the middle of it all, though. Aaron with the perfect execution as well. They're trying their best to fight back as Ime gets in the back line, takes away the jungler from this fight. Shama as well, incredibly low. So now G2 Blacklist, they are still fighting front to back, and they have the advantage now on this Baron.
Yu will be spotted here, and again, the power of Warmonk's armor is enough for G2 Blacklist to back away from that Baron takedown. That tone is so tanky though. Like, how many times have we seen him absorb multiple targets or multiple skills coming in from G2 Blacklist? But although he was taken down in the end, it still brought a lot of time for KBG's members. Now Unrun 9 and company, again, as we did say, they're still behind, right? You look at the goal lead right now, it's still 3k to the advantage of G2 Blacklist, but you can feel the pressure is actually creeping up on G2B's side. They're trying to make a play right now, because we know that KBG does have the better late game. They do have the Jax, the Vladimir, which pretty much is a beast in late game, and Shama has scaled really well into this game. 17 minutes and 30, and G2 Blacklist and KBG is still within inches from each other.
Absolutely, the pressure is mounting, and this 2.5 thousand goal lead might as well be nothing at this point in the game. It is almost 18 minutes in, and they are going to be finding a catch almost onto Anran 9 with the stun there. He does finish him off with the wind slash. A great catch off the mid layer, but now the onslaught of shadows there. Datan, can he actually fight back? There's the Dragon Rage onto 2. KD coming in from the back as he kicks Shama out, but Datan, very, very tanky, still is able to keep himself in the fight. Aaron trying to get in with a shuriken, trying to find anything that he can here to execute, to assassinate, but I think that's just going to be the 1 kill and G2 Blacklist from Baron.
Even though they were able to get that 1 kill advantage, it's not enough for G2 Blacklist to just break open this game. This is... You still have to commend KBG. Unrun 9 is already down, right? Like, at that point, you would have to feel confident that KBG will be crumbling down and will be basically getting assassinated one by one, but they were able to mitigate the damage, and G2 Blacklist is still making desperate plays that we are not accustomed in seeing from a team that is in the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this. Oh god, double taunt there onto Aaron and draw. Explosive cast to keep him safe, but Aaron has to get out of here. Cannot be in this fight without full
Elder
health.
Dragon
So is going to be the signal for the Elder Drake pick. As Golden
that's all missed.
Ooh, a big miss on the onslaught of shadows though. So that does mean without that ultimate, that's how it has to fall back. KBG have to reset this fight. They have to keep G2 Blacklist from going on to this Elder Drake as much as possible. They have to delay this fight until they can get the onslaught of shadows up. But you know, G2 Blacklist, they're already trying to commit here.
They have to be careful because Golden Kite does not have that much mana to work with. We all know that Ezreal that does not have the mana will most likely be not as effective. Yuyu is going to be in the front line.
Shot barrage as already Yuyu going in for the top.
Daton!
That is a huge Daton who is coming in.
Run,
At least
run.
Ime is not able to actually get anything done there, which is unfortunate because Ime was kind of doing a lot of work there for G2 Blacklist. So now that means that G2 Blacklist is on the very back foot here. But still, if KD's alive, they can go for a steal here. But Draw is going to get aggressed on, and Draw is going to get taken out.
Barrage.
Vladimir has been scaling. The True Shot Barrage is going to be coming out, but KD has been zoned away very effectively from the Dragon Pit, so that Elder Drake will 100% be going over to KBG.
Crazy team fighting. KBG ends up as the victors, getting that Elder Dragon for themselves. Let's look at that once again. And this is all already past that point of contention, right? Like, you know, at this point, G2 Blacklist is definitely on the back foot, and Daton and company will just turn and kill them one by one by making sure that this Elder Dragon is maintained at a certain health threshold. There is no chance for KD to steal this dragon away from them. Now the Elder Dragon, oh no, boom.
Oh god, that is going to be KD already out of the fight. Unfortunately, there will be no steal available once again.
What?
This is just so unfortunate because man, G2 Blacklist had the lead for most of this game, but suddenly, because of that fight, because of those blunders, KBG was able to come back in a big way.
And again, this is not just because G2 Blacklist threw away the game. It's also because KBG is a very formidable team. They know what to do at any point of the game, right? We saw them having a man disadvantage on the top side. What did they do? They fought it out. They called it out, made sure that there's going to be no Baron for the taking for G2 Blacklist. During the Elder Dragon fight, they focused down on Ime, and Ime going down basically has deleted the chances of G2 Blacklist winning that team fight. Now KBG is going for the push.
Oh, that is a huge thought from Yuyu into the Onslaught of Shadows, trying to isolate Raw actually away. But they actually managed to get the kill onto Yuyu. That is a 1-for-1 support for support. But G2 Blacklist, they have to be very, very careful. It's touch and go here in the same fight because of the Elder Drake buff. But already KD's down. He couldn't even make a play right there. Aaron with a perfect execution. But it doesn't matter because KG's already on the next, already taking it down. And suddenly KBG from the throes of defeat were able to snatch that victory away.
Wow, perfect. I have no words, G10. Like this group of guys from KBG.
I have one word.
Okay, go ahead.
Impressive.
Oh boy, they were.
Very impressive.
They were. Dude, okay. So one would say that, in that situation, in that predicament, when facing against a rampage composition in G2 Blacklist, in where what they want to do is to get one pick at a time, especially with the Lee Sin being at the forefront of everything. You get baited into it. You will try to, you would want to fight it. You would want to fight fire with fire, but KBG chose their fight very well at the mid part of that game. There was a 4,000 gold lead in favor of G2 Blacklist at one point in that game, and it did not matter. Right? No lead is safe, and no lead will be respected by KBG.
Yeah, and that's just, when you have the lead, you kind of expect the enemy to play in a certain way, right? You expect them to be a little bit more cautious, and you can kind of abuse that to your advantage. But that just did not happen here for KBG. They were just like, you know what lead? We're gonna act like a lead doesn't exist at all. Because look at that.
Oh, good.
It was a lead for G2 Blacklist pretty much from like minute 9 until the last few seconds, where it just skyrocketed to the side of KBG, and even though Golden Kite did most of the damage, it's just Anran 9, the scaling from him and Xiaoma were just too much, and the CC coming in from Yu, the setup from Datan, absolutely beautiful to see.
Yeah, dude, the combo of the Hecarim plus the Galio, being able to support Hecarim to still be that tanky and absorb all the damage potential coming in from G2 Blacklist. G2 Blacklist had one goal in mind, and that is to assassinate Xiaoma, or even possible, unrun 9 on the Vladimir. Which is definitely so hard to do, facing against a team that really knows their team fights, right? We saw the Akali being so good, the middle stages out of that game. But when it comes to the 5v5s, KBG knows what to do, right? Like, they are going to pin down this Akali pickup by G2 Blacklist, and only the best teams will really be able to track and check all those assassin pickups. And G2 Blacklist went for their gauntlet, went for the Akali pickup, which at first was very good, but in the end got controlled by Best Gaming.
Yeah, and it will be Xiaoma who actually will be MVP there. 8-3 and 9. He, did a lot of damage. I think it was a little bit understated how much he did in those fights, because we didn't really get to focus on him much. But yeah, he will be the MVP here. Did 29% of the team's damage and was just so consistent, even when he had a few oopsies there in the laning phase. He was still able to bring it back. But can G2 Blacklist bring it back and bring it to game number 3? We'll find out after this break as we get into game number 2.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 here between G2 Blacklist and KBG. KBG were able to turn around the losing situation to win that first game. Can they do it again to get a 2-0, or will G2 Blacklist finally get a game off of KBG?
One thing's for sure. I'm so happy that I don't have the job of Coach DG right now.
Yeah.
Because I feel that, as the coaching staff, it's your role to solve the problem that is being presented to you by the opposing team. But this squad of KBG, right? Like, dude, the problem is because they're just too good. That's the thing, right? Like, is that acceptable for a reason of defeat? Right? Like, they're just too good, I guess.
They're too good.
Yeah.
Skill issue. Skill diff. Oh man, no, it's just that even with the lead, G2 Blacklist were still they were expecting KBG to play, kind of standard, and pull back when they got picked off. But then no, KBG just trusted in their micro, and with that being said, they're trusting in. Oh, please do it, KD. Please do it. I thought we were gonna get the knife cat, but the Hecarim will be picked up here on the side of G2 Blacklist this time.
Yeah. The cat, I don't think we'll ever have a cat inside the rift. There is a cat beside me though, which, tends to become a little bit noisy. Can't do anything about it. Apologize to the viewers. But there you go. KBG will be answering with the Gragas and Jax. Which, this Jax, by the way, by KBG, was played defensively against Ime, which is not quite within our expectations. But, that ban on the Fiora basically is pivoting KBG to really focus down this Jax pickup. Now, G2 Blacklist. Oh, this is a lot harder, so to speak, right? So one would say that Renekton should win the lane against Jax, but I beg to differ. It's not going to really be the case because, one of the biggest reasons why you pick up the Renekton is to threaten that burst damage on towards the Jax. But Jax does have a lot of defensive tools to make sure that gets negated.
Yeah, and even more defensive tools now that Tatan has picked up the Shen. We saw the Shen was so effective in the last matchup we saw with J-Team versus Fennel, and that is one of the CA conference junglers that has been really feared throughout the years, just because of the presence that he can bring. And if there's something that KBG can rely on, it is having that map presence that they need. And the Sona being banned out here, I feel like they saw the composition. They were like, this seems like it could benefit from a lot of stats, a lot of speed up. So yeah, they're going to be banning that out. No raw stats explosion for you in G2.
And that's not a misban. To those viewers that are just tuning in,
she's so strong.
She is indeed super strong right now in the current patch and needs to be respected every now and then. And this is, oh no. I remember there was a game that KBG was so far behind that I thought that, KBG would end up losing. And then the savior comes in the form of a kid in the mid lane. And that is Run 9 piloting the Zoe. So, dude, this Zoe pickup by KBG, it's almost uncatchable, right? Like, there's been a lot of games in where I saw a Nautilus getting picked up just for a potential solution to the Zoe, but oftentimes it gets negated by his micro decisions, by his godly mechanics.
Yeah, and this is still the same Anran 9 that we saw last season, absolutely dominated and was the best mid laner in the world for some time. But this composition by G2 Blacklist, they are throwing everything into the very into Aaron. They're going pretty much full support on Aaron, man. They have the Karma, they have the Janna for basically Aaron, and KD he made to set him up. But if Aaron is taken out in a fight, then it is going to be very difficult for G2 Blacklist to come back, especially with the Tristana being picked up here on the side of KBG.
G10, are you telling me right now that KBG was able to predict a Sona pickup to a point that they were able to ban it away, and so in exchange, G2 Blacklist defaulted back to a Janna for draw?
A Janna Karma.
What? Okay, right? Like, that's maybe it was a Sona Seraphine angle, yeah?
I wish it was. I really wish
Alright.
it was, but I think I think it might have still been an AD plus Sona angle.
Really?
So
Yeah,
great
possibly.
read there by KBG.
Super clean. This is coming from their new coach. For those that are unaware, their previous coach from season 1 is now part of EDG's coaching staff. Meanwhile, their coach to start season 2 is the former coach of JDG, Coach Jun. Not the Korean Coach Jun that you guys might be aware of, but Coach Jun from JDG in Wild Rift.
Yeah, very cool. We see some roster shuffles in the coaching staff, and that that could benefit KBG quite nicely here, especially with that kind of prediction. And, man, I just wanted to talk about Iron 9 a little bit because he in the last season, his Zoe was just a force of nature, something to be reckoned with. Whenever he picked up that champion, you could almost hear the other mid laner kind of sigh in frustration because man, he is so difficult to just lane against. But oh man, KD actually with this jungle route trying to abuse Daton's a little bit weaker early game, but this could be a big mistake from G2 Blacklist as Ime though in the midst of it all. KG, he's going to be taking Ime out though.
It's a 1-for-1.
Actually, what goes to Adran 9 is going to be a 1-for-1. Daton with a smite there. He can fight a lot more with KD up here, except he can't because KD did quite a lot of burst there along with Aaron. So that is going to be a 2-1 start for G2 Blacklist.
A net positive overall for G2 Blacklist, especially considering that those were jungle camps by KBG being stolen away. Right, we'll look into that replay once again, and I thought that Ime was a little bit overeager, in pulling the Rootless Predator combo. Had it been that he had enough rage, it could have been the assassination needed to just win that fight outright. But in the end, G2 Blacklist maximizing that dark area. By the way, if you know your Wild Rift, you know that corner is a dark area. KD just maximized that, small fuck of war to his advantage. And it's so crazy to think that, those plays needs the maximum potential of your micro to really just get the advantage against the CN teams.
Absolutely, and you have to take every little micro mechanic that you can get against these CN teams, just so you can have that little bit of an advantage. And yeah, as you said,
10.1 KDA, dude.
10.1 KDA on the Zoe.
Never mind the 80% win rate, right? Dude, not every game is winnable, I guess. It still is a very impressive win rate overall, 4-1. But the more impressive number there was the 10.1 KDA.
Definitely.
Oh wow.
Definitely, but also, I mean, you're right. There were a couple of games there where things were not going all too well for KBG, but then they were able to be turned around because of Iron 9. But already Onslaught of Shadows onto mid lane. Speaking of, taking Iron 9 away from this lane, forcing him to back out, giving Aaron a little bit of leeway, a little bit of lane priority, and maybe some plates here as well.
That's massive. Now this is pretty susceptible to a Rift Herald takedown, and then Run 9 is playing with fire right now against Aaron. Not sure if he has enough to get that solo kill against Run 9, but Run 9 is pretty much still safe and will be able to back away and reset for the fight.
I love how proactive
Monsoon.
Blacklist is being. But yeah, Monsoon incredibly proactive. Golden Kite in the midst of it all. He will get exhausted. Shama had to jump out of there. But that was a great setup from Draw.
Okay.
He had to flash out as well, and you can see how oppressive this double enchanter bot lane can be.
Which is kind of surprising. I have to be honest with you, it's not within my expectations that they will go for a massive play, but I believe that was the Flash Monsoon coming in from Draw just to push back the members of KBG. And although the trend... No,
KD, he will get auto attacked to death with the Ignite, and Ren 9 securing a kill for himself. As soon as he saw that the mid laner was gone, he was like, alright, it's time. I see the horse. You cannot get close to him, my guy.
And Golden Kite was a few seconds away from reaching him, and most likely, the play there was for him to give the shielding needed to survive that all-in. But this is why you have to respect KBG's mid laner, right? Like, out of the blue, he will find those solo kills that will tilt the game into their favor. 10.1 KDA, currently at 2-0-0. So, dude, if G2 Blacklist won't be able to contain or control Unrun 9, oh, dude, this is going to be a nightmare for them.
A nightmare and a half, because already he is getting fed with those kills. With even though he was kind of focused up in the mid lane for pressure, he just did not crumble under it. He was like, all right, I'll give you a couple of hour plates, I'll still get the minions, and I'll still contest this this horse coming in, this Hecarim in the mid lane.
Wow.
The sleepy trouble bubble being threaded in there, and he will get the sleepy
Another
trouble
one.
once again onto Ime.
Yeah. Skill shot is not really a skill shot when you are on run 9.
Yeah, it's basically a point and click, but the Ice Drake being soloed out there by that pawn, while the Rift Herald on the other side by Katie. It's a good trade of objectives here, but they really need to make use of that quickly as Katie, he does put it down in the top lane.
Yeah.
4 members of G2 Blacklist making sure that that tower does go down.
Not sure I agree with that decision coming in from KD, but you know, KD should know better, for sure. But I feel that, you know, the mid lane tower is so pretty much the focal point at any given game, and them deciding to use the Rift Herald on the top side was pretty much just a small question for me. And you look at the position that KBG has right now, right? Like this 1,102 HP in the mid lane. It's so hard to penetrate a tower, especially with a Zoe guarding it. And that's only the reason why I think, you know, that Rift Herald, I believe, should have been used here in the mid lane. Although, you know, one would say the G2 Blacklist wanted to summon that Rift Herald on the top side to a potential dive towards the members of KBG, but KBG, again, was able to read that play.
Yeah, and they are going to be reading that Ton going into the grave because he won't be able to be saved here. Anran 9, the next target maybe, but he's able to flash out, get out of the spotlight as G2. They are looking for any pick that they can get. Ime just aggressing with the dominance here. There is no tower to protect him, so Golden Kite is going to be coming in. There's the shield, and immediately with a Q, takes Kristan out. He actually jumped right into the Q, and that is going to be another kill, but it will be at least a 2-for-1 as they get Ime. And now KD onto that bot lane turret. The macro plays from G2 Blacklist.
A lot of positive things happening for G2 Blacklist with their double utility support doing it right now. But KBG and company still finding advantages elsewhere in the map. They will be able to get a lot of tower plates in the mid lane. And KD was not successful in taking down a tower here in the bot lane just because of the tower plating being active. With that said and done, we are looking at a small lead in favor actually of no one. It's a pretty much even game now. For the win condition though, G2 Blacklist, I believe, it's doing a better job overall. They're funneling all their resources and kills on towards Aaron. And Aaron does already have a 3-kill advantage to his name. We look into the tower plates as well. Lots of plates being focused down by G2 Blacklist, and you know, that's the benefit of having the Rift Herald.
Oh, Yu there with a big body slam into the explosive cast, but Stan United will keep Aaron alive, but barely, as Aaron does finish off that kill. Draw will get taken out as well, and that's on. He's now going to be going on to Aaron with Shalma. Unfortunately, there will be no escape there for the Zeri, as that'll be a 2-for-1 in favor of KBG.
It's a 2-for-1, but more importantly, it's a message being sent over to Unrun 9 that there is going to be not a perfect game for you. But look at that play once again. Oh, a counter synergy. You may have saved Aaron there, because that Sleepy Trouble Bubble, had it connected to Aaron, it would have been an easy 2-0 wipeout. But in the end, it's a 2-for-1. And more importantly, if you're G2 Blacklist, they were still able to make a play elsewhere. The shutdown gold did not go over to Tristana, which is another positive thing for G2 Blacklist.
You're right. You're very right, because that Tristana might have been it still can be a huge obstacle for G2 Blacklist, but at least that hyper scaling has been delayed a little bit with that kill not being given over, but it's still, kills for KBG. Now, G2 Blacklist, I love how proactive they're being. Their setups and how they're taking the time to just try to get Aaron into these skirmishes, into these fights, so that he can possibly get ahead.
Oh no!
But oh god, it's going to be very difficult for him to get out of this one now. Withdraw and Monsoon will delay it a little bit.
Unrun!
Can he finish the Iron Man 9?
Red buff?
Not quite.
Okay!
He will get him with the red buff at the very least, but now will be the next target. He will be able to get away because Jan is very fast, but it is a 1-for-1 mid laner for mid laner. That is a body slam onto Golden Kai with the flash. And the onslaught of shadows, but unfortunately, it is just going to be KD kind of fighting alone here. An amazing explosive cast to bring Golden Kite back towards the team. KBG have more than one carry, but Ime is going to be here. He's got the dominance. He popped it early. He's just waiting for somebody to come in. Just the timing there, but he manages to go to flash onto Shauma, and he manages to get his entire combo off, take that Tristana off of the playing field, and immediately aggress onto this Infernal Drake. And G2 Blacklist, they make the best of a bad situation there.
Wow, okay, well, one thing's for sure, I'm now a believer of this all-in composition that is centered around Aaron. Because Aaron, twice in a row, he's able to get the head of Unrun 9. And by the way, that's the most beautiful Transcendent Embrace I've ever seen in the history of Father of Esports. In the end, though, that was not the best play, because Ime, again, just using his dominance to prep up his rage, and Shauma just immediately gets caught out of position. And I believe off-screen, I think our Renekton got assassinated by the Tonen KG. Oh, no.
Unfortunate for Ime, but it is what it is at this point. At least it's not Aaron who got assassinated, who got gapped a little bit. It's still very, very possible for G2 Blacklist to get into these fights with Aaron and just really buff him up. So it is neck and neck between him and Amran 9. It's going to be a carry battle between these two mid laners.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Again, who will prevail? The long-range poke artillery nuclear missile detected from Unrun 9, or the sustained DPS coming in from the Zeri of Aaron. And 12 minutes in, right? Like, no one is in the clear lead once again. This is actually still a positive point for G2 Blacklist, right? Like, now, games are a lot closer than it was during the Grand Finals. And this is definitely a positive point if you are a supporter of the APAC region.
Yeah, most definitely, because being able to, find these gaps in the armor of KBG is so valuable, not just for G2 Blacklist, but for pretty much anybody who's studying the VOD, who's still going to be facing up against KBG. This is one of the ways where you can really do your homework, especially when you're trying to run some conventional compositions like G2 Blacklist is.
Exactly. Because G2 Blacklist do have two ways to wait, hang on, Ime and KD missing his mark right then and there. It will cool down. And I don't anticipate any team fight soon for KBG unless they get a pick off led by Unrun 9. Again, Unrun 9, when he finds at least one skill shot, everyone will follow from the side of KBG. Add to the fact that they do have this Shen to just get called upon with the Stand United. One of the concerns I do have for G2 Blacklist is who is going to face check outside of KD.
That is a very good question, but that's Todd is the one who goes for the face check there on KD. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble will find him as well, but because he is Hecarim, he's able to get out of there scot-free. Now this Rift Herald will be started. A very ballsy move there by KBG, but they know exactly when to peel off. As soon as they, even sense to draw in their general direction, they just say, all right, we're calling it off.
AoE damage is still at a premium right now for G2 Blacklist's members. Add to the fact that KD is so quick to his rotations, or with his rotations, that it's not going to be the wisest decision to flip that Baron takedown. KG!
Oh, KG might have gotten a little bit CC'd there, but because of the counter-strike, he was not in any real danger, because G2 Blacklist do not want to risk all too much, especially when they don't have eyes on Amran 9, because the Sleepy Trouble Bubble can come from anywhere, Battlestar can come from anywhere.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's not Morgana really that that is on the side of G2 Blacklist. No Black Shield to really help out someone that is about to sleep. And so for G2 Blacklist, the scaling continues. 2 items already completed. Runan's Hurricane already completed. for the Zeri. If it ever reaches the point that, we'll be seeing a 3-item power spike for the Zeri, maybe, just maybe, KBG will be shaking and will feel threatened of this all-in Zeri composition coming in from G2 Blacklist. But again, so far, at least in game number 1, they were not they were not respecting the leads that G2 Blacklist was getting at any point in the game.
Yeah, and at this point, there is a very small lead for G2 Blacklist, so definitely KBG are going to act like they have the lead. And they're the ones who are starting up this Ocean Drake, third one, last one before the Elder Drake. So KD is going to be coming in from the other side, along with the rest of G2 Blacklist. So he's got the Janet for that. Oh my god, draw! Almost just gets blown up, almost one shot there. Just because of Anran 9. But Aaron, he's gonna almost suffer the same fate. It's still going to be the Dragon being stolen away. There's the outside of Shadow.
Shaoma's dead.
Shaoma is going to be dead. He gets helicoptered to the ground as Aaron is looking to do a lot more damage. But Katie, he's so tanky versus these members. Anran 9 gets caught in the middle of it all. And it's going to be Golden Kite who takes his life. 2 kills and the Drake for G2 Blacklist.
They're not
going
done.
to look for a little bit more here. They're chasing onto you. Aaron's already on him. He's just trying to do as much damage as he can. Katie with on there as the big meat shield. Another knock up there with the tornado onto that Tom. But KG with the counter strike onto the tower. Will this be enough to try to knock him back? He deads Aaron, and that is the main linchpin of G2 Blacklist composition. They may have been off a little bit more than they can chew there, but still, it is a 3 for 2.
No way! I thought for a second the G2 Blacklist would be content with whatever advantage that they were able to get. They were able to snag 2 kills on towards the carries of KBG, and I thought, at that point, they could have threatened the Baron takedown, but G2 Blacklist still went for the chase. And when Aaron went down, after this, it was the biggest blow, because he basically is their damage, right? Like, you're seeing it right now, like Aaron is being funneled here by the members of G2B. Oh, Baron! No way!
Hey, no way. Oh, it's still going to be going to KBG. What? So that could have been avoided if G2 Blacklist just went and threatened the Baron.
Exactly, because you look at this replay, right? Like, this replay should tell the tale of how Aaron got clipped by the stun in KG. Pretty much is basically the reason why KBG is enjoying the Baron buff right now. He was able to take down Aaron, which is the primary source of damage on the side of G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, and because of that, Aaron is going to be suffering a little bit more here. KBG definitely enjoying that little bit more that they can get from the Baron, that gold lead that they are starting to build up. It is very small at the moment, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. So G2 Blacklist, they now have to kind of recalculate. They have to reassess how they get into these fights and how much protection they can really give onto Aaron. But Ime, so much damage already being taken by the Crocodile.
You can see the Paddle Star from a mile away. From galaxies away, I guess, is how you want to call it. Now, G2B is still feeling the pressure from the members of KBG, and the sleep will connect onto Aaron, but KD is there to box them out. Although KBG could set their sights over towards the Elder Dragon, which has just spawned up.
And immediately they are on it, and without...
There's vision, though.
There is vision, but they don't have their... Oh god, they're almost put the dust there. But without their damage dealer here, KD can only hope to, onslaught of shadows in, and then go for the seal that way. Try to clear that on out of the way so he can get that smite. But without consistent vision, they can only hope for it. But they are going to try to go onto Anran 9. They force the stasis, and that on is there to help. There's the shadows, and Golden Kai takes away the big mid laner there for KBG. But now there's going to be KD in the back versus 3. Unfortunately, he does get stunned up or haunted there. And the top lane, they were dealing with the Jax up there. So KG successful in bringing attention to himself in the top lane.
Yeah, he has the Hullbreaker, and we are at that point in where the Renekton basically is a big minion compared to the Jax, right? Like
a sunbomb.
It's okay. So the thing about Jax versus Renekton is, that by the time that it reaches the late game, the Jax will pretty much have no respect whatsoever towards the Renekton, because in the sustained DPS and plus tankiness, Renekton basically stands no chance against him. in the sideline. And regardless of the record, yeah, sure, you might say that it's a 1-4-5 Renekton. Regardless of the record, Jax should still really be favored in the late game.
Yeah, and he is still ahead, 2,200 gold up. Look at that, teleport coming in for KBG there.
Elder secured.
Going to secure the Elder, not even smited down by that taunt. It was KG who got that secure, and now the team fight is going to be very scary for G2 Blacklist because Zoe can one-shot even harder now. They have to have eyes on where Anran 9 is going to be.
And the reigning defending champion has an Elder Dragon advantage at the 20-minute mark of the game, which means that they can easily elect to get another objective, which is Baron, or just threaten a split push action with their Jax having the advantage and Shen also having the ability to just go and join the fight when one stand united. So how will G2 Blacklist deal with this pressure?
Yu already putting a lot of pressure onto them, just throwing his entire body into the mix, knowing that he's pretty tanky, and G2 Blacklist can't really retaliate for fear of somebody getting targeted by that explosive cast being thrown over to Anran 9. Speaking of Anran 9, he is going to be there, a very huge presence here for KBG. They're already starting the Baron. Yes, there's vision. But is it enough vision for G2 Blacklist to be confident enough? Because KG is going to be there. He's going to get
going for the turn.
Stun and the big explosive cast. Big turn there. Iron's already gone, and that's all of the damage almost of G2 Blacklist gone. And 2 more members are dead. Golden Kite and Draw. It is going to be the end of G2 Blacklist here. Golden Kite, he will get Paddle Start from downtown, and KBG, they don't even need the Baron. They're just going to storm right into the base. The Elder Drake fight will go their way, and they will be taking the series 2-0.
That Baron was just being used as the bait needed by KBG to force G2 Blacklist into fighting them. This is one thing that we know for a fact is going to be a problem in the composition of G2B, right? Like, they have no way to face check. Renekton is not the best face checking champion. And when you're trying to run a double utility support here in the bot lane, chances are you won't have, the Ragas to face check. You won't have the Ornn to face check. And that was basically recognized here by KBG, and with the Elder Dragon advantage that they have, it was easy picking by them. Anran 9 again being able to clip Aaron, and although it wasn't enough to take him down in an instant, that burn damage basically executed him into the execution threshold. So that again is a very impressive win for Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, and with a 2-0 right there, it means that Keep Best Gaming keep their record against APAC teams of not even a single game being taken against them.
Perfect.
Unfortunately,
wow.
Yeah, it is going to be a repeat of the finals from last season. The rematch, once again, went into KBG's favor. And I do feel like there was a solid theory behind G2 Blacklist composition, but in execution, Anran was just there to stifle all of their attempts.
Super good. He's pretty much I would say he was the focal point of the attention of G2 Blacklist. And you should really respect Anran 9's Zoe, right? Like, they did a great job in shutting him down. In fact, I dare say it, G2 Blacklist may have ruined his KDA on the chat.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the one way to send a message. I was off of a very unorthodox lineup, having a Karma, Janna bottom lane here to help them out. And you're seeing still the gold graph was, I don't know how to explain gold graph like this, right? Like it's pretty much a roller coaster towards the end of the game. But one thing that I kind of want to point out still is KBG's top side. KG, to me, he was he recognized that he's going to be a win condition nonetheless, especially against a Renekton, and he made true of it.
Yeah, and because KG was he was on that Jax, he knew the thresholds of that Jax and when he could be that split pushing threat that was nearly impossible to deal with, specifically because the Renekton was the one picked against him, and Just looking at these stats, yeah, the KDA had been pretty much ruined for Anran9. He adding 4 deaths to that total.
Is that a win?
So,
do you consider
I
it
say
a
that's
win?
a moral victory. That's a moral victory for G2 Blacklist, man.
Right. I agree, right? Like maybe even Coach TJ would agree. And he is the type of person that will take everything, of course, seriously. But he is not going to shy away in giving credit towards his team if there will be, close encounters such as this. MVP goes over to Unrun9, being the focal point of their offense. Although one would say that KG was able to still... I think that KG is still, very deserving of the MVP. Because he was the one who got ahead of Aaron when they were trying to rampage them down on the top side, right? Like his recognition of Aaron's overextension and him getting that assassination onto him was pretty much the reason why they are enjoying a 2-0 victory right now. But Unrun9 being the MVP, so yeah, I will have no complaints.
Yeah, very well deserved there. But that will be it for the second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in to match number 3 after this short break. We'll see you.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat back, stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
到了 KBG 的辅助选手悠悠来到我们的赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 KBG 的辅助选手悠悠。
欢迎悠悠。那首先想问一下，因为你们这一把是拿到了非常关键的第8胜，然后算是在整个 CN 赛区可能比较混乱的这个季后赛形势里是突出重围了。现在有没有觉得肩上的担子压力稍微轻了一点？
轻了很多，因为我们之前因为一开始走得很顺嘛，然后后面因为一顿年跪，所以其实一段都是压力很大的，能拿到季后赛名额还是很开心的。
很开心，也就是看得出来，压力少了不少啊。So the first question for him is like now you have got 8 wins and it's kind of like breakthrough, and is there any pressure still, or the pressure become less now? And his answer is like, well, actually the pressure is less a lot now. 那第二个问题想问一下，就是最近我不知道可能自己在打比赛的时候有没有这个感觉，因为红色方其实最近的胜率非常非常低，或者说可能在游戏里面会打得非常非常艰难，就像你们刚刚的第2把一样，就是可能是什么样的原因呢？
因为红色方的 BP 压力比较大，因为红色方现在固定2班嘛，人马寡妇，所以导致整体的胜率就很低。现在呢，大家都在考虑把人马寡妇放出来打嘛，因为红色方的 BP 压力实在太大了。
就 BP 压力实在太大了，有的时候可能会要去ban掉一些其他的英雄，然后所以不得已可能要放出一些版本比较 OP 的点。So the second question for him is like recent weeks, the win rate of red side is getting lower than before, and what would you say? And his answer is like, well, actually the red team got a lot of disadvantage in the ban pick phase because they have to deal with Hakarim and Evelyn in the ban pick phase, so that's their disadvantage, and it's really brings a lot of pressure. 那第3个问题想问一下，因为刚刚我在采访X1 的时候，他其实回应了，就是说打你们最后一场比赛可能几乎也没有什么太大的压力和会非常的有信心。那你对此有没有什么想要回应的？
我想说 DY 哥下手轻点啊，确实打不过。
DY 哥下手轻点，确实打不过，也是非常的谦虚啊。那the last question for him is like, what's your response to what X1 said in the last interview? And his answer is like, well, actually, DY, I'm begging you for mercy, but after all, I hope that will be a really nice match. 那我们这场的赛后采访就到此结束了，我们接下来稍事休息，马上要来的是一段精。
你小子懂得惊奇呀！
So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat back, stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat, what's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个车！ 菜呢？
Go
light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the day here, and this has major implications for the playoffs contentions of two of these teams, JDG and Nova Esports. What's up? I'm G2B coming at you. With me is Interlude, and I'm excited to get into the CN conference match.
Yeah, surely, right? Like, this is a matchup between two teams that has very big playoff aspirations, and when talking about JDG, one loss might just mean their elimination from WRL-A2 in this tournament, and that's really not the news that you want to bring in to the new year, because again, you know, we are already on our last week here, G10, and after Sunday it's going to be a very long break in preparations for the playoffs that will happen next week.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's going to be a very bloody weekend, I feel, but I think it really starts
exactly
right now with this match. Whoever wins this will keep their playoffs dreams alive. Because Nova Esports, they're not safe either, even though they have, you know, that they're at that 7-win mark. If they lose to JDG, then suddenly they're in they may be, you know, in a spot to be eliminated somehow.
We were calculating the magic number for you to secure a playoff spot, and we believe it's at number 8, which means that, you know, Nova is actually just one series win away from the magic number. If you're JDG though, you have to bank on this starting 5. Lemon, Once, Fei-Bai, Berry, and of course Max. A lot of new faces for the JDG banner, and we felt it, you know, as their casters. We know it's tough to transition from one roster to another, and you know, JDG is not in the position that we expected them to be in. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Nova, the World Championship squad, still intact. So, in terms of chemistry, in terms of experience of playing together, Nova should have the advantage.
Oh, most definitely, because they do have that synergy, they have that experience. But on the other side, JDG, they have that confidence. We were discussing it earlier. They are coming off from a 3-match winning streak. So, if there's a time for them to be able to take down Nova Esports, it is now. And take a look at these head-to-heads. Once with a very kind of what is it? A suspicious number there in the KDA spot, 6.66. And Long, you know, he is a little bit lower on the number side, but that doesn't take into account, you know, how much Nova likes to play as a team, and how many sacrifices Long does for his team.
Nova will definitely be the forefront of Nova's quest to win another championship for their squad, right? Like the only thing missing in Nova's quest throughout their Wild Rift careers is a domestic title. I like it. They have yet to win a Wild Rift League. They have yet to win a Wild Rift League Asia. They won the World Championships though, which was the Icons Global held last year. So that's a different level of prestige. Kind of reminds me of what's that again? Gen G Ruler back in the day, right?
Ooh,
like
yeah.
So that was pretty much the thing, right? Like
the real
world
rival
champions.
of Faker.
You think really?
Yes.
Like after 10 years, Ruler possibly. Yeah, I still remember Uzi. I guess is one of the more iconic rivals to him, although not on the same lane.
That's definitely not on the same level because Uzi, he did retire before he was able to take Faker to task in that world championship final. But Ruler, he was there. He got the W and then he got the L lately. So
and
the rivalry
you know what?
is alive and strong. Yeah.
We're talking about Ruler in front of JDG.
You're right.
and now their Dragon Laner is Barry, right? A former member of J Team has transitioned over, but has been what I would say not really in his best form. Now let's go over to Yoho for the player introductions.
接下来将由京东 Gaming 对阵 Nova Esports 3连胜的京东面对找回状态的 Nova， 狭路相逢勇者胜。我们接下来把时间交给赛场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Jingdong Gaming versus Nova Esports. It's time for next combat. Now, let's welcome Jingdong Gaming and Nova Esports.
菜就多练，以前是以前，现在是现在。
今晚送你们教练回家过年。
Wait, that's a big swing back from the mic. It almost hit Barry in the face.
Almost hit him.
Well, okay. All right. Anyway, that's one way to do your trash talk sessions, right?
Oh yeah, almost injured the enemy team. But, this is kind of what I've been missing from these CN versus APAC matches. Those trash talking sessions. Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't had the APAC teams show up more. We've gotten used to them. Just showing up and showing their personality, but they just haven't been around as of late, unfortunately. So it's refreshing to see once again the St. Conference teams coming in with that friendly trash talk.
Right, will happen for sure by the time that we reach the playoffs. Most likely, if you end up as the top 2 teams from APAC. Wait, what's happening? They're jumping.
Oh,
but.
Just the entrance, just two bros, two buddies, two friends making an entrance together. I love that.
I don't think Long would do it though. Long gives me I am the type of guy that will not do anything comic, I guess. He's always on the serious side. Always is on the game face, right?
You gotta keep the game face on.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the mid laners will definitely be highlighted as well, as we see Feibai from JDG. He's been around, right? Like he's been I would say a veteran in the league of Wild Rift League Asia. And he's going to be tasked to face against one of the players that will not hesitate to play the Yasuo. So let's see if there will be a Yasuo pickup today.
I'd love to see it, especially considering it's Nova Esports and they're not averse to going for some of those more out there compositions. It's because they know the game pretty much inside and out. They just have not had the best run as of lately because a lot of the time I will attribute this to the meta shifting towards a jungler centric role, and a lot of CN teams have not really found the right kind of adjustment for it as of yet. But some teams have really adapted super well to this new meta. So it really depends on how fast you are on the uptake, on how quickly you can adjust. And that being said, I feel like Nova Esports just lately have been able to kind of understand this kind of meta a little bit more. But of course, JDG coming from that 3-match winning streak is going to be full of confidence coming into this match.
Yeah, they know what is at stake. They know that if they end up winning against Nova, especially if it becomes a 2-0 their advantage, they will push their I would say brothers in the standings, right? We had a 4-way tie heading into today. That was broken by J-Team a while back, although it wasn't a 2-0. It still allowed them to have the advantage against the likes of JDG. Now, JDG, of course, wants to follow suit. They don't want to be left behind here. But against Nova, it's a tall task, right? It's a very tough task. And again, you talk about being able to play around the changes in the meta. We know that Long will play basically anything in the game, right? Like he's playing Echo, he's playing Nilla, he's playing Camille in the jungle, and that mainly, to me, is kind of like, you know, a positive thing, sure, but sometimes it takes away, you know, the real identity of Nova, which is pretty much Long is a very good jungler to play around with. So hopefully, you know, they will not be over experimenting or over experimentful with their drafts, especially against a team that is riding a 3-win streak.
Yeah, just go for the good old competition. But before we get into the match, of course, we are going to get into the fight first side, and they're just going to get right into the skirmishes, with Max being the first blood here for Nova Esports. And I looking at these competitions, man, there is a Nasus on Pay By, but I do like Barry being on that saver. I feel like that's going to be really good, but unfortunately Nian is on that base, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage, but already Yami is going to get taken down there. Yitze with a big engage there, Nian to the skies, trying to get a little bit of a redemption there, but no, it was going to be more kills for JDG than for Nova.
Yeah, lots of positive with the composition that JDG is nursing right now. They have a lot of front line, they do have an assassin, and they do have the On The Hunt coming in from the Sivir. It also is a very good warm-up for their Dragon Lane player to play the Sivir at their earliest now.
Yep, as it is going to be it may be a Sivir. He is becoming, you know, quickly. Wow, that is a great assassination there from Lemon onto Nian, and he is trying to go a little bit further beyond, but not quite as far, because he does have that ultimate yet. The Broken Wings won't do as much damage without the ult on, so you really want to get that ult, especially since you have that access to win slash. Now, not a big task. His first cast there, but that will result in the Gragas dying. A huge turnaround there for Nova.
Yeah, Long is getting excited right now on this Jinx, and pretty much, you know, this is what she wants to be in. Resets will definitely happen in an ARAM game, and having that hyper carry onto your side will definitely be positive, especially knowing that they do have some way or some form of poke in the Jace, which is pretty much one of the best champions that we have in Howling Abyss, especially here in Wild Rift.
Yep, he definitely is, especially with those accelerated shots that poking away little by little, but also he has the assistance of a Brand that can also poke away and do a lot of damage, especially when he lets loose that ultimate in the midst of a big team fight, because it is just like a big team fight. So you're Long taking on very, very low. Just a little
1
bit
HP,
more,
Snowball
will be taking him down.
Yeah, Snowball kill. Always a treat to see. But I wonder what happened to this Brand, right? Like, I just don't understand the zombie skin line. How did they turn into a zombie again? Is my question.
That's a good question. You probably got bitten by something. But Lita getting bitten. Yami might be getting bitten right here. He did get the good Justice Punch, but now Nian on the back foot. He will get taken out. And Long, he will be getting excited, but the rest of his team is gone. He does get paid by. He's going to flash out from the range of once and back into tower range. So at least he was able to keep that a little bit even for 3, but he will be just boomeranged or ricocheted by Barry there.
Barry baited him. Very good spell shield. Yeah. And Remake is here to finalize the kill onto Barry. Pyroclasm also going to be invested, but this is an all for ones by ones. What happened there? Alright, went for the reset.
And you know, I love now that you actually can Pyroclasm and have it bounce
onto yourself.
Yep. Yeah, a very cool thing. I used to play a lot of Brand support. Yeah. Whenever I got.
Oh,
this
you're a
Super
brand
Bowl-
enjoyer.
Yep, I enjoy Brad very much. Way back in the day, even in the jungle when he was good there. So, Pyroclasm bouncing on yourself is a chef's kiss kind of moment.
For
Because,
sure.
you know, he used to be just, oh, it's a 1v1. Pyroclasm. Oh, that's it. That's all the damage you get.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, he's one of my most played champions against LeBlanc. I know that we don't have a LeBlanc here in the Wild Rift. And can't wait for the day to, that finally happens. But the main reason why I think, Bran is a very good champion to pick against LeBlanc back in the day was whenever she procs her passive, like that's a very easy bounce. So if you get the calculation in, you throw the Pyroclasm, and the LeBlanc would not know what hit her, basically. So that's one way to cheese it out. We're sharing some funny stories here and there, but the fact remains that JDG is actually winning, at least in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, but Nova is still getting their licks in, although they are getting licks themselves. 2-1, and then the perfect execution on the back line. One more attack, no, Yitzhak will still keep alive. It is going to be a 3-for-3, but once and Barry a lot more healthy. Of course, Barry can just ricochet and boomerang. Yitzhak is down, and Long can clear the sway, but still JDG is getting the upper hand. Look at that boomerang blade, look at that damage onto Long, and then the snowball into the swag. Swag Q, just EQ, and then he drifts to the side. I love that.
I love Barry's game, at least today. I love to be him right now. Like, you have 3-4 front lines, and then the only thing that you have to do is to just keep on hitting as a cipher. Very good, game overall for Barry, and you can see pretty much it's a very easy thing to do as a cipher. All he needs to do is to just free it.
Look at that. He passed on to remake, but the damage was on to Max. Unfortunately, Max is not.
Oh no! Snowball.
It's all too much. Bye bye. Okay, he's gonna take a snowball. Yitzhak very ballsy there, but he is going to be distracting the back because Lemon is going to be on the backside as well. Nian is down, and that is the right target for Lemon to be focusing. Is that Jace can just open him out again and again with those accelerated shock blasts. But Yitzhak trying to commit onto Barry here will get denied by the spell field, and actually he will be going back right in onto Fade by. Unfortunately, he won't be able to get the kill. Hero's entrance did save once there, but Long is now on the chopping block. He at least got one kill for himself onto Fade by, but that's an Nasus. He doesn't really matter as much as, say, the Sivir.
As much as you... Okay.
Oh,
so
what a
they're not
great
yet
flash.
done. But as much as as much as that thing being, Barry being allowed to free hit over and over again, it's not the same for Long, right? Like, one Wither will basically negate a lot of his attack speed, and Nova is going for the counterplay here. Barry will just explode to the passive, but at least was able to get a 1-for-1.
Yep, the 1-for-1 target. Oh god, the grab just flew up there. But at least Lemon,
there's a
every
grave.
time he tries to go in, he gets punished for it. By though with the AP Nasus is not super duper useful. He's got the Wither, he's got the Soul
Siphoning Strike,
and the Siphoning Strike really isn't too much of a factor in
exactly.
in Aram. Because you can't really stack it up too much.
Hey, do you know that in an Aram game though, there is a potential of you being able to get a lot of stacks just because it's kind of adjusted in Howling Abyss, so you get a lot more stacks. If I would say the composition permits, you will see AD Nasus every now and then, but not here in competitive for sure.
Definitely not, but he is going to go big. Maybe not go home yet, but it is going to be back to going home. The win slash. Once though, he's already in there.
And Lemon.
Oh my god, Lemon with damage. He just bursted them out. Two members got fell immediately, and now Long. Barry actually missed that boomerang blade, but he just had the auto attack. Grabs the 4th kill there, just Fade by Barry versus Yitzhak, and the Nasus is there. Yitzhak will get one. The Nasus falls to the Riven as nature intended, but it is going to be Barry who is alive at the end of the day. Every 5 seconds left to go, it will be JDG winning the fight for side.
Barry by himself will be getting that advantage towards JDG. I wonder how many times Barry died in that game. Like, I'm pretty sure it should just be around 1 or 2, right? Because I've seen him maximize his kit in his uptime. Just cause, you know, he has a lot of frontliners to create space for him. And that will be also the goal here by JDG. Now you look at their composition, right? JDG. It's centered around their jungler. Once is also a very good jungler to rely on when it comes to, you know, carry performances. But facing against Long is always going to be a different story, right? Like we all know that Long is still a beast in the jungle. And I can't wait for them to bring out all the carry picks like the Aatrox, like the Yone even, right? Those are the 2 picks I'm looking at as a potential priority for both sides. And hopefully we will not finish the day without a Sona, because I prepared for it.
Oh yeah, we're hyped for the Sona.
It's going to be a shame, you know, with all the preparation I did about Sona, but you know, about why I think it is a very good champion to play in the current meta, in the current patch.
I mean, she is. It's just that these teams are really more prioritizing that the engaged supports, at least for the CA conference. They really like those engaged supports, which, you know, I understand. It's just they have so much presence in the later stages of the game, and you can always threaten something. So a very versatile tool. So I completely understand why they do that. But I just want to see a Sona today.
I never expected a day would come in where I would be excited in seeing a Sona. Like, one of the champions though that has a very good scaling, regardless of, you know, the rework or no rework, right? Like, I really think that Sona, when allowed access to multiple items, can really win a lot of team fights, because basically her kit is centered around being able to apply heals, auras, damage onto his teammates, which is pretty much something that you definitely love to have in a team fight composition. But then again, yeah, it's only going to be worth discussing if we will ever see it in the drafting phase, which so far in the 5 games that we've casted G10, there was one Sona. Yeah, there was one Sona, but it was a ban.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because we are kind of hyped for this champion. Hopefully somebody picks her up here. But let's see, because we are going to be getting into the drafting phase right now. Ooh, immediate Nila ban. The respect on the Long, you can see it.
Yeah, like, have to.
Right there. You need to ban that out because, you know, if you don't, you are opening yourself up for a very difficult jungler to counter.
Okay. Who has the best jacket of them all?
Oh, I like that. I like the white puppy.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this is in contention for sure. But anyway, just going back into the game, we're noticing a lot of players really into their warmer outfits. Because we think that, you know, it's winter time over where they are right now. And by the way, Hecarim gets prioritized once again, ahead of Camille, ahead of other power picks, and pretty much it's the story, right? Like all throughout the day. Do you remember Hecarim loss throughout the day?
Not. Yeah. We just had one.
Oh yeah.
G2 Blacklist. G2 Blacklist lost with a Hecarim. Just because, you know, KBG so good.
It wasn't his fault to begin with.
Definitely
right? Like,
not.
He was also making plays from minute number 1, going for the invades, maximizing his advantage over the Shen. But then again, now Nova will also have a very good jungler of their own. They will be the one to unlock this 8 and Long being allowed to play this champion should not be allowed.
Yep. A very strong Aatrox player in Long. Very scary, basically, in those team fights. And we saw the hover onto the Zoe, but it will be the Camille locked in. A little bit of safety there for Lemon, and then they are going to consider that Zoe once again. I quite like it. We did see earlier on Anran 9 on the Zoe, but Nian, he's going to be going with the Yasuo. This actually makes sense. This makes sense, exactly. And we did call it.
hang on, right? We did say Nian is a Yasuo enjoyer, and all of a sudden, it is going to be brought out very early into the rotation, which means that they can still ban away the Jax. By banning away the Jax, it takes away one of the potential counters to the Yasuo in the mid lane. But are they going to do it? Is the question. Because they can still take it for themselves, still, right? Like a Camille into a Jax matchup on the top side is still favorable to the Jax.
Yeah. It is very favorable still for Nova if they go that route. But a lot of thought being put into this final ban here. I think they really want to focus on remake. No, the Echo ban. Oh man, the respect being shown here to Nova, but then the Ashe coming in, an APAC favorite here, possibly for remake.
Surprising, very surprising. This is not within my expectations. I feel that they need some AP damage source, which got negated with the Corki being banned away. Ezreal also not an option, means that they have to settle for the Ashe, which is still very good, especially with the buffs that she received. Right? Like, you can play Ashe carry nowadays.
Yes, it is. Well, she was being played, back way back when earlier on. She really wasn't like super carry material. She was more an arrow bot, exactly, and also just like consistent DPS from the back, just a free hit monster. But oh man, a Xayah Braum could be really deadly here for JDG.
I was expecting a Zyra Khan, which pretty much should own the bottom lane here. JDG, what would they pick up? And that will be the Braum, and there you go, the Jax. Because again, the only thing that I kind of did not anticipate with the drafting here by Nova was their priority over towards the Ashe instead of going for the Jax. Because I felt that Jax is a very good pick against the Yasuo, but I just remembered that there is no marksman yet for JDG. And again, in WRL-A2, you or every team is required to at least have one marksman in their draft. Right? Like, that solves the problem as to why they went for the Ashe instead of the Jax, because there was no way that they would go for the Jax. And so now Jax on the top side. Overall, I would say this is Nova. This is a very good draft for Nova.
Yeah, it is a really decent draft for Nova, but there are avenues for JDG to be able to take this game over, I feel. Definitely if they play correctly. They do have that Hecarim, which definitely is a huge boon. But, I mean, we have seen it lose. There are ways to counter it. And that is by keeping the lanes kind of underpowered, so that the Hecarim really can't enable.
Exactly. Still though, right, like if it becomes an even game come later stages, it will all boil down as to how good Nova is in catching Faye by. We saw Zoe be maximized over and over again by the best mid laner, at least by far in the tournament in Unrun 9. Fei will also try his best to have the same level of impact here in the mid lane. So yeah, all comes down to her, right? I miss the days and where the mid lane was not Zoe focused, because I feel that Zoe is that one champion that is really hard to control.
Yeah, she is definitely one of the champions where you have to be super aware where she is. I mean, Anime 9 just showed us why she was so formidable, right? You really need to keep track of her, or just play very safe, hoping that a sleepy trouble bubble will not find you or somewhere in your team. And Nian actually is Yasuo is a pretty, I think, okay
decent
matchup
counter.
to Zoe. Yeah, because of the wind wall itself.
And plus, this is the defensive Yasuo, the Grass of the Undying Yasuo. Yami had to disengage by just using that body slam and to get enough distance. Still, advantage is being maximized here by JDG. Small advantage by popping that Scrying Bloom to at least get some information. At least they would know that the Gromp was taken. and that the jungler of Nova is here in the bot side.
Yeah, the info is definitely a pretty big part of the game,
Positive.
especially when it comes into these CI conference teams where every bit of information is parsed in real time, and they're very able to make decisions based on that.
One would say you haven't experienced the real Wild Rift if you are not at that point, you know, that you're trying to call out everything in the game. For example, cooldowns, visions, and again, where the jungler is, which is basically the most important thing. The first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, that's the most common one to think. But speaking of the jungler, Once is going to go for a dive here onto Yami. It is very successful. Barry's the one who gets that kill. The first blood going over to JDG.
Yeah, that's a very quick one. And again, maximizing the mobility of this Hecarim. A 1-0 start for JDG. Very good start overall. Let's see how they set it all up. Nope, no setup needed. This is just a brute force. Yeah.
And because Yami had already used some of his skills, they timed that up almost perfectly with Max just getting away at the
Hexic Ultimatum.
Very small. Oh, wow, he does have the old Hexic Ultimatum available, but the concussive blows.
Wait,
where's the concussive blows? Here's the Hexic Ultimatum finally, but why would you do it there when he was in the middle of his counter strike? And Max was not able to stun him up, and that was just very confusing, I think, for me.
It's confusing me right now, G10. It should confuse everyone because that was the numbers advantage towards JDG, and in the end,
it doesn't even matter.
It was a swing, right? It was a turnaround kill instead of it being a 1-point advantage towards JDG. It ended up as a positive for Nova. So, what a way to outplay, I guess.
Yeah,
was it an outplay?
It was. I feel like it was more of a mistake than an outplay.
Exactly.
Right? Like three other ways that kind of could have gone, especially with Max up there. So yeah, unfortunate that happened for JDG. But with the Jax getting ahead in this lane, now the Camille has to be playing a little bit more passive.
Not the best start for this Camille pickup from Lemon. And for Nova, that will definitely be a win condition because a Jax that does have the advantage, especially in the hands of Yitzhak, will be able to get a lot of more advantages for himself. And you have to remember that Jax is one of the best champions in taking down towers.
Yep. And he sounds the best in taking towers too. Here's an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Those we're gonna miss. Very close. Lemon just stutter stepping away from it because Long was ready. You saw that. He was very ready to go for the dive. They may still go for the dive here onto Lemon, or they could just go for some tower plates. 2 tower plates already gone down. But
make it 3.
Yeah, make it 3. He is just one of the most proficient champions at taking towers. And then look at that damage onto Lemon too.
Right. The thing here is it's an overall positive for Nova because that also shared a lot of resources towards Long, which is primarily their carry. Right now, a couple of gold towards their carry jungler is definitely going to boost Nova's chances in winning there's early game, especially knowing that in a couple of seconds there will be an objective spawning up. Rift Herald is going to get started here by JDG. Meanwhile, Nova is actually delayed in tempo. They haven't started the dragon yet.
That's true. Unfortunately, they will be a little bit late in this objective trade, but I feel like there is not a lot of vision there. At least Long is able to carry this dragon out really quickly. Gets the smite as well. Lemon knows that he can just hook shot out of there. So some press is being felt here on both sides, but it is just going to be a objective for objective. There's a Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Nothing really to come out of it because that is a Braum. You don't want to jump onto him if you're the Glacial Fissure.
Yeah, I was expecting Nova to actually commit the explosive gas to put Braum in an awkward position near the tower, but Nova held back and thought that, there will be a better opportunity to use this explosive gas. And so far it's a very even game, and I think this is the first time that we'll ever see a handshake, right? It's very rare that we're seeing objectives being graded by teams, especially at 5 minutes, because it's pretty much I would say a very noisy day, early stages. Right? Like we've seen double objectives in 5 minutes for multiple teams now. But for JDG and Nova, none of that, and it will just be an even trade.
Yeah, an even trade of objectives and no real risks being taken here on either side. They really do not want to risk all too much, especially in these early phases. So they will just bring Shelly up. JDG will bring Shelly up to the top lane, extend that gold lead a little bit, and a second charge.
Maybe a double slam.
Yeah. Second charge for Shelly up here. This
Boom.
is pretty rare.
I don't remember the last time I saw double slam, but Yitze trying his best to defend tower.
It's not gonna work because he will get the tower taken out, and then also out of shadows.
Oh no!
He stayed a little bit too long. Yami was not there to catch him when he fell. A little bit of a miscommunication, I feel, for Nova.
Yeah, I'm looking at the way Nova responded into that play. There was no counterplay, cross map play 0, and it's uncharacteristic of a CN team to just let go of that big swing without any punishment. And now Nova, after surrendering 2 towers on the top side, is facing a 2k gold lead or 2k gold gap against JDG.
Absolutely, it's something that we are not used to seeing, especially with these CN conference teams who are usually so on point with their macro. It's kind of confusing to see that that was just allowed by Nova Esports, and this is going to be an Hextech ultimatum on the law. But that might have been a little bit of a mistake by him, but it's fine because Yami was the target there. And he's able to flash away, get away with the body slam. There's a Jax though, taking that tower down in the top lane. Nian as well on the bottom side, just keeping the lanes pushed. Look at that damage already by the Jax. It's really making the split push work, I feel, on the top side, while Nian maybe facing a little bit of danger here, but since Long has appeared as well, they should be fine to just defend that tower, go back.
Yeah, good wave here. And overall, Nova is still standing strong here in the bottom lane. Barry and Max, though, after targeting towers on the top side, will be most likely taking down this tower here in the bot lane. I don't think Nian does have enough wave there, or does he?
Well, he's a Yasuo, so he can threaten the tornado. Also, he can just, wind wall in front of the tower. That just kind of stops all of the aggression on the tower. So, a great defense there being put up by Nian. That's one of the reasons why Yasuo is pretty good.
Yeah, it's the wind wall is being maximized once again by Nian, and this is not a defensive Yasuo that we saw from different Yasuo players. This is still the offensive Yasuo going for the Solaris Archblade as his primary item buy instead of the offensive Divine Thunder nowadays in competitive. This packs more punch, but when it comes to defense stats or defensive stats, it's pretty much lacking. So he has to be at least extra careful. Magnetron engine. Interesting. Okay. Wait. Alright. Okay. I see you, Nian.
I like that, Nian. Being very cheeky with it. With the Yasuo, I feel like this could actually be a decent pickup.
That's a lot of dashes. Oh, Yitze.
Yep, it is a lot of that. But Yitze will be catching that Camille out. Great catch there. Take out the top laner, takes the turret as well. JG now a little bit on the disadvantage with the
Long
power that they have. Long trying to flash in. Watts is the one who goes onto him, though no Onslaught of Shadows used yet. The flash there from the to keep Yitze alive, and that is a great bully away from the dragon that Nova performed. As trying to get Yami to safety, has to flash out of there, and Yitze just going to leap strike out to him as Nova just forced their way into the dragon pit and take it down.
Okay, what a big swing in the favor of Nova this time, right? Like, not only they were able to break down or take down the tower here in the mid lane, they were also able to get the second dragon out the game, which basically is a threat for a dragon soul in a couple of minutes. And finally, something positive for the side of Nova. I was feeling, I would say, anxious about the way things are going for Nova, especially with what happened on the top side. But Nova, with all things considered, has basically returned the favor, and JDG is now, facing a predicament here with Nova threatening that Dragon Soul.
Yep, the Dragon Soul being threatened there is a very difficult predicament for JDG to be in, especially if they are not in a position to contest, especially if Yitse is this strong, and he is. Long is going to be there to maybe facilitate this dive along with Nian, Yitse and Nian, because if Long is able to get a knock-up onto somebody or anybody, Lemon, it is just going to be, oh god, he was able to hook up away even to the explosive cast, because that would have been a last breath opportunity for Nian.
I agree, and now JDG not yet done once.
They still want to get
They will hold back.
But, yeah, just holding back. Nova knowing that this may not be the best place to fight, so they are just going to retreat a little bit.
It's crazy to think that happened in the snap here, G10, but again, no one is really going over aggressive. They know what is at stake, and it's about the perfect possible play altogether. Yami and company with Barry still re-hitting here. G10 Windwall going to be propped up by Nian.
And that's one of the ways to just make sure that you're not giving JDG anything too big, anything too significant in terms of damage out to the turret, even though, you know, they have kind of the man advantage there. So they Nian really make this Yasuo pick work.
Exactly,
the utility of the wind wall.
Also has a Immortal Shield though. And again, the only curious thing I do have is the Magnetron engine, which basically allows you to dash onto minions, monsters, or allies. So, you know, I want to see it in full effect. You know, I want to learn from Nian. How is his Yasuo making use of this Magnetron engine?
Yeah, because it's
not often.
It's not something that is it's not something that's usually picked up here. But if you want to make plays, if you want to maybe extend the range of your Steel Tempest,
isn't that a Proto Belt thing?
It could be a Proto Belt thing.
Exactly, right? Like,
kind of a Proto Belt thing, and I feel like Proto Belt is a safer play.
Exactly. Is this a misbuy? that was the thing.
No. Trust in the process. Trust in the process. Trust in Nian.
Okay.
He's got a plan.
He's got
I feel like
a
this enchant. Yeah, I feel like he's got a plan for this enchant,
Exactly.
and we're going to be seeing it later on as we get.
I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it in action too.
All right. Action continues here. 14 minutes, and again, no one is really in the lead right now. Although JDG is really scrambling in trying to take down this tower here in the mid lane, which prevents them to have access on towards the jungle of Nova Esports. No way to plant some vision ahead of a potential dragon fight, which is at the advantage of Nova. We look into the items here. 2 items already completed onto the Yasuo. The Ashe also does have a lot of damage with the Solari Charge Blade, and of course the Bloodthirster being there for her. Meanwhile, Faye by lots of books.
Yep. Why a lot of books for a lot of stuff for Faye.
Oh, arrow!
Oh, it's Shadow Crystal
QSS.
Arrow. Great onto Barry, but QSS immediately. But they are going to go Hextech Ultimatum.
Stasis.
On too long. Oh, great stasis there, but will they be able to save him? Yes, they will, especially with that explosive cast being committed there. But now that does mean that this Drake could be free for JDG. They do not want to give this soul over to Nova Esports if they can help it, but Yitze going to be coming in from the backside. Lemon spots him out though. And once he's just waiting for that smite. Nobody is really trying to damage the Drake to that smite.
Oh no, Remake got hit.
Just trying to fight here. Remake did get hit, but Max is in the midst of it all. Great last breath onto 2 there. But unfortunately, no kills. Max is finally down. Who got it? It's will
Nova.
Be going to Nova, who get the soul, and once is trapped inside the pit. Yitse is going to be getting out of it though. As a remake, gets another Shadow Crystal Arrow. Sleepy Trouble. Who's gonna body block for it? Oh, no body block. Just the paddles are the raw damage there. But the Saya will be taken down, and Nian was in the right place at the right time to punish that. Zoe. Nova Esports get the advantage.
And that's a massive advantage here, Cheetah. Let's look into that team fight once again. That's a 50-50. And everyone was drawing their swords, just waiting for the perfect moment. This was the last breath connecting onto 2. And once the support went down, it comes down to being able to combine your smite with the execute damage coming in. And Long is still one of the better junglers when it comes to 50-50s. The action continues with Feibai still trying to go for the chase, but you look at Itze. His veteran knowledge on what to do at any given scenario allowed him to go for the flank with Nian there to clean up. That's a massive advantage to Nova Esports.
Yep, that soul is going to be really good. Oh, Enchanted Crystal. That's a little bit of anti-synergy there. Unfortunately, Yami was not able to aim the explosive cast well enough to isolate one player from JDG. So Lemon's going to be remaining unpicked here. Still, Nova Esports, even though they do have that soul, still have to be very careful with JDG sieging up.
Exactly. They will finally be able to take down the tower in the mid lane, which was pretty much a big bane towards the attempts of JDG to invade the jungle of Nova. But knowing that as their small prize, Nova is still pretty much ahead, right? Like they do have a small goal lead, but more importantly, having that ISO is pretty much the reason why I'm favoring them down the stretch. The longer this game goes, their lineup will have enough advantage in scaling to really upend JDG.
Yeah, and JDG, they have to make a play very soon. They have to kind of utilize that Zoe, the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, to scout things out, but they have zero vision here of the Baron. Nova just going to burn it down, take it for free with all 5 members. Very, very easy.
Wow.
JDG just completely unaware of that.
Yeah, it's they had no information, and now JDG is trying to desperately force a Elder, but Nova does know, and they will be here to contest.
And there's a Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Max Feibai trying to get an assassination.
Yitze is down.
Onto Yitze, but Yitze is going to get Hextech ultimatum. He's knocked down. He flashes and he uses the counter strike to get away, but that will be once already gone. That's a jungler for JDG, and Long is still alive, so they will have to focus on this Elder Drake. Get the smite. They will get the smite and the Elder Drake, and then the fight. They get 2 already. Feibai Max have to run, so does Barry, as Nova Esports get a definitive lead in this matchup.
It was so close until it was in Nova with the advantage of the double major buffs. Will go for the push here in the mid lane. They don't have enough HP though, so they still have to be extra careful. They're going for the 1-3-1 split push right away, and will most likely take down more towers and more gold advantage for themselves. Inhibitor tower here in the mid lane is now finally open.
Yep, the 1-3-1 is doing wonders for Nova Esports, and they are, oh god, Enchanted Crystal Arrow into just Long's damage. Evaporated that player from JDG, and now all of the inhibitor turrets are down. They are onto that Nexus. 4 versus 5, cut it, but it won't be able to because the Nexus just goes down, focus down. Nova Esports win game number 1.
No need to reset, right? Like no need to buy more items for themselves. Nova Esports recognize that they are the advantage. Even with the health bars missing, it did not deter them for going for the game-winning push. 1-0 in favor of Nova.
Absolutely, they knew that they could just go for the Nexus. They knew they had enough damage, and that will be it. That will be a really good first game there for Nova, even though it was pretty even all throughout the game.
Exactly.
It just came to that time where once they got that soul, they grew so confident in their play, and they were like, all right, we're just gonna go for the Baron completely uncontested. We're gonna sneak it, and then we're gonna go straight for that Elder Drake, because we know that JDG is going to be forcing it, and we're stronger, right?
It's never going to tilt towards the other side, right? Like Soul is always a win condition for any team, and Nova realized that when it comes to 50-50, they have the advantage because they have the jungler named Long, right? And so their focus was not really to open up map using the Rift Herald. They focused on the dragons, one dragon after another, and all of a sudden it's a dragon soul that will just help them out come later stages. Who's your MVP here, G10?
Ooh, my MVP, I think I want to give it to Yitze, honestly. I want to give it to Yitze just because he soaked so much aggro on that Jackson. He was very proactive. He was always trying to get into those back lines, trying to hunt for the Zoe, trying to keep the Camille off of the rest of the team. And you know, from the get-go when he got that advantage. And lane, he was very much just controlling the pace of that lane and was able to, you know, split push, was able to, you know, be self-sustaining, basically. And I really like the way that his Jax played out there. And actually, it was still JDG who had the goal advantage for quite a long time, except for when they made those mistakes, and then Nova Esports came back in a big way.
It's pretty even, right? Like the most gold that JDG gold advantage that they were able to get was 2.4k, and against the Jax Aatrox Yasuo composition that is centered around scaling, it's never going to be enough. Especially knowing that the fact that, you know, Nova was able to get almost all objectives in the game, and you know, later stages of the game, Nova was still able to win the team fights when needed. Yitze, by the way, clutching it out. I saw it from a mile away. Lemon trying to dash in and going for the last hit against Yitze, but the counter strike was clutch. And you look at the forward percentage between Lemon and Yitze. 44% to 0%, and the forward percentage is my favorite stat with our Baron laners, just because it, you know, gives you a very good indication as to who's really winning the lane.
Absolutely, and at that point, Yitze was the one who was winning, and consistently too. And he did also do the most damage in the in the game. So it will be Long though who will be taking that MVP. I'm not mad at it. I don't blame them, because his Aatrox was a big part of that victory for Long. But I still, you know, personally, I would give it to Yitze.
Yeah, narrative bias for sure. 8 MVP counts for Long, and is still in contention for the most MVPs for the group stages. Long on the Aatrox, as we said, it's always going to be very good for the chances of Nova Esports, but we still have more action to come to our viewers. Game number 2 will happen after this short break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially the last game of the day and also potentially the nail in the coffin for JDG if Nova can actually secure this. So let's see which team can get into it in the picks and bets.
A 2-0 will definitely break the spirits of JDG. A loss is much more, I would say, will be better received here by JDG if it's a 1-2. At least, it's a -1 in game differential. But a -3 game differential at this point in the tournament will definitely haunt their chances of qualifying themselves on towards the playoffs. But JDG is still going for the Hecarim this time.
Yep, they do not want to get rid of the horse, and even though it did not work out all too well for them, Once is willing to give it another try. Maybe not just once, but twice. But Long is going to once again pick up that Aatrox, I believe, because I mean he did perform pretty decently. So
yeah, he was the MVP. I mean, Long is the MVP. Meanwhile, on the other side, like once, although he had flashes of brilliance on this Hecarim, the major responsibility by him is to take away that 50-50 advantage by Long, which he was not able to do in that last team fight that basically broke open the game. Okay. Now they take away the Jax, which is pretty much the better option overall.
Yeah, they take away the Jax, but Camille is still open. So is Fiora. So is Renekton. If Nova want to go that route, a lot of things open for the Jax. So Faye Bai is still gonna be going on to the Zoe, and Nian says, "You know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're gonna go Yasuo still."
Yeah, because this is again a very early showing of the Zoe. Them needing a marksman means that this Jax is not going towards the mid lane, unless in one, in a very surprising turn of events, we will be seeing this Zoe in another lane. Which, if it happens, they still need a marksman. I think the only time or the only way for this Jax to go over to the mid lane to counter the Yasuo is if they will be picking up the X shot and put it on towards the top lane, which is close to impossible. But if it happens, it happens.
Yeah, if it does, it does. I haven't seen an Akshan yet this entire season. Yeah, I don't think we saw one last season either. So a champion that
was forgotten.
Yeah, basically just
champion.
does not exist in competitive right now in Wild Rift, which is kind of unfortunate. I do love his design, and I do love the way that yeah, I kind of like his character design. Maybe not so much the skill design, because I feel like there could be some improvement there. But I love the character design itself.
Yeah, when talking about the character, surely Akshan is very unique, as I would say, and one of those champions that if ever they will have a real life adaptation, I feel that Akshan will have a lot of Hollywood actors lining up for his role because he really looks cool, right? So I agree with you, right? Like, and I think I will be throwing out my first actor in the ballot.
Sure,
the
who is it?
Mandalorian actor.
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, exactly.
Love that guy.
I feel that he's going to fit into the Akshan's shoes very well. Well, let's go back here. JDG going to pick up their dragon laner, and it will be the Zeri. So this Jax will be piloted by Lemon. Fairly, I would say this is even better for JDG. I feel that Lemon is that one player that really loves to be on the weak side of the map instead of being the one to outlane his opponent. He's very, I would say, very tank heavy of a player. I saw him play a lot of Garens and the likes, and being on the Jax, it's pretty much the same. Oh, but this is going to be the curveball by Nova. They will be putting the Aatrox on the top side
versus the Jax. That's actually a pretty decent mind game there coming in from Nova. So with Long on this Lee Sin now, that does enable a lot of things here, especially for that Yasuo, because if Long, once he gets that Dragon's Rage, once both him and the Yin are level 5, waltz into the mid lane, get either a Sonic Wave or a Safeguard onto that Zoe, Dragon's Rage, bang, into the Last Breath, bang. And that is just a lot of damage that cannot be avoided because those are point-and-click skills.
We are so accustomed in the Aatrox going over to the jungle that I basically lost track of this still being a flexible pick. And it being piloted here by Yietze will allow Long to go to his one of his comforts. In fact, this is the only champion that has a specific player skin line. I wonder if he's going to bring out his own skin.
It's a good question because then they are the Icons World Champions for a reason, and they get that skin for a reason. If Long were to bring it out, I would be pretty hyped to see that.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Nova Lee Sin. Let's see.
Oh,
Okay.
I wish.
I think there's something telling me right now that it's going to be brought out here by Phil Long, because why not, right? Like, if you have your own skin, why not use it? Unless your name is Faker, which basically is,
Which he doesn't use skins.
Oh no!
Hey guys, this is it.
You
know what? Still a classic Lee Sin skin. I like it. It's very high quality. And the particle animations of it are just I feel like on another level. Yeah, it would have been cool to see the Nova Lee Sin.
Exactly. Oh, by the way, the focus of our stat of the day, or stat of the game in game number 1 is Bye. It's the second time that we are seeing, a player from the losing team be featured, and that was the focus on his Zoe, which I believe was doing decent work, right? It's just not on the level of Adron, I guess. It's kind of asking too much from a player, I guess.
Yeah, that may be a little bit too much to ask for. But I feel like if it is, these specific players, it's possible, maybe not likely, but Barry on the Zeri is going to be taking an aggressive position right now. Definitely one of the win conditions here of JDG, and they want to be able to scale this area up quicker than the Severe.
Ah, for sure, right? Although when it comes to kill threat, I just don't think they have enough damage this early, unless
something happens and Yami
I stand corrected.
Has to be flash out of there.
That's a lot of minions. That's a lot of minions being denied here by JDG. I'm not 100% sure as to why they, went for the aggressive play. Now Nian is going to corner Max, but Max using the Justice Punch to just skadoodle away. Now Nova Esports is definitely on the back foot. One of the ways to respond to a potential shutdown off one lane is to send over your mid laner to, I guess, clear out the wave. And then you send over your dragon laner to the mid lane to at least have lesser punishment overall. But that's the lesser punishment by JDG.
That's true. It is going to be a game of lesser punishments, I feel. Very cautious start here for both sides, even though JDG has that little bit of a gold lead. That's mostly from plates. Nobody's gonna kill yet. And you can see they're really taking it a little bit slower.
Yeah. And this is to the benefit of JDG, right? Like, we know that Lee Sin loves to play super aggressive, especially the early stages of the game. Lee Sin that basically gets the advantage is almost always going to be a win condition. You look at Long, at least now he's making his presence felt.
And making his presence felt, and getting an alley-oop onto once, maybe with the explosive cast, but he's able to get out of there.
Hero's entrance.
Onslaught of Shadows onto 2.
No flash.
Hero's entrance. Remake just got caught out in the open and immediately taken back to the base.
Wow. Okay, that was the result of that botched team fight in the bottom lane. No flash for the Sivir. That's a very easy takedown for JDG, and no objective really to take down for JDG, but that's at least an advantage that they want to continue on, right? Like, unlike in game number 1, in where everything was so stale, everything was so quiet, JDG would need to make their presence felt at the early stages of this game to really control, again, the dragon takedowns. That's always a win condition for Nova.
Yep, because Nova does want to get a repeat of the last game where they were able to take every single dragon, they were able to take the soul, they were able to take the elder, and force their way down into the base of JDG. But what if something like that is a little bit less easy if JDG were able to respond properly?
Right. What do you call a group of dragons?
What?
No, this is not a joke.
Oh,
this is a curious question because we have School of Fish, right? Like,
yeah, School of Fish. I feel like it's a
herd of dragon
clutch, but it's really more of a clutch of dragon eggs.
Family?
It's not a family. It's like it's not a horde either, because that's what a dragon has.
So no, I guess we'll have to wait for an
it.
eventual answer. But
Yeah.
whatever that is, that was
Tell us in the chat.
Yeah,
Tell us in the
exactly.
chat, guys.
But whatever that was, it was what was taken by Nova, right? They took away every dragon in the game in the game number 1, and now JDG is also still trying to do the same thing. They're going to prioritize this Rift Herald over the dragon.
Yeah, I actually love this because Nova is trying to distract and try to delay that. With Yitze, especially in that world ender, he will be cleared out, so he's not as effective. He's able to actually get taken out immediately by Fade by because of that. The smite will go down and it will be going over to JDG. Well, wait a minute. Along was he was able to secure the dragon, but then was spotted out.
Lemon did a good job. He was able to get that exit kill. Here on towards the jungler that was busy taking damage from the dragon. Oh, that was a mountain dragon. And oh, okay. All right. So how do you play this one out if you're long, right? Like,
yeah. Oh, he got stunned in the middle of the air. The flash from Lemon.
Wow. Okay. That took a lot out of Lemon, right? Like, if you're Lemon, how is it that this is so difficult? By the way, Yami did not go for the engage. Still, Nova was able to get Dragon, which is mainly the prize that they wanted to get. But JDG is actually pulling away in terms of kill count and gold as well. You're looking at a 3k advantage. So it's Jingdao Gaming.
Well, it is kind of do or die for JDG right now. So if they're able to get an early game lead, leverage that into something more, then that can boost their chances of getting into playoffs. Because right now they need to get out of the hot zone. Basically, they need to get out of the elimination zone. And if they're able to stack up this early game, especially with the Zeri, to be able to do well in the later phase, then that could be the way for basically JDG to stay out of jail, to keep them in the competition.
Okay. JDG has more to lose than to gain for sure. Because if a loss here will most likely mean that they are almost out of the playoff picture. That's not what you want to do, especially with a storied franchise in JDG. And you're seeing the proactivity here by JDG. Lemon here, just by using his Jax and being allowed to play one of his comfort champions, is pretty much doing a very good job against Yitze, right? This is night and day compared to his performance in Game 1.
Yeah, because in Game 1, he wasn't really able to carry all too much. Still, man, Nova Esports, even though they have this growing deficit, they are still trying to get aggressive positions on. Look at where Long is. It's maybe trying to get the combo off onto Zoe. But unfortunately, I feel like Fei Bai knows either his tricks or where he is at the moment.
It's just recognizing what potential comeback angles Nova has right now, and JDG is not willing to give an inch of opening towards their side. They're refusing to fight. Like, okay, so someone is over here. All right, just go for a wave clear. There's no reason for us to fight if it's not for an objective. And JDG is happy to play the scaling game, happy to wait it out. Now Nova needs to be proactive and is sending 4 members, but They're deciding that it's not worth it, and JDG successful defense again on the top side.
That is a little bit weird, I would say. Just to send 4 members to the top side, and they're like, you know
Only
what?
to Rico.
No. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, on the hunt.
Oh, all the hunt being popped up already.
Whoa!
And off the backside, great dive there coming in.
Justice punch.
No, but
Boom!
yeah, the Justice punch will be denying him from getting even more. And now Lee Sin has been taken out of the equation.
Wow.
And that's just a really decent win for JDG.
Yeah, it's Super Max. Call him Super Max. He just flew in and saved his mid laner right from that pinch. And Nova Esports is now facing another massive deficit. You know, adding more bad to what is already happening in this game number 2 is definitely not what you want to do if you're Nova, right? Like they overcommitted, they overestimated their damage, and they did not account for the hero's entrance to be there to help out Feibai. Large movements from Feibai as well, you know, trying to dodge away from Nian, and Nian again did not have enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah, it really was just unfortunate there for Nian, but now that does mean that JDG have the onus here when it comes to looking for this Infernal Drake. Oh, Long is in a lot of danger. He risked it all for the tower. He will be getting that tower, but he will be getting sent back to the base, and no jungler. This is unstealable now for JDG.
And then the win condition of going for the soul is immediately denied here by JDG. And now, looking at the way games are progressing here, barring any Baron Elder meltdown by JDG, I feel that, you know, they should have enough resources to win this game. They have a 4K advantage. They have the more favorable dragon in the Infernal Dragon. They do have a very good split pusher in the Jax. And not just that, they have the Zeri and the Zoe, which is a very good duo to have. Now, if you're Nova, one of your win conditions here is to still go aggressive, right? Like, even though it's a lot easier said than done, if they just wait it out and allow JDG to enjoy whatever they are doing right now, the gap will just largen and largen, and it will, you know, prove to be very difficult for Long to respond. What is he doing?
Oh, I don't know what he was doing right there, getting caught out there. I feel like Long is just being a little bit too big for his britches right there. In enemy territory, getting caught out like that is not what you want to be if you're Nova Esports. So, very unfortunate that positioning was that way for Long, but, you know, he will be taking the long way around the base.
He's the franchise player, dude. And he's supposed to pick his team up when they're facing this, I would say, big deficit. Then again, JDG is forcing Nova's hands right now. Okay, so the Baron was moving, and JDG elected to not really start it off, especially knowing that there is vision around the area, and they don't want to give any potential comeback for Nova. And we saw this yesterday, right? Like, it was the jungler that was able to turn things around after stealing the Baron. It prolonged the game. It allowed for Trace Esports. Weba was the hero in that game to come back into that game. Now for Nova, it's all on Long. How would Long play out this mid game to late game? Because so far he's not the Long that we saw from game 1.
Yeah, he definitely feels like a little bit underperforming, especially when comparing to that game 1 performance. But that doesn't mean that it's unshakable here, and it doesn't mean that it's unwinnable for Nova at the moment. They just need to look for some mistakes, some picks, and that pick that they're looking for. Last breath onto Lemon, but he is going to be going straight onto that Ajax supposed to cast
Hero's entrance.
disruption. Gets to disengage, and the Ajax does go down.
Onslaught of Shadows.
Onslaught of Shadows onto 3. Will take one, maybe a second one.
Max
here,
is
but Max it will be able to get away
bubble.
with just 1 health. Basically, great sleepy throw bubble into the TP time as Long starts to fight for his life.
Yeah, and JDG, despite them being ultra confident in diving under the tower of Nova Esports. Nova was not there to punch them, and JDG just has enjoyed another advantage for themselves. Long is going to be spotted on a ward here, and there's just no way. He's going to be targeted here by Feibai.
Yeah, and yes, there's going to come in. Oh, great targeting Mac with a flash after the Justice Punch. Will be taking that one down once again, and that means no jungler. Free Baron for JDG.
Oh man, no comeback being allowed here by JDG, and them clinging into that small hope of them still qualifying into the playoffs. The dream is still on, and it was allowed by JDG doing this, right? They were able to get ahead of Lemon in return of one, right? This is JDG sending their 4 members Onslaught of Shadows, connecting on towards the primary targets, and I thought for a second that, you know, Remake would have enough damage to deal with the members of JDG. That well-placed bubble coming in from Feibai was clutch.
That's absolutely beautiful, but this is going to be a beautiful one. Also, Shadows onto the Silver once again, and Nova Esports, they do not know how to respond to this time, as they are trying to crumple around Smash, and there's the last bit onto one at the very least. But yeah, that's going to be another kill for JDG. They're stomping down into the base, into the Nexus, with Baron up. Minions, can this be the push? Can this be their revenge onto Nova Esports?
Good kick!
That is a great kick by Long, but it's too little too late. 0 follow. Yeah, as the Yinsen is not able to. Oh, can he decimate the health bars? Not quite before the Nexus explodes. And we are going to be going to game number 3.
Game number 3. JDG is refusing to get eliminated right here, right now. Wow. And this is pretty much a very needed win. This is a much needed win for JDG, because had it been that they lost in that game number 2, a negative 3 game differential is going to really put a blow into their playoff chances, and, you know, clutching it out and finding a way to control Long and company was JDG. One would say, you know, Long pretty much was the reason why we are going to enter game number 3, but you know, we still have to give credit towards JDG because they played that one beautifully.
Yeah, I feel like there were so many questionable decisions by Long there that we usually don't see. Maybe the pressure got to him on, you know, just being part of KBG, but his Lee Sin was just not very kind of. He was pretty lackluster there. I would agree. He's probably the reason that you know, JDG were able to pick up the lead and just kind of run with it for the entire game. And yeah, with game 3, I feel like JDG is going to kind of double down and keep hoping that Nova doesn't ban Hacker, because they really seem comfortable with that, especially once just being a big kind of target, but also a huge disruptor of these team fights.
I also think that the Jax pickup was a massive key towards the chances of, you know, JDG coming back into this game, because this performance by Lemon, this is what you get from Lemon, right? Like, you squeeze Lemon and you get a tank Baron laner, basically. So and the way he played it out against Ise, he knows when to go aggressive, did not overextend, and in the end did not give the opening towards Long to really enable and unlock Ise. And in all those team fights that did happen, actually there was no, you know, little to no team fight in that game, right? Because JDG was getting skirmish win one after another.
And it was all skirmishes, pretty much. The JDG, you know, they caught Long 6 times, 0 and 6 on the Lee Sin. Very unfortunate.
Wow.
But, yeah,
0 and 6.
I don't know how that happened, but it happened somehow. This time, Nian was not able to use the Aspen to its full potential, and Feibai went 5-0 and 8. What a turnaround for JDG from game number 1 here.
Right. It's not over. It's not over.
It's not over.
Nova is still also not out of the woods yet, right? Like, at the end of the day, in order for them to qualify themselves over to the playoffs, they need 8 wins. And yeah, I thought for a second that it's over, But Feibai is refusing to go down without a fight. 5-0 and 8 on that Zoe. And more importantly, controlling Long and Nova Esports in a nutshell.
The control was on a different level here for JDG. If we saw the same level of control that they had with this nearly the same composition in game number 1, well, you know, they may have been able to just secure their spot, you know, above the others contesting for the playoffs, you know, the playoff spot. But because of that, we are going to be going to game number 3 here in just a little bit. Who's going to come out on top, JDG or Nova? Find out after the break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here for the last game of the day here, JDG versus Nova Esports. Which one will come out on top, because there are some implications in the leaderboard and the playoff chances. Let's get right into the draft phase.
Nova is going to deny the blue side this time. They'll most likely go for the Hecarim if allowed to play it. I feel that that's going to be the long game for Long, right? Like, you know, making JDG believe that they will be able to snag away 3 Hecarims in a row, and then at the end of it all, you know, snagging it for himself. Vladimir is going to be focused down here, but Nova is still the standard brand, so we've been seeing a whole lot.
Is up. Hecarim is up.
Oh, never mind.
they're going to focus more on Nia and Zoe first. I feel like they saw Feibay's performance and were like, you know what, we can match that. But that just means 3 Hecarims in a row.
Hecarim plus Jax, right? 2 of their pickups. Oh, they deny Remake as well. The Remake has been a very solid Ezreal player as well. One of the things that needs to be in the scouting report is when facing against Nova, you take away their comfort champions, especially Remake's Ezreal. It's going to be denied here by JDG's Berry, and also, as you said, 3 Hecarims in a row.
Yeah, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Thrice for once. I mean, he did have a little bit of a middling performance, but I felt like he got a lot more comfortable in that second game. And with that comfort that he had, I feel like he's gotten a lot more confident with his Onslaught of Shadows, his charges as well here. So with this Aatrox, I don't know if they're still going to flex it over to Yitse, but
double marksman.
Yeah, Zeri is going to be picked up here, but the Corki, like for Feibai here, with Barry on that Ezreal, this could be a very high damage composition for JDG.
They will most likely going to focus down the dragons this time, right? Like, especially if you have the package advantage. One of the main reasons why Corki gets drafted is because you can abuse the package delivery system over and over again. It's pretty much a very good tool to have, especially against the Zoe, because at least you can get yourself in a position that you can reach the Zoe in the backline. So that's going to be one thing that we'll monitor at the 5-minute mark of this game. Bats will be putting through here, G10 and Gragas, and I believe that Sports will be targeted down.
Yeah, because there are some really big supports still up. I mean, they still have the Horn, there's still the Camille, but the Camille will be taken down here for Nova. There is still, Alistar. Sona maybe could be a thing here for
both of them
JDG.
actually.
I feel like both teams could benefit from Sona. More on the side of JDG because they have 2 ADCs that can really benefit from all the stats that Sona throws around. Galio being banned out, a lot of focus on the supports here. Yami being
where's the Jax banned?
Where is the Jax banned? Because I feel like you really don't want to give that to Lemon specifically because you've seen how he performed in the last game.
And there we go.
There we go.
And then Lemon would play Fiora. I would, if you're Nova, you would live with this, right? Like at the end of the day, it's allowing Lemon to play carry for JDG, and records suggest that Lemon is definitely not the best carry Baron laner in the tournament right now. So it's all about Nova playing their cards right and throwing it all into the table of Yitse having the ability to win against the Fiora in a 1v1 using the Aatrox. I saw them hover under their jungler. Are they going to flex this Aatrox on the top side once again is a question.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
It does seem like it.
Wow.
It does seem like they're going to keep Yitse on the Aatrox. Against the Fiora, though, I feel like that may be a little dicey, but they can still make it work. We'll see. With Kha'Zix, though, for long is something that is... I feel like it's a good response to the ADs being picked up here. The Corki and the Ezreal, he definitely can have that backline access and get those assassinations going. He just has to compete with that Ornn.
Yeah. Imagine banning away the Gragas and the Galio only to be left with the Nautilus and Ornn still being available. The supports. We do have a lot of supports available in the game right now that you cannot just target it down. Add to the fact that we do have enchanters every now and then. Nova would be rounding up their draft with a very linear composition, right? Like they do have the Nautilus and the Zoe, which basically means that they want to pick off the targets one by one. Only question is, will their skill shot accuracy be felt here by JDG, or will JDG be able to brute force a team fight into their favor?
That is going to be the question. Now, Nova, though, they do look very very in focus. Almost like they're not, they're not super stressed about losing that last game. They're just going to perform as best as they can in this one, because that's what else can you really do at the end of the day when the chips are down here. Just have a good time. Playing Wild Rift with your bros on the big stage, and go up against JDG. I feel like composition-wise, I like Nova's a little bit more, but in terms of damage, man, this could be a very difficult game for them if JDG get a little bit ahead on either the Ezreal or the Quirky.
Same could be said for Nova, right? Like this is a game that can just be decided in one team fight alone, right? Like, because both of their lineups are pretty good and pretty well rounded. It's very formidable early, mid, and late. I guess the only thing that is troubling me right now is Lemon on the Fiora. I respect the guy, right? He's one of the veteran players that we have in the game. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's one of the players that has the most number of games in Wild Rift League as a whole. So his experience is definitely up there. But when being asked to play all this split pushers or carry Baron laners, that's when he tends to show his other side or weaker side. So that will definitely get exploited here by Nova.
Oh yeah, most definitely something to be thought of if you are Nova. Something to keep in mind. You do want to exploit as many weaknesses as you can, especially when you are on these when you are in this game 3 situation. But what is interesting is that we see the Zoe in the bottom lane instead of the mid lane. I feel like that's a decent flex because of the Corki. Corki going up against Zeri, a little bit more, the Zeri is a little bit more decent of a matchup than the Zoe.
Wow.
But we do see Lemon already aggressing onto Yitze from level 2, pops the Ignite. Does not commit to the kill because he knows that it is a little bit early, level 2.
He does have a level advantage, at least by, for a few seconds, and that's why he was ultra confident. Yami, though, going for the engage. And we'll be hooking Max onto a corner, but again, when it comes to Dragon Lane fights, they need to wait for Long to show himself up, and Long is busy taking down the columns right now. Yitze going to get Dove here.
Oh yeah, because as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze,
no way!
He did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive just with a sliver of health and the 4-0 question mark emote.
I would do the same.
2 for 0 for Nova Esports.
Wait, that is pretty much a disaster for JDG.
Yes, it was.
Like every single member of like Nova, you look at the health bar of Yitze, also allowing to level up, making sure that there is going to be no return kill whatsoever. Big blunder by JDG on the top side.
I mean, huge blunder by JDG. That was a really well set up gag, but then Yitze, he delayed it for so long.
Man.
He perfectly got his knockups onto the Hecarim, and then Lemon was he did not do enough damage under the tower to be able to take Yitze down, so it wasn't even a 1-for-1. So now this Aatrox is gonna be really big.
Yeah, double buffs as well. I mean, what do you do if you're Lemon? Like the wave is already pushing towards Yitze's side, and Yitze is basically owning this lane, or should own this lane at least in the future encounters.
Ooh. Oh, that was gonna be called. Of course, got missed by Yami, but Mac was onto the turret. Remake trying to get some damage in. Very involved. He will pop the exhaust and the mystic shots, and there's the shadows. Remake just barely living with a sliver of health, but at the very least, Barry is able to secure that kill. Nian will keep Yami safe, but that is some great aggression, a great dive coming in from Nova Esports. Or onto Nova Esports.
Yeah, exactly. Right, like JDG is refusing to go down without a fight, and finally was able to make a play here in the bot lane. JDG also was able to squander a potential dive topside, and so Long and company would have to settle for some minute advantages by sealing away the camps of the Hecarim here. There could be a potential 1v1 between the Kazakhs and the Hecarim, as we see the Kazakhs is he recalling back. Oh, he's not going to recall back. This is the 1v1. Never mind.
Even with the isolation, I don't think he wanted to
Go for it?
really go hard on that.
Right.
For some reason, I mean, I kind of get it. You don't want to risk it. He's a very healthy hacker, his own jungle, taking his red buff. You don't want to mess with that if you can help it. So, yeah, it is what it is. We're not going to see all that much action at the moment.
Yeah. As advertised as as good as long as advertised, I just don't see him as a very aggressive jungler in the early stages of the game. He waits for his items and then he's going to pop off with the items available to him. By the way, JDG's Feyby is on the top side, so that means that JDG really wants their Rift Heralds instead of going and focusing the dragon. Never mind, once is here.
Oh yeah, once is here as well as long and long as one who's going to be
Feyby's so
that,
far
but
away.
This is going to be a little bit of a touch and go situation. Lemon was the first one who gets aggressive and called the forward crowd onto 2, but there is going to be Yitzer in the front of it all. He has to get out of there as Yami with a dredge line secure
down.
onto the Drake by a long, and Lemon is going to be out. Oh god, once almost biting the dust, but just a sliver of health. Long's going to get onto him and get the smite off, but trades it with his life, a 1-for-1, but the dragon does go over to Nova Esports.
I don't understand. JDG drafted this Corki for the main reason, for the reason, for one of the reasons why he drafted Corki is for priorities when it comes to objective takedowns. And this team fight, this is a 5v4. This was without the Corki. And you would see it here, right? Like Feyby, wasted package overall for JDG, and luckily for JDG, Long caught out of position and was shut down in the end. But I felt that JDG could have had a cleaner fight overall had it been that Corki was around the area.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity there for JDG. I just feel like Feyby was not really in the right spot for JDG. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there, but yeah, Nova Esports having a very, very slight lead. They are going to... Well, it is JDG in terms of gold, but they do have the Drake, so they're now going to be onto the Rift Herald.
And they're going for the 2-for-2 special. Max is here, though.
Yeah, Max is there. And he stopped this. He is going to try. He's inside the entire pit, so now Once is going to be pushing in. Long knows that he can just come in and get the smite off, but no, it's actually the Orin with the Orin who gets that. Long has to jump away. Yami as well. Yitze almost getting the kill onto Feyby, but just 1 HP will keep him alive. It's still a 1-for-1, but the Raquel goes over to JDG.
Yeah, oftentimes we say someone is here, like the jungler is here, but I did say Max is here, and turns out Max was the one to take down the objective. That's a massive swing to the favor of JDG. Had it been that the Rift Herald was eaten here by Nova, it would have been a disaster overall for JDG's chances to qualify for the playoffs. At least they were able to mitigate the damage there and was able to turn around that one into a mid-tower takedown. And you look at the goal lead, it's now in the favor of JDG. However small it is, it's an advantage.
Yep, it is still a little bit of a leeway that they can work with. So definitely have to keep that in mind. If you're Nova Esports, you have to... it is still 1,500, so it's not like insignificant, but you really need to shore that up if you're Nova Esports. You need to be a little bit cleaner because we've seen some sloppy decisions made on both sides so far.
Exactly. And for JDG, it's all about scaling, right? Like they have the double marksman that did go full.
Oh, Orin Horn here onto both members of Nova Esports, and immediately Zera's got Yami to follow. As that is just a beautiful, beautiful dive from JDG. I don't think they were expecting that.
And there is no counterplay whatsoever to the side from Nova, right? Like there's no one, no play in the bot lane, nor in the mid lane, and this is just once, time and time again, finding the isolation that is needed here by JDG. That's another set of kills heading over to their carry in Barry. And Barry is enjoying, I believe, a deathless game so far. as we did say, Ezreal is one of the best scaling champions in the game, especially if he went for the mana stacking item, and which he does right now. And so now, if you're Nova, they should be feeling the pressure right now. They know that they are in the back foot, and they know that they're, not yet safe moving forward. JDG, meanwhile, on the other side, wants to have a better chance overall in securing a playoff spot, and by winning this, will be tying their record with Nova, right? Like Nova is currently 7-5 right now, so if they end up losing, it's 7-6, same record as JDG.
Yeah, so if Nova want to secure their spot for the playoffs, they really need to win this.
Exactly.
They need to win these fights. They have to be a little bit more clean, a little bit more prepared here. And I think they have to make sure that Remake is getting his Zoe, pokes the Sleepy Troll bubbles on point, and Long really has performed here as well. There's the big horn on the 3. The package as well has been used, but it is going to be Neon who is on the front side. But okay, Long trying to go for the assassination onto once. It is going to be the Corki who secures the Drake, but on the backside it is Yitze who goes for the kill onto the Ezreal. So it is a 1-for-1. The Dragon's on the side of JDG though, so Nova Yitze is still chasing onto Max. Max Super Max. Hey, is not gonna get pulled back because of the CC negation. But I mean, it is still JDG at the end of the day who has the advantage.
Right. Again, denying the 3 Dragon win condition that Nova often enjoys, and that team fight was broken into 2 parts, right? Like, and a couple of members of Nova is focusing down a team fight on the right hand side. Meanwhile, Long was left by himself in taking down the Dragon, which is not something that you expect from Nova. We know that Nova is one of the better teams in playing around their jungler, but they're being challenged time and time again here by JDG, and they're making good work, better work, and trying to control Long ever since game 2.
Yeah, oh god.
Wow!
With a big onslaught of Shadow 3, but he was isolated, so he was the prime target for Long. Now Nia trying to defend Lemon, and Max trying to defend the rest of his team as well. As Remake has flash in, he gets the auto attack by Faye by just a little bit too aggressive on that Zoe, and that will be his downfall.
Yeah, that was a very flashy wombo combo. Onslaught of Shadows onto the Call of the Force God coming in from Max, and that was definitely not within the expectations of Nova, right? Like, JDG is playing aggressive right now, playing confident right now, despite them playing with a double marksman composition. You could feel the confidence right now, and you could feel, whenever you see this from CN teams, positive things happen, right? Because oftentimes what we want to say about Wild Rift, it's the confidence game, right? Like, if you take away the confidence of the opponent, basically they get tilted, and you would end up winning a lot of games. So that's what JDG is doing right now. They're really putting in the pressure, and Nova is definitely feeling it.
And Nova is 100% just kind of crumbling almost under the pressure, but they're definitely feeling it, because JDG, they have so many abilities, so many avenues to get into these fights, and especially with the Call of the Forge God, Max is just a huge presence in the front that Long cannot get past somehow.
And let it be known that the double marksman of JDG has a combined record of 7-1-5. Oh, dude, like, JDG is doing a very good job. You look at their items. Even has a QSS per berry for good measure, right? Like, one of the ways to control is a 1v1 though.
Yep, a 1v1 versus and Lemon. World Ender versus Grand Challenge. Lemon has to run away.
Oh, good flash.
Going to be there. Yitze now may have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, but he still does so much damage off the one side. He forces the Onslaught Shadows out as Depth Charge does come in, and somehow Nova, they still have like the upper hand in these skirmishes, even though JDG in the big team fights, they are a lot more formidable.
Exactly, that's because they have the double marksman composition, and we did highlight the fact that Nova could attack on the top side of the map, right? Like, and that's what they're doing. 3-1-3 for 8 rocks, and he's starting to become a nightmare for Lemon. And You look at Lemon, he's 2k behind. As a Fiora, what can you do against an Aatrox? He did a good job in surviving that all-in. Coming in from Yitsu, because had it been that he went down there, could have been a very pivotal turning point to the favor of Nova. So yeah, so there's basically 2 win conditions that we're seeing right now. If Yitsu will be able to continue to pressure down one side of the map, that might just mean that JDG will not be able to find the team fight that they're looking for.
And if JDG are not able to find that team fight, then Nova can kind of go for these smaller skirmishes and keep leveraging that damage from Yitse, who's 3-1-3 by the way, to really keep this game in check. And they are going to go for that Mountain Drake first. Once though, definitely has the capability to disrupt. He will get slept though, but no follow-up here. Long is going to
shot for Raj.
From the back, there's a 2-shot for Raj, getting a little bit of damage. There
Got
is
it.
going to be
Long
no
got it.
steal here. Long is going to be able to take that for himself. It's still going to be at least 1 kill.
A
Fair,
4v5.
but another kill for Nova Esports. Yes, 4v5, but now Long is going to go crazy with those.
Wow.
3 sets and a burn is not enough, not quite. And Nova Esports, they survive with just a few slivers of health. A Lemon though coming from the back could be very dangerous, but he decides not to follow through.
Yeah, it was a trade. A Dragon, a 4v5 team fight for an inhibitor tower in the mid lane. Lemon and JDG, they focus down and taking down the objective here in the mid lane. But this could have been a lot worse for JDG, right? Like I saw this as a potential wipeout in the favor of Nova. And again, you have to give credit to the members of JDG, the advantage that they were able to get, plus the fact that there's no shutdown kill. Heading over to the members of Nova is very big.
And they will leverage that and immediately go for the Baron. They get it. And even though JDG still has that gold lead, Nova, they are looking so much stronger in fights. It looks like they've scaled up quite a bit more.
Can I just say, I hate it when it happens,
Yeah.
We end the replay on a very important note of Baron already being taken down, and that's a big positive for Nova Esports. With this Baron buff, it will allow them enough space to crawl from this big gold deficit that they are facing right now, and JDG knows that they need to be strong in their defense. Every single one of their skills being expended just to wave clear here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there could just be a potential dive. Fiora is very vulnerable, especially against the assassination of Long. And you look at Long's positioning right now, he can definitely get the isolation if he wants to.
Oh, he definitely can, but there's a Call of a Forge God coming through just to delay this push a little bit, just to give them some time to clear the wave. And Long, he's always positioning very far to the back, trying to find anybody who's brave enough to go into their own jungle alone. But you can see Nova besieging his 5. Jitsu taking so much damage there. But Nova is not afraid. They just want to get that turret and get out and start working, pounding on these inner turrets.
Yeah, good defense overall by JDG. Only surrendering 2 towers, 1 on the top side and 1 in the middle lane. That was like 2 true shot barrages in a row that was invested just to slow down the push here by Nova. And we have a very even game here, G10. Oh, yes, we love to see it. All for the marbles, all for the playoff positioning. JDG and Nova still at it.
Yes, remember guys, what is at stake here? If Nova win this, they secure their spot in the playoffs. But if JDG win this, they basically tie themselves with Nova Esports, and it is still going to be under contention as to who actually gets to that playoff spot. So Long, look at where he is. He is in the jungle of JDG. He knows that this Elder Drake is being taken, is being started, and he is waiting for anybody to come in and maybe have to retreat a little bit because of the poke from remake, but just looking for an isolated target. But patience from Long here.
Barry!
He will find his target. It's Barry! Barry is gone, evaporated and isolated. And now Nova, they pounce onto the rest of JDG. And once has to run away. Once is going to get devoured once again. And now that is going to be a very clean fight for Nova Esports. Starting from that, and it's going to be a clean ace into the base, into the win for Nova Esports.
Wow, what a clean execution coming in from Long. One would say it's berry picking.
He was. They picked off Barry incredibly quickly. Long was just like, all right, I'm gonna be here. As soon as he saw the Ezreal, bam! He took him out to dinner, and that is going to be the Nexus exploding. Nova Esports secure their spot in the playoffs.
Right. Meanwhile, JDG is facing a big wall. Can they still go for a miracle run and qualify themselves on towards the playoffs? That will be answered by the time that we, have everyone set and ready in terms of games. And again, we are down to our final week of group stage competition here, G10, which means that by Sunday, or even by Saturday, we'll have a clear picture as to who's going to advance and who's going to go home.
Absolutely, and that is what you guys have to look forward to here. But that was just an exciting day. And Nova Esports, man, I really felt like JDG had the handle on that game, but then it just felt like those fights were not going their way, and they were kind of scared to engage. And when you have that fear, that is kind of what Kha'Zix preys on, that hesitation to go in, because if you are the one who sets up those fights, then the Kha'Zix has no choice but to go into you. But if you're kind of retreating, you're kind of, hesitating, then, that backline is very exposed, and that's exactly what happened. The Barry was picked clean, and then the rest of Nova Esports just funneled in so hard. The collapse was so good.
0-6 this, says Long. He was so good, right? Like that was a tension-filled moment because I was waiting. I was patiently waiting. Who would fall victim to Long's assassination? It was very definitely not the best way to go out if you're a JDG. There is still a slim chance of them qualifying to the playoffs, but it's not just in their hands, right? Like, this is such a situation in where a lot of things needs to happen that will be favorable to them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nova, with 8 series wins already, I believe that should be enough, right? Like mathematically, we did try to compete in backside at the back end, and we thought that with Nova winning this, it will be enough to secure them a playoff spot. And JDG just gifted them that win off of that beautiful pickoff by Long.
And what really I think will make JDG feel a little bit bad about that is that game was pretty even all throughout until that final moment where Barry was able to get that kill. And man, he was very, very fed, 6-2. It was even in terms of kills, but and the carries were the ones who had those kills distributed to them. For JDG, it's just that Long was the one who was waiting in the wings to pick off the ones who were fed, and he will be the MVP because of that. Very well deserved, I would say, his 9th MVP.
Wow.
So a very well deserved win, a well deserved MVP for this man.
He gapped once, right? Like once. He had a 1-6 record this time around. Not the 0-6 that we saw from Long in game number 2, but again, that's something that you can easily forget, especially after making that game-winning play, and Long deservingly got the MVP there.
Yes, very well deserved there by Long. And with that being said, man, Nova Esports secure their playoff spot. JDG, there's still a lot of questions that can be answered, but what do you think on lose is going to happen in the next few days? Because we are closing in on the last day, last game days here of the year. We are closing in on the playoffs spots, and next year we will be seeing you guys for the playoffs. What do you think can we see in the Chinese conference though?
I want to throw out my predictions, but I feel attacked every time, a team would say, or a fan base would say that I jinxed them. So I'd rather not share my my opinions. But I want to enjoy this from here on moving forward. Same way as we enjoyed the set of games that we have had today here, G10. Although, the second match was a 2-0 in favor of KBG. One would say that was the closest 2-0 that G2 Blacklist could have hoped for against the, reigning defending champion KBG. And we saw what happened between Nova and JDG. And yeah, if you missed it, Manila Fennel was able to get the win against J-Team.
Yeah, just one game. Even though J-Team got the series win, Fennel was able to still take one game off of them. So that, I think, will be a feather in Fennel's cap. Yeah, but unfortunately, G2 Blacklist was not able to take any games off of KBG, so Keep Best Gaming will be keeping their record as the APAC destroyer. They have not lost a single game against the APAC team so far.
Yeah, perfect record dating from season 1. That's unheard of. I think there is also another team that has the same record. Not sure if Thunder Talk also has that. I know for a fact that Crazy Sports already lost. EDG, I believe, also lost to an APAC team back in the day. Nova lost to, I believe, Naos in season 2. KBG, perfect. FPX lost to G2 Blacklist, or Naos last year, I believe. Yeah, so it might just be that one team, KBG's. That one true team. And we look into the playoff standings, right? Like J-Team was able to get that win 7-6, pushing them in a safer side of things in qualifying themselves over the playoffs. Meanwhile, there's a two-way tie between Weibo Gaming and Woohoo Gaming. One letter separates them, B and H. Who's going to end up on top? That is something that you guys need to follow in the next few days of Wild Rift League Asia action.
Absolutely, and with JDG still on that bottom, just above OMG, I feel like the curtain is closed on them. 6 and 7. There's a very, 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 very tiny chance that they still are able to make it into playoffs, but I don't think that's going to happen. Meanwhile, on the APAC side of things, we are locked in. It's now us, KD Roaster Y, G2 Blacklist, and Service Esports going straight to the playoffs. There is mathematically no way for Fennel, Brewery Rum, or Team Flash, or Invade to still make it to the playoffs. So, it's a GG's to them. And, see you next season. But hopefully they did, have a lot of really good games, some great experiences here. But we're still not done because Invade Esports has one more game or one match to go up against, and it's against EDG, the team that is currently on a 9-game win streak. Tomorrow, at the start of our streak, and then Trace Esports versus Woohoo Gaming and OMG versus Weibo.
Okay. Invade currently nursing in 11. 11 series lose streak. 0-11 rather. Facing against one of the strongest teams, one of the hottest teams that we have from the CN conference. Oh, that would be brutal. I'm sorry to say, but that's tomorrow.
That is going to be tomorrow. So, Woohoo Gaming and Weibo Gaming, if there is a very small chance for JDG to still make it almost to the playoffs. If Woohoo Gaming and Weibo both lose their matches 0-2 tomorrow, which is kind of a long shot, but we will see, because those are what we have in store for you for the next day of WRL-A. Any last words, Autoluz, before we close out the stream?
Last 3 days of group stage actions, lots of playoff positioning still in play here in G10. This is a very exciting day of Wild Rift action for sure.
Yeah, and it has been a pleasure casting with you once again. And hope you guys had a great time. It's been a pleasure. We will be seeing you tomorrow, same place, same time. So, hope you guys have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.